possibility of a logical justification for leader Mori to establish the concept of 3 seconds in Gotham. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. I believe that I will bring lasting peace to Gotham, Oswald Cobblepot said in front of the camera. The Penguin, holding a black umbrella in one hand, raised his other hand above his head and waved it vigorously at the people in the audience. Finally, he clenched his hand into a fist, as if to cheer himself up and to give everyone confidence. The reporters holding cameras and microphones in the audience stared at Cobblepot eagerly, as if expecting him to say more shocking words. Mori and Jason frowned and looked at the mayor's campaign speech on the TV screen. Just now, the current and outgoing mayor Andrew White was giving a passionate speech for his successor election. He was talking about the tragic experience of him and his wife being fooled by the Mad Hatter to jump off the building. The 54-year-old man couldn't help but burst into tears. Unfortunately, the people who were almost killed by the aircraft did not buy his account, and White's misery did not achieve any results. After all, which family in Gotham does not have a tragic past? At this moment, the Penguin Cobblepot, who appeared in the crowd at some point, pushed through the crowd and walked onto the stage, snatching the microphone from Andrew White with a tough attitude. He looked at the people below who were talking and looking defensive. As we all know, during the tenure of this poor Mr. White next to me, the happiness index of Gotham citizens dropped by 3 percentage points. Not only that, new violent groups are growing stronger in Gotham, and the shadows hiding in the dark are ready to show their ferocious fangs. Cobblepot's eyes showed just the right amount of heartache. He had lost a lot of weight, his cheeks were sallow, and he looked more fragile than before. At this moment, he seemed to be feeling sorry for the dire lives of Gotham citizens. But all of us are exposed to the shadow without reservation. When he was excited, Cobblepot's voice was so excited that it trembled. You don't know that I have been persecuted, but I don't want to be pitiful here. The Penguin rolled up his sleeves, revealing his scarred arms and wrists. It looked like the scars left by being handcuffed for a long time and various scars left after being abused. The people and reporters in the audience couldn't help but exclaimed, I have gone through untold hardships and finally escaped from the Devil's Cave. So I'm willing to use these scars as medals of honor. I know that you may not believe me, and maybe in your eyes I'm still the person who walks weirdly and has done countless evil things, for which I regret very much. But no matter what, I'm willing to stand up and tell my experience. I'm also a Gotham person. The Penguin has disappeared in Gotham for a long time, so long that ordinary citizens of Gotham thought he had left Gotham long ago. Do you remember the police officer who died in Gotham? That tough lady, Sunny Black, a beautiful black pearl, a blooming rose, died quietly in a corner of Gotham. Didn't you get her help? Tears even flowed from Cobblepot's eyes. The person who persecuted her is the same person who hurt me, the dark shadow under Gotham. Yes, you all know who I'm talking about. The people in the audience looked at each other in bewilderment. No one could have imagined that the first thing the Penguin did after returning to Gotham was to interrupt the mayor's election speech and then stand on the stage to accuse the glorious society of its atrocities. Of course, everyone has heard of a certain society in Gotham, but the glorious society has always been very disciplined and has never oppressed ordinary people. Its existence has made Gotham's nights a lot calmer. I'm willing to risk my life. I swear I'm telling the truth. Not only that, a large number of people in Gotham disappeared inexplicably. Do you remember them? The reporters looked at each other. Penguin was talking about something that happened a few years ago. Several people in Gotham did disappear inexplicably. It's just that no family member called the police, so everyone chose to let it go. After all, this is Gotham. It's a common thing for a few people to disappear. But is this incident also related to the Glory Society? We are surrounded by monsters. Gotham needs a new leader with tougher means. The ultimate goal of Penguin was finally exposed. I know that the mayor must run for office through legal means. Cobblepot looked at the people in the audience sincerely and continued, "Therefore, I hereby announce that I, Oswald Cobblepot, will participate in the election of the next mayor. Penguin is actually preparing to run for mayor? What an incredible thing." Even the reporters who heard the hidden meaning between the lines of Cobblepot couldn't help holding their breath. Then, Cobblepot promised the people and reporters in the audience that he would donate 50% of his personal property to strengthen Arkham's security measures and treat it as a public welfare cause. If he becomes the mayor, he will provide more jobs to the people through this project and other ancillary projects. The citizens and reporters below showed surprised eyes one after another. This promise directly emptied most of the wealth that Cobblepot had accumulated over the years. Of course, the premise is that he really fulfilled his campaign promise. This guy actually. Jason's face was so gloomy that he could squeeze water out of it. He didn't expect that the Penguin would dig such a big pit for him as soon as he came back. When Kyagoku and Talia were developing the sect in Gotham, some people did disappear. Of course, they knew very well how these people died, but this could not be announced to the public after all. As a result, the Penguin casually put this big hat on the head of the Glory Society, even Sunny's death. "I didn't expect him to run for mayor," Jason said while watching the live news. "TSK, we can't touch him now. After all, he was under the spotlight, and the Penguin clearly mentioned the so-called new violent group, openly and secretly diss Red Hood and the Glory Society. If the Penguin disappeared at this critical juncture of the election, it would definitely trigger a boycott of the Glory Society by the people. The Glory Society's industry is still a little fragile. Although it has cooperated with Wayne Enterprises, there are many sharks around coveting it. If the Penguin is really killed, those things before may really be blamed on him. If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze." Morioge shrugged, not surprised by this. "When you only arrested the Penguin, but didn't kill him, you should have expected that there might be such a consequence." Jason only locked the Penguin in the secret room of the Iceberg restaurant. Later, the Penguin was rescued by the Riddler, and Jason did not catch him back in time. "Okay, it's my fault." Jason came over and sat next to Morioge, scooped the child into his arms, and rubbed Morioge's head with his chin. "But I was addicted to beauty and couldn't extricate myself. You have to take responsibility too." Morioge, who was forced to stick to his big pectoral muscles, stretched out his little fist and hit Jason. Go away, I'm going to find Batman." He said, "The antidote is ready." Jason pretended to be knocked down on the sofa by the little fist. After laughing and joking, both of them felt a little heavy. The Penguin seemed to be ready to step on the Glory Society to brew a big conspiracy. The two drove to Wayne Manor. Bruce was in the Batcave at the moment, and he also saw the news report that Cobblepot declared his candidacy for mayor. Batman intuitively felt that there was someone else behind Cobblepot. He didn't find out where this guy went after being rescued by the Riddler. It seemed that an invisible hand wiped out all traces of the two. On the other side of the Batcave, Edgar Fatu was lying on the ground enjoying himself, and Afu's skills captured another member of the armed detective agency. Afu, the great detective, wants to eat another piece of codfish steamed cake. Edgar Ranpo stopped on the butler's shoulder and chirped, "How about I help you find the person who stole the cake you put in the kitchen last night?" Alfred looked at the little fat chirp with interest. Dick, who had just appeared in the Batcave, couldn't help but retract his left foot that had stepped into the room. However, the great detective did not give Dick a chance to regret. The guy with a big blue badge on his chest has cake crumbs at the door of his room, and he accidentally smeared cream on his clothes. The most important thing is that he was the only one standing on the scale in the manor this morning. Don't think about hiding it from the great detective. The little fat chirp waved its wings and pointed at Dick, who was about to sneak away. Ha ha ha. Dick was sweating coldly. Afu's cake was prepared for Alice and Morioge, but he was seen by him who rarely lived in Wayne Manor. The most important thing was that he didn't have dinner. As a result, he really couldn't resist the temptation of cake after the night patrol. "Sorry, Afu." Dick lowered his head in Afu's disapproving eyes. Afu has always strictly controlled their living habits. At least eating a cake with a high calorie content in the middle of the night would definitely make Afu unhappy. But even if Edgar Allan Poe helps the old butler find the murderer who murdered the cake, it does not mean that he can eat snacks without restrictions. The old butler stretched out a finger and gently touched the bird's head. Mr. Allan Poe, I'm afraid that your snack intake today is enough. Maybe you should take some vitamins? Edgar Allan Poe flew up in anger. He was only angry for 10 minutes and decided to forgive the old butler. After all, even if there was no silver cod steamed cake, he could still enjoy the old butler's bean crisp cod and tree cod steamed tofu. Everyone in the Batcave avoided the bird. Everyone was afraid of this bug-like guy. This is the person who can beat Tim in the crossword puzzle in the newspaper. Jason and Mori, who had just entered the Batcave, saw this scene of the suspect confessing his crime. It seems that Batman's title of the world's greatest detective is about to give up, don't you think, Bruce? Jason never misses the opportunity to laugh at the old man and dickhead. Father's greatness is not reflected in this aspect. Damian was the first to express his dissatisfaction. Batman's greatness has never been about how much faster he solves cases than others. It is about his ability to maintain mutual suspicion, stay vigilant, never give up investigating, and never give up saving any victim. Okay, Devil Cub. Jason waved his hand. He was just habitually confronting his old father. Jason turned his head and looked at the bird. So Edgar Allan Poe is really Edgar Allan Poe. The concentration of detectives in the Batcave is too high. The bird swaggered and landed on Daz's head, huddled together with a little hamster. He glanced at Jason, then at Mori, and blinked. Leader of Port Mafia, are you sure you want to return to your original appearance now? This guy just booked a couple-themed room at the Gotham Hotel for a month. Mori. Chapter 77. In Mori perverted eyes, Jason regretfully cancelled his 1-month luxury hotel trip. For the weak Dr. Mori, the above is good news. The bad news is that Batman's antidote has a small problem. Before the reagent was injected into Mori's body, Batman did a test and found that the doctor was allergic to a certain ingredient in the reagent. In other words, Rintaro will have to be a child for a while. Jason pulled the corners of his mouth hard, trying to smile. Are you kidding? Bruce looked at the diagnosis results on the computer and shook his head regretfully at the Red Hood. Jason tried to sit in the chair and comfort himself. It doesn't matter, even if he is a child, he is still his boyfriend. Rintaro was also cute when he was a child. There is no difference between the two. Size, his hotel trip, his romantic night, his kisses and hugs, these, all, gone. Now he can only kiss the forehead and the cheek. Jason's whole person dimmed directly, as if he had lost the highlights of the comics. Mori looked at Jason in a speechless manner. Of course, he knew what was going on in this guy's mind. But, to be honest, Mori himself was not ready for intimacy. He originally only wanted to have a platonic relationship with Jason, with kisses and hugs at most. More than that, he felt that he might need to learn a little. After all, he had never been with a man before. If his skills were not good enough and Jason was uncomfortable, based on the doctor's understanding of the human body structure, Mori was worried that he would hurt some of Jason's fragile parts. After all, there were many similar cases in the hospital, but he didn't expect that Jason was so impatient. Mori touched his chin. If Jason wanted it very much, it was not impossible. After all, this was a normal process of love. So he would study it carefully and try to give Jason the best experience, at least not to hurt anyone. In short, let it go. Mori decided to put this matter behind him for the time being. Jason was a little confused by Mori suddenly softened eyes. Why don't you wait a little longer, Jason? Mori said. He decided to comfort his partner. There will always be a chance to go out and play. Maybe we can go to the beach for a vacation later? After the Penguins matter is resolved, they have to find a way to find Kaigoku. This guy hasn't appeared recently, just like the calm before the storm. Jason's eyes lit up. What Rintaro meant by this was, Rintaro had always been a little resistant to this matter before. He thought his lover didn't want to. Unfortunately, the research on the antidote may take at least half a month. Out of caution, I may need a month. Batman felt that he was slapped in the face by cold dog food, so he decided to disappoint this couple who unconsciously exuded a greasy atmosphere. You know, researching drugs is not easy. So I'm sorry, Jason. I think you have to wait another month, at least. The bat cubs in the cave looked at Jason sympathetically. It's so pitiful, Red. Dick really sympathized with Red Hood from the bottom of his heart this time. Keep calm. Color is emptiness. Do you want me to introduce some Buddhist scriptures to you? Jason looked at Dick with a pair of dead fish eyes that had lost their highlights. Dick felt guilty when he was looked at. He had just reconciled with Barbara recently and lived a sweet life that made Jason and Tim jealous. What he needs is not Buddhist scriptures, but work. Tim slapped the keyboard and complained without looking back. Red's mind is full of yellow waste now. I'm afraid only 996 can save him. Tim's dark circles became more and more alarming, and his coffee intake continued to rise. It was not only Gotham's affairs that made him busy, but also his lover Will. Dick couldn't help showing a painful mask when he heard about work. After all, his whole family is capitalists, only he is not, and he has to go back to work at GCPD early tomorrow morning. Jason felt that Tim's tone of asking people to work 996 at this time was particularly similar to his second in command, Der Friedman. After the business territory of the Glory Society was officially launched, Jason handed this part of the business to the shrewd and capable former banker Der Friedman, the unfortunate father he rescued from prison. Friedman did a great job and deserved to be the one who made Gotham Bank bigger and stronger. He has now found his life goal again and is committed to making the Glory Society an extra-legal supervisor of Gotham's order. For this, he works extra hard and is as hard-working as Ziada Hahn. Friedman usually tells his subordinates to work hard because only with work can they have food to eat and create value for Gotham's prosperity, and he often gives his employees chicken blood and chicken soup. What did he usually say? Jason tried to recall. I gave him the work of developing the antidote because I believe in Batman's ability. Jason had seen Friedman and his subordinates talking to each other earnestly. It is said that Friedman can keep his subordinates up all night with just 3 sentences. The other party is now a little disappointed with his overly lazy boss, and he urges him to work every time he calls. Jason doesn't think he's lazy, he's just busy with love recently. Jason's words, imitating those of the top capitalists, have a vibe that makes people want to hang him on a street lamp. Bruce will be given the antidote. He will not let me down, right, Bruce? Friedman's original words were, "You are all employees I carefully selected. I believe in my own vision. You will not let me down, Bruce." Although he always wanted to hear the word believe from Jason, it was not this kind of belief. Jason continued to recall Friedman's classic quotes. Ziada Hong, you should also have some goals and expand your all-round abilities. Have you ever thought about trying the fields of biochemistry and medicine? Friedman often told him this, asking him to expand the market and not be content with the status quo. Bruce will take off his cape sooner or later. You must be strict with yourself. Friedman said that Gotham will change sooner or later, and he, the Red Hood, must be strict with himself as a leader. Although he does have to work hard, these words, spoken by capitalists, inexplicably carry a kind of leak freshness. Fortunately, Friedman gave his subordinates very generous rewards, which made the Glory Club's kings love and hate them. How can you sleep at your age? After thinking for a while, Jason added another sentence. This is what his subordinate, number 1 Liz Lang, who is already a mother, used to teach her son. Red Robin looked suffocated. Jason, do a good job. Tim looked at Jason, as if he was looking at a devil. No wonder Jason can make the Glory Club such a big scale. It's terrible. Mori listened to these familiar words and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had also painted such a cake for his subordinates who had no motivation to work. Seeing that the Batcave was about to become a capitalist meeting, Dick, a humble worker huddled in the corner, couldn't help but shiver and shed sad tears. There is no need to rush about the antidote, Mori said. The current emergency is the Penguin. I think you have all seen the news about the Penguin's campaign for mayor. Indeed. Dick also felt that this matter needed to be analyzed carefully, but the upright policeman still reminded Jason, Big Red, I will remind you for the last time. If you dare to touch Dr. Mori, I think you know the consequences. Dick continued to add, I don't want to see you in social news next time, although the Penguin's declaration has already made you appear in social news once. Gotham reporters reported more obscurely, and Jason was also looking for someone to guide public opinion. A complete ban on reporting is more likely to cause resistance and suspicion from the public, and the Glory Society can only keep a low profile as much as possible. Isn't the best choice Bruce himself to run for mayor? Jason glanced at Batman, but he knew that Batman certainly couldn't be the mayor or support someone with a clean background. Bruce was silent when he heard this. He certainly knew that Gotham needed such a person, but he had failed before, and the consequence of his failure was the birth of Two-Face. Harvey was someone he had high hopes for, but the environment in Gotham eventually transformed him. It's a pity that the person with the highest voice now is Cobblepot. Dick frowned in disdain, but there is no difference. He, or others, will eventually become the same kind of people. The most common incompetent politicians in Gotham. The difference between them is nothing more than the degree of greed and shamelessness. They have talked about this topic a long time ago. The current situation in Gotham is not so easy to change. The most irritable person now should be you, Jason. Tim said seriously, the Penguin obviously intends to target you. If he really becomes the mayor, I'm afraid you and your small business will be in trouble. I'll take care of it. Jason had some plans in his mind. He was ready to support another candidate, although he didn't want to support either one. Andrew White and Cobblepot are actually the same, and both have bad records. However, the mayoral election is actually a competition of financial resources. Among the current candidates, only Cobblepot and White have this advantage. I have to leave Gotham for a while recently. Tim suddenly said at this time, Will is missing. I need to go and see. Since Will went to prison, Tim has been collecting evidence of his innocence. However, the people who framed Will were very clever, and many of the cases were long ago, so Tim had no way to investigate in person. Even the astute Red Robin detective had difficulty finding evidence. Maybe I can provide some help, manpower, information, etc. Jason was also very concerned about this matter. He continued, I've seen your file. The mastermind behind this is very dangerous. Rentero discussed this with him. They suspected that Sonny Black's death was related to the person who framed Will. You mean Red Robin can't beat a psychopath? Tim smiled and reassured his brother. He was just worried about Will's condition now. According to FBI records, Will injured the guards and fled the scene during his transfer to the prison for psychopathic criminals. Now his whereabouts are unknown. Then I wish you good luck. Jason patted Tim on the shoulder. Mori, who failed to successfully transform back into an adult, could only return home with Jason with regret. Chapter 78. Anyway, that's what happened. Tim took a deep breath and tried his best to maintain his pride and calmness. Will is staying in my safe house now. I will move out of Wayne Manor soon to accompany Will. When he found Will in Baltimore, he was wandering around the scene of the last crime of the ogre like a wounded beast. The tangled bushes in the dim sky concealed Will's figure. If Will hadn't seen him show up on his own, he would hardly have noticed this embarrassed young man. He helped Will fix his dislocated thumb. He broke it himself to get out of the handcuffs. It was unknown how Will, who was already in a trance, arrived at the crime scene alone. Tim couldn't imagine what Will had experienced recently. I asked Dr. Leslie to check. Will's right brain is inflamed. He doesn't remember what he did at all. Dementia is already very serious. Tim closed his eyes tightly and suppressed the anger in his heart. Will shouldn't have been in this state. He even confused fantasy and reality now, thinking that he really committed an unforgivable crime. But Will is a young man with a strong sense of justice. He would rather feel the murderer's heart and risk being eroded by darkness to find the murderer. He can't be the cannibal mentioned in the accusation. Actively sensing darkness is Will's unique gentleness. It's just that someone took advantage of this gentleness and caused him to fall into the current situation. Are you sure he is innocent? Batman did not doubt Red Robin's judgment. He was just worried that Tim was blinded by his emotions. Therefore, he was more cautious. You said that he has brain inflammation now, whether it is induced by others or for other reasons. You can't determine whether he has never committed a crime. I'm sure Tim believes in Will's character and self-control. Will has such self-control. He is not a person who allows himself to fall into darkness. Although it is painful, he will not compromise. Batman did not continue to discuss with Tim whether his lover was innocent, but talked about another thing. How do you plan to arrange him? He is a normal adult, and it is impossible for you to hide him all the time. Don't forget that he has not yet gotten rid of the suspicion of murder. I will go to find evidence, but Will needs to rest now. Tim said calmly, the real cannibal cannot actively suppress his appetite, and the truth will not be covered up forever. He will definitely continue to commit crimes, and I will always find evidence. In fact, I already have a suspect. This kind of guy who can treat human flesh as a delicacy has a mental illness in the final analysis. Just like addiction, it is difficult to quit. Batman also has a suspect. It is easier to see some truth from an outsider's perspective. The person who framed Will, if Will is really innocent, is very familiar with Will. His shadow appears in every action between Will and the FBI. He is like a shadow following him. Sonny Black. Batman said, surgeon with superb medical skills, missing organs, cannibal, psychological induction. The words connected without a beginning or an end are actually close to the truth. Tim finally smiled for the first time today. I think the same as you. During the death of Sonny Black, there were many outsiders in Gotham, but there was a person who appeared in Gotham during that time. After this person left, there was no case with the same method in Gotham again. Then this person appeared next to Will, and then Will was suspected of being the cannibal in the process of tracking down the cannibal. I almost suspect that he has a crush on Will. Tim called up the information from the computer. The man on the screen was dressed in a straight suit and looked elegant. The handkerchief in the pocket of his suit was folded meticulously. Rigorous elegant. Former surgeon. Current psychologist. I don't trust others. I'm afraid I need to ask Dr. Mori or Dr. Leslie if they have time to help me take care of Will. Tim sighed. After all, Will is now a fugitive, and he can't send him to the hospital openly. Morioge, who received Tim's request, had no objection to this. He had already asked for a long vacation from the GCPD. As a child, he could only stay at home honestly recently. It's not bad to visit this amazing FBI agent occasionally. He is already preparing for the detective agency. He can't really let Edgar Allan Poe open the detective agency in the Batcave. Will's personality and ability are actually very suitable for being an investigator in the detective agency. Morioge has been a bit idle recently. Jason and the little animals at home don't even want him to touch the knives for cutting fruits at home. They are simply pampering him to the sky. Since you have become a child, why not relive your childhood again? Jason touched Morioge's head. Although he didn't know how Morioge became the leader, this road is still quite difficult. Perhaps before he met him, Rintaro had also been bullied and had also tried to find his own way, like he does now. Morioge stood there in a daze for a while, and finally decided to go to the Penguins campaign site to listen to his speech, and then discuss with Jason in the evening how to support White to take the position. Although he has become a child, he is still a Mafia workaholic with extraordinary abilities, the leader of Mori. But recently Morioge felt something was wrong. Occasionally when he walked on the road, he would feel that someone was secretly spying on him, but after a careful search, he couldn't find anyone at all. As a person with special abilities, Morioge has absolute trust in his intuition, and he firmly believes that it is not his illusion. He thought that Kaigoku Natsuhiko or other villains had some conspiracy, and they were preparing to lure the snake out of the hole. However, this person who was playing tricks soon surfaced. Morioge looked at the man in front of him who was teasing him with a lollipop expressionlessly, and he really wanted to punch this obscene smile face. Of course, the obscene smile was only in Morioge's eyes. The passers-by on the street just thought that the behavior of an overly handsome man teasing a child with a lollipop looked very cute. The child stared at the candy motionlessly, as if attracted by the colorful outer packaging. In fact, Morioge was just thinking about what this guy's purpose was. Of course, he knew the person in front of him, although it was one-sided. This person was a highly concerned person both in the Batcave and in the Glory Society. Batman specially bolded and marked it in red, an unknown dangerous person with an unknown purpose. I'm Lucifer Morningstar, just call me Lucifer. Of course, I don't mind if you want to call me Lucy or Lou. The man looked like a playboy with a rich and wealthy style, with blonde hair and a flawless handsome face, just like God's most perfect creation. I think you should know me. The owner of Lux Bar. Morioge chose a more conservative answer. He knew that Batman and Jason were also paying attention to this person, but he didn't seem to intend to do anything bad. Oh, paying attention to the bar is not something a child should do. Lucifer can see through everyone's soul. Most souls in the world are the same, black and white, mixed and turbid, but the soul of the child in front of him has a unique attraction to him. He has secretly observed it several times. Of course, Lucifer knows the reason. The Lord of Hell has always been a person who does whatever he wants. At the gambling table, Constantine's words did arouse his curiosity, but he didn't want to learn more ambiguous and misleading news from the public enemy of Hell, so he chose to come to Gotham to try his luck. Anyway, it doesn't matter to him where he stays. However, after arriving in Gotham, Lucifer did not directly search for the person who interested him, but chose to continue his usual style and continue to have fun in Gotham. In addition to the soul that Constantine said made him curious, Lucifer also found many other interesting guys here. For example, the rich man who dominated the Gotham Daily with different beauties every day actually has the most indestructible will and soul. He lives more realistically than most people in this city. There are more interesting things here, not just humans. Lucifer was so happy that he almost forgot his original intention of coming to Gotham. However, Lucifer thought that he would eventually meet the soul that belonged neither to heaven nor to hell, so he was not in a hurry. But now he regretted it. If he had known that the soul of this child looked so interesting, he should have found him earlier. Hearing Lucifer's words, Morioge's thoughts turned countless circles again. This guy didn't know that he was an adult? So, can he think that Lucifer only noticed him recently and this dangerous person came to Gotham for other reasons, but noticed him? Is there something about him that attracted this suspected devil? Maybe it's because he is evil enough. Morioge raised an interested smile at the corner of his mouth. Today Morioge just came to pick up Alice from school, but now he was blocked by this suspected devil guy. I can't help it. Your bar is very famous. Even children have heard of it. Morioge deliberately showed an innocent smile. His chubby face and big eyes made him look like a little angel favored by God. Although it was unknown whether Lucifer was fooled by this smile, he did pass the fancy lollipop in his hand forward again. It must be said that sometimes the appearance of a child is also very useful. Morioge took the lollipop with a sweet smile, but did not eat it, just held it in his hand. If this Lucifer really thinks he is a child, that would be great, Morioge thought. Maybe he can find out the true face of this guy. Anyway, the other party has already set his sights on him, and Morioge will not let such a danger linger around him. Lucifer looked at the child who received his gift with satisfaction. Today was the first time he appeared in front of Morioge. The closer he got, the more this child shone in the eyes of the devil. To put it in an analogy, the souls of Gotham people are like the ashes left after the gas lamps burn. Like the city of Gotham, the coal ash of the old industrialization makes the whole city and the souls in the city look grey. It smells like all the vitality has been burned out. Except for the night vigilantes he has seen several times who are still a little lively, the others are simply lifeless and look very boring. Really? Is my bar so famous? Hearing Morioge's words, Lucifer's eyes lit up like a child. Of course he likes his bar. It is a great place for him to observe humans. It is full of human desires, order, and dark or twisted thoughts. Especially under the ambiguous and dim lights of the bar, it looks much more interesting than hell. The messy appearance of the demons, as if the puzzle is wrong, is not as colorful as the human heart. Of course it's true, Mr. Lucifer. Morioge tried to make his eyes pure. I don't know what you want to see me for. Although I'm also curious about the bar, it is obviously not old enough, which is a pity. He spread his hands, revealing the mischievous look of a child. Then do you want to go now? Lucifer showed a sincere smile. As a bar owner, I still have this power. You can tell me whatever you want, and I think I'm willing to fulfill your wish. But I don't know you. Morioge pretended to be puzzled and asked in a suspicious tone, why are you so nice to me? What is this person's purpose? I never lie, because your soul attracts me deeply. Lucifer looked straight at Morioge, as if he wanted to see through his appearance to his innermost thoughts. The man's strange eyes with slightly different colors seemed to have magic, and Morioge couldn't help staring at Lucifer's eyes. Of course, in addition to Morioge's soul, there was another thing in his soul that was also attracting Lucifer. Has anyone ever said that you smell like the sweetest berries, and like the flowers of Guran sea salt, the smell of seawater and the fragrance of violets superimposed together? It's just intoxicating. After saying that, he still stretched out his hand to Morioge with a perfect smile. It was like a guide and an invitation. Morioge got goosebumps all over his body because of this man's weird metaphor and behavior, and almost vomited. It was really strange that he didn't feel uncomfortable when Jason said this, but if it was someone else, he almost wanted to ask Alice to give him an injection in the head to clear his mind. "Did you hear that, Officer Dick?" Morioge said softly. Behind Lucifer, Dick, wearing a GCPD uniform and holding police handcuffs, was striding towards Lucifer. "Sir, I don't think you should say such things to children. You have the right to remain silent, otherwise everything you say may be used as evidence in court. Now, please come with me." "Lucifer? Question mark?" Chapter 79. Don't look around, be quiet. Dick's baton banged on the table. Officer Nightwing looked serious and fierce. He looked at Lucifer and said, "Tell me, what do you want to do to the kid? Use candy to lure a little boy on the street?" Lucifer sat carelessly on the chair in the detention room, looking fearless. He comfortably put one long leg on the other leg, and his posture was so relaxed that he looked like he was sitting on his own sofa, except for a glass of red wine in his hand. Mr. Lord of Hell rolled his eyes arrogantly and looked at the young officer Dick with the corner of his eyes. Dick looked at Lucifer's skillful gesture as a guest in the police station and suddenly recalled that in the records of the Batcave, this man was often invited to the Los Angeles police station for tea. Lucifer, a frequent visitor to the police station, Morningstar, had been in and out of the police station repeatedly for a series of reasons, such as his date was killed, he was killed, and his murderer was killed. Although he was always suspected as a suspect, he was able to get rid of the suspicion in the end. The feeling of entering the police station is so familiar, just like going home. Lucifer yawned in boredom. The service attitude of GCPD is much worse than that of LAPD. They don't even provide coffee. Bad review. Dick looked at Lucifer, who was wandering in his mind, and felt that the blood vessels in his temples were jumping desperately. He coughed and tried to make the guy in front of him come back to his senses. Today is a rare opportunity. He can directly contact the mysterious owner of Lux Bar. I wonder if he can test something. Lucifer, who was tested, said that he was just an honest man. Lucifer's eyes finally fell on this vigilante in the daytime. Mr. Nightwing is completely different from him when he flies between buildings at night. He looks like a serious policeman in the daytime, but unfortunately people don't know that this guy is quite hot at night. Gotham's female villains warmly welcomed the handsome young man who returned to Gotham from Bloodhaven, both physically and psychologically. So ladies now like this kind of play? Masks, tights and double identities? Lucifer was thoughtful. Perhaps this is the latest trend of mankind? It seems to be good indeed. Lucifer thought casually. Maybe Lux Bar can hold a tights mask theme party next week. Dick continued to bang on the table, signaling Lucifer, who had a bad attitude, to come back to his senses. "Dick." "Officer." Lucifer sat on the chairboard. He stretched out his emphasis and smiled evilly at the Red Hood. "You have no evidence to prove that I want to do bad things. I didn't do anything. If you insist that I have a problem, I will let my lawyer sue you for defamation. It's good to solve problems with human solutions occasionally. Officer Dick, he stopped me from going home, gave me candy, and said he would treat me to a bar." Morioge pulled Dick's sleeve, took out the lollipop, and then added, "I'm a little scared." There was no trace of fear on the little face facing away from Lucifer. Dick twitched his mouth. He knew that the lover of the Red Hood was definitely not a blank slate, but he didn't expect Dr. Mori to be so skilled in pretending to be a child. But the tone and expression are too split. Can you have some respect for the performing arts industry? Did you hear that, Mr. Lucifer Morningstar? Dick tried his best to control the speechless expression on his face and continued to interrogate Lucifer. Or do you want to say that the lollipop was not given by you? Lucifer glanced at Morioge. Forget it. For the sake of such a beautiful soul, forgive him. The cunning Dr. Mori pretended to be scared and hid his face behind Dick, wondering how Lucifer would respond. Would he suddenly attack and hurt people? Or use mysterious power to modify everyone's memory? Or other devil's means? He quietly lowered his eyes and pressed the Red Hood's communication in his pocket. I just want to adopt him. Lucifer did not hide his covetousness for Morioge at all. He said confidently, I just like this child very much. He is very cute, isn't he? And as far as I know, this child has no guardian. It would be strange if there was a guardian. Okay. Dick couldn't help but complain that Dr. Mori would return to adulthood sooner or later. So whether this guy knows or not, whether Morioge is 10 or 100 years old, it doesn't matter to Lucifer. In his eyes, time and age have no meaning. This is the first time Dick has seen such a perverted person who is so confident. This guy's brain circuit is weird, no matter how he thinks. Who would say that he wants to take a cute little boy home and adopt him when he meets him on the street? If this is not a pervert, what is it? Is Lucifer, the Lord of Hell, a pervert? Maybe, maybe not. However, as a person who has ruled hell for 10 billion years, Lucifer's psychology is somewhat different from that of humans, and it is not even something that ordinary people can guess. Dick and Morioge were not sure whether Lucifer was making fun of them or not. However, not lying is Lucifer's principle, although Morioge and Dick don't know it yet. The moment Lucifer saw Morioge, he decided to keep this shining soul that he had never seen before by his side. Just like humans like to collect shining gems, Lucifer also likes to collect interesting souls. After all, the souls in hell are too boring, so he would rather cut off his wings and not be the Lord of Hell and run out. Morioge is a rare person who makes him have a collecting habit. Of course, he also wants the thing hidden in Morioge's soul, but there is no need to say it. The Lord of Hell does not bother to lie, but he never said that he would not hide information. Morioge looked at Lucifer with an incredible look. Mr. Lucifer, I have never met you before, and I have my own family. Lucifer's words made Morioge want to pry open his head to see what was inside. He does have no guardian, but even if he becomes a child, he has no intention of finding a father for himself. Or does this guy have other purposes? Or did they actually misjudge this guy who seems to be a dangerous person? Is the true face of Lucifer Morningstar hidden under the heavy fog actually a pervert? But the behavior of always picking up children and taking them home always feels familiar. Oh dear, are you hinting that I should spend more time with you? Of course, no problem. Lucifer continued to look at Morioge with loving eyes. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his idea of adopting Morioge was very reliable. Of course, the treasure he had set his eyes on should be kept well by his side to prevent it from being stolen. So he looked at Morioge with a soft gaze that seemed to drip honey, as if the little boy in front of him was just being willful and angry with his father. Believe me, baby, I will be a very good parent, at least much better than the one who is taking care of you now. I can agree to anything you want. Lucifer continued to chatter. He must kidnap this person today. Your name is Rintero, right? Do you want to try calling me Dad? Of course, if you don't want to, you can just call me by my name. Maybe Morioge, as a human, needs a dad. Lucifer thought irrationally. Is this person really a pervert? Morioge was deeply shocked by the words called dad, and his face unconsciously showed an expression of looking at a pervert. For the first time, he felt that he was shocked by the degree of perversion of others. In the past, he was the one who shocked others. Morioge, who deliberately called Dick when Lucifer handed him a lollipop, couldn't understand Lucifer's operation. Was this guy really going to implement the crime of kidnapping children on the street? The GCPD police officers who watched Dick's interrogation also showed shocked expressions. They had only seen people who refused to plead guilty after entering the police station, but never saw a perverted person who entered the police station openly. Which mental hospital did this guy escape from? I swear I'm telling the truth, dear. I saw you at a glance when I was walking on the road. You don't know how attractive you are to me. Lucifer's eyes sparkled. As the Lord of Hell, he never disdained to hide his true feelings and desires. He just took a fancy to Morioge's soul and wanted to keep him by his side, to appreciate him at any time. So the little cutie didn't answer. Did he agree? Lucifer thought happily. Being a father seems to be good. This is an experience he has never had. So what should a father do? Like God does to him? Expel him from heaven and manage a desolate world forever? No, 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 forget it. What should be done? Lucifer showed a distressed expression for the first time. He just had his eyes on a peculiar soul. So, I swear I'm telling the truth. I just want to take you away and keep you by my side forever, Lucifer explained. He believed that the child he had his eyes on would understand his deep love. GCPD officers and Morioge. Red Hood on the other end of the communication. Shit. And FXXK. %# outside the interrogation room. Commissioner Gordon, who was also shocked by the pervert but experienced, was the first to react. He quickly rushed into the interrogation room and covered Morioge's ears with both hands to manually block the pervert's trash talk. I think interrogation is not something a child should listen to. Commissioner Gordon looked at Dick with an incompetent look and then continued to cover Morioge's ears, forcibly turned him around and pushed him out of the interrogation room. Dick, please interrogate him properly next time. We GCPD will not wrongly accuse any good person, and we will never let a bad person go. Dick couldn't help but cover his twitching stomach. Lucifer was so righteous that he had nothing to say. Even if he interrogated him next, he might not get anything out of it. What else could he do? Dick looked at the little cutie surrounded by a group of colleagues outside the police station and couldn't help but miss the Red Hood style of doing things without saying a word. Couldn't he really just press this guy to the ground and rub him? At least he could test Lucifer's strength. Painful mask. Lucifer, who saw the little cutie leave the interrogation room, continued to ignore Dick's interrogation, occasionally perfunctorily saying one or two words. Now he really wanted to spend some time with his future son. I wonder what Rintaro likes. Jewelry? Guns? No, no, these are too tacky, totally unworthy of Rintaro and the little baby shining in his soul. Lucifer thought tangled. Oh, is this what humans often call love? Lucifer couldn't help but be intoxicated. This is really sweet and sad. Morioge, who was separated from Lucifer by a door, was enjoying the careful care of the GCPD. By the way, what's your name, boy? Asked Commissioner Gordon. He felt that the child looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. It seemed that he had just seen him recently and was very familiar. Commissioner Gordon stroked his beard and tried to recall. The reason why Morioge asked for leave from the GCPD was that he was sick. I'm afraid Commissioner Gordon didn't expect that he had a disease that made him smaller. Morioge thought about it and decided to tell the truth to Commissioner Gordon. Anyway, turning into a child was just an accident, and he would recover sooner or later. There was nothing worth hiding. After all, compared with aliens, magic, and hell, becoming smaller was nothing. However, before he could speak, a strong man broke into the door of the GCPD. Jason's face was still full of anger, as if he was very angry. Director Gordon was startled by Jason's sudden entry, but then he suddenly realized something. Director Gordon's sympathetic eyes wandered back and forth on Jason's face and body, and he filled in 10,000 words for this plot in his mind. The content was all similar to the wife, ran away with the baby, and many years later she threw her 10-year-old son to her ex-boyfriend, a doctor, who was out, and had a lover, and had no idea about it. Or my boyfriend had a son and a daughter many years ago, but he told me the truth today. Chapter 80. At the entrance of the police station, Jason crossed his arms and looked down at the pervert who wanted to kidnap Rintaro. The lawyer hired by Lucifer at a high price properly resolved this small incident today. The Lord of Hell followed Morioge out of the police station with a happy expression, his eyes still fixed on the gem he had chosen. Rintaro, are you really not going with me? Lucifer continued to abduct the child, and there was a sense of grievance in his tone for no reason. He felt that his conditions were no worse than Jason's, so why didn't Morioge go with him? Lucifer, who was righteous and confident, completely ignored Jason, who was aggressive on the side. Mr. Lucifer, don't you have eyes? Jason's green eyes were murderous. Look carefully. Rintaro is my child. He belongs to me. In front of me, he kidnapped my people. This guy's not right in his mind, right? Lucifer glanced at Jason, then looked down at Morioge, and then looked up at Jason again. Finally, he showed a reluctant expression. If it's buy one get one free, it's not impossible. Just like when he buys his favorite coffee, the free cup is often not very good looking, but since it's free, he can take it home. At worst, he can throw it away. Besides, Jason's soul is at least much better looking than most people in Gotham, although it is not as special as Morioge. Jason, who the hell wants you to be reluctant? Does my gun agree? Red Hood felt his hand ready to draw the gun, but the awkward geographical location at the gate of GCPD stopped him. After all, he didn't want to be caught by Dick and taken back to the police station in disgrace. But this pervert actually dared to covet his Rintaro, and he really deserved to go to hell. Jason listed the sack plan 123 and the knockout plan ABC in his mind. Sooner or later, he would teach this guy a lesson. The Lord of Hell, who was tired of staying in hell, could not feel Jason's murderous aura at all. He continued to squat and looked at Morioge and said, "You see, this guy is so fierce. I don't think you are suitable for him. If you want to be with him, it's not impossible, but you have to be under my supervision. I will help you watch him and prevent him from bullying you. How about it?" Lucifer smiled and praised himself in his heart. He felt that he was really thoughtful. I think Rintaro should be very happy. Morioge retreated tactically, trying to avoid the deep and perverted love of the Lord of Hell. "What do you want to do, Lucifer?" Morioge no longer pretended to be a child. Lucifer now looked like he didn't understand what people said, but in fact, every word he said was about wanting to take him away. Where did Lucifer want to take him? Morioge thought that it might really be hell. It is very easy for outsiders to open a bar in Gotham to be troubled, but Lucifer has been here for so long and nothing has ever happened. Dick even saw the gangster who robbed Lux come to GCPD to surrender himself. How could such a character be simple? In addition, today he looked arrogant and completely ignored the rules of the human world. Morioge was almost certain that this guy was the legendary Lord of Hell. Okay, it seems that you really don't want to go with me today. Lucifer felt a little regretful. He saw Morioge's resistance. Although he could also take this soul away by force, that would be too tasteless. He would not do such a thing. Anyway, Lucifer can always get what he wants. He will make Morioge willing to go with him. Maybe you can consider me tomorrow? Lucifer thought about it and asked hopefully. Don't humans always change their minds? Maybe Rintaro will change his mind tomorrow. Morioge didn't say anything. He felt that Lucifer didn't seem to have any ill will towards him. If he is really the Lord of Hell, this attitude is really amiable. So, do you want to contact him? Morioge listed all the possible consequences in his mind, and finally he decided to test it. "Sorry, Lucifer. Tomorrow I plan to visit a friend in the cemetery. She was murdered, but the murderer is still at large." Morioge was talking about Sonny Black. If Lucifer is really the Lucifer he thinks he is, can the Lord of Hell understand his hint? Oh. Lucifer blinked. According to human habits, what should he say in such a situation? No one has ever talked about this topic in front of him before. He carefully recalled his various experiences of getting along with humans in Los Angeles, and tried to search for words in his mind. Have fun. Morioge. Jason. Very good. At least it is confirmed that Lucifer, who is like a kidnapper today, does not understand humans. No wonder he always goes to the police station in Los Angeles. It is probably because he is stupid. In this way, maybe he has not lived in the human world for a long time. Or he just doesn't care about human social rules and acts according to his preferences. In the human world, when a friend dies, one should express condolences. Morioge turned his eyes away, not wanting to see the Lord of Hell, who still had some confusion on his face. Is he really the Lord of Hell? Lucifer, the Lord of Hell in the Bible, is God's most perfect creation. But, that's it? Oh, Lucifer felt guilty and tried to show the same compassionate expression that God often used. It's a pity, although I don't feel anything. Morioge. Jason looked at Morioge's little expression of "I'm going to start acting," raised his eyebrows, and decided to watch the show quietly. Anyway, every time Rintaro showed this expression, it was someone else who was unlucky. It's really a pity. Morioge sighed, although his current appearance made this sigh look a little pretentious and mature. Lucifer and Jason couldn't help but smile at their cuteness. Do you still want to see her? Lucifer thought of a brilliant idea. I can let you see her soul. Although he has left hell, it's still okay to find a soul, even if that soul has gone to heaven. Morioge thought to himself as expected. Can you do it? Morioge asked softly. Isn't this something that only gods can do? Of course I can. I told you that you can have whatever you want. Lucifer thought it was no big deal. Morioge and Jason exchanged glances. Why don't you come with me to Lux? I can show you right now. Lucifer suddenly became excited and said that he could definitely get what he wanted. Jason frowned. He didn't think it was a good idea to let Rintaro go to Lux Bar now. However, Morioge nodded at Jason. He thought that Lucifer had no ill intentions and it was worth the risk. Lux Bar is located in Gotham's Diamond District. Most of Gotham's upper class people live here. It can be said that more than 90% of Gotham's wealth is gathered here. Lux Bar, which takes a high-end route, is full of money, just like Lucifer himself, luxurious and exquisite. Do you like it here? Lucifer leaned against the empty bar counter and raised his chin proudly to Morioge and Jason. No customers today? Morioge asked. When you said you were interested in my bar, I drove them away. Lucifer said, it's open only for you today. Thank you. I'm not going to accept the offer. Jason gritted his teeth behind his back. What is he so proud of? He could also open a bar specifically for Rintaro and name it M&J, Jason, and Rintaro. It sounds much better than Lux. What should we do next? Morioge couldn't wait to see Lucifer's ability. Okay, if her soul hasn't disappeared, I can find her right away, Lucifer said. Brilliant light overflowed from the Lord of Hell. Jason and Morioge seemed to see a pair of huge wings spread out behind Lucifer, flesh membranes covering the bony skeleton, and there seemed to be a smell of sulfur in their noses. Is it the smell of hell? Lucifer really fulfilled his promise. Sunny Black appeared in the empty space of Lux Bar with dull eyes. She seemed to retain her appearance before death, still wearing the clothes she was killed in. It's been a while. I guess she's become a little dull, Lucifer said, standing aside. Unlike the souls left in hell, they will always wander in the fear in their hearts, and they will always be alive. Sunny seemed to be confused about why she suddenly appeared here. Who are you? Sunny's soul frowned in confusion. She didn't recognize any of the people in front of her. Sunny, I'm Morioge. Do you remember? Morioge looked at Sunny, whose body was somewhat transparent, and asked. I remember. I don't think I should be here. Sunny looked at Morioge in a trance and said. Although the doctor looked like a child, Sunny still recognized him. She knew that she was dead, but she didn't know why she was here. Did Dr. Mori find a way to summon her? Do you remember who killed you? Jason thought about it and asked a question they had always wanted to know. A black shadow. I didn't see his face clearly and his neck was broken. Sunny said, I was just going to see a psychiatrist, but on the way. Sunny was a little sad. She died so suddenly, and she didn't know how sad her family and friends would be. Psychologist? What a coincidence. Who is your doctor? Drive Lecter. Hannibal Lecter. Drive Lecter, thank you so much for today. At this time in Baltimore, Hannibal Lecter, a well-known psychologist, was having a pleasant conversation with a patient who came for consultation. It's so nice to chat with you. I feel much better. Hannibal Lecter looked at the beautiful and elegant lady in front of him, smiled and nodded, and the smile lines at the corners of his eyes made him look mature and charming. It's my luck to chat with a beautiful lady like you, Miss Green. Miss Green was indeed very charming, and Hannibal felt that he was really attracted. This lady not only had a beautiful face, but was also very smart and knowledgeable, and even had some knowledge of psychology and medicine. They had a lot in common. Very suitable to be a food. Hannibal felt that his breathing was a little faster. When a top grade food is placed in front of you, who has the mood to eat those crooked melons and cracked dates? Miss Green was wearing a long black dress and a vintage hat decorated with pearls and flowers. The black veil on the hat covered her overly beautiful face and clear blue eyes, revealing only a pair of fiery red lips. Her slender fingers were hidden in her gloves, and her waist was slender. She looked like the nameless woman walking out of an oil painting. Hannibal took a deep breath, and the air seemed to have a wonderful smell. Miss Green's perfume was just right, and her light movements and body made her look like a charming dahlia. Then I'll go first. I look forward to seeing you next time, Doctor. Miss Green dragged her voice with a bit of arrogance, and extended her hand to signal Hannibal. Dr. Lecter understood, and gently took Miss Green's hand, placed it on his lips and kissed it. See you next time, Miss Green. The doctor's slightly hoarse voice was just right for ambiguity. Miss Green's red lips curled into a smile, and she turned and left the psychological consultation room. Hannibal stood by the window and watched his charming guest slowly leave in high heels. Miss Green, who had already opened the car door and was about to get in, suddenly turned around, as if she had thought of something. She put her two fingers together and lightly rubbed them on her lips, and gave a kiss to the psychiatrist, who was still watching her go out from the window. Welcome back, Miss Green. It seems that you and Dr. Lecter are getting along well. Alfred, who was in charge of the driver, nodded to the girl in the passenger seat and started the car. The girl, who had been so elegant just now, rudely pulled off her hat and threw it aside, and also pulled out her long hair. He complained to Alfred in a low voice, "It's all Stephanie and Barbara's fault for only watching the fun." Chapter 81. Tim happens to be in Maryland, and he also suspects Dr. Lecter. Jason put down his phone. Now that there is a suspect, the only thing left is to use legal means to get him to confess. But Hannibal Lecter is obviously a top murderer, and he must have erased the evidence long ago. Fortunately, New Jersey and Maryland are not far apart. A few hours later, Tim quietly appeared in the Lux bar with Will. He needed to let Will, who had already collapsed mentally, see with his own eyes that he was definitely not a cannibal. Will was pale and terrified, and he was completely different from the FBI agent who calmly investigated the case in Gotham. He bit his thumb hard and looked at the transparent soul in front of him with unbelievable eyes. Sunny also looked at the man in front of her, carefully recalling the night she was killed. No, that man is taller. I can feel that he is a head taller than me. He was wearing a suit, and I felt the fabric. He is definitely not someone as unkempt as you, Sunny said with certainty. The murderer seemed very relaxed when he held her jaw from behind. If it was Will, the angle would be wrong. Besides, Will always wears plaid shirts and casual pants, which makes him look even more boyish than a small town boy. Will felt that the huge rock that had been pressing on his heart seemed to loosen a little, but he still didn't dare to make a conclusion. Maybe, maybe not. You didn't see the murderer, Will whispered. I believe it wasn't you, Will. Tim held Will's hand. You don't trust yourself, but you have to trust me. Tim, maybe you misjudged me too. Will didn't dare to look at Tim's face at all. He was afraid that he was really a psychopath, but Tim didn't see through his true face because of the filter of his lover. Will, Tim reached out and gently hugged Will. He also felt sad for Will because Will doubted himself. I don't believe you are a cannibal. This is the conclusion I got from my calm and objective analysis. Putting aside rationality, I can see the real and kind you, and this is precisely because I love you. So there will be no prejudice, because they are lovers. Will finally agreed to meet Tim's blue eyes. I don't know. However, before Will finished speaking, he was kissed back by Tim. Will closed his eyes. The two people who have been tortured in recent times have obviously forgotten the scene they are in, and kissed passionately in Lux. Sunny, Jason and Mori Oge. Lucifer blinked and looked very focused. Jason looked at Mori Oge, who was not even as high as his chest, with a sad look on his face. He couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and poke Batman frantically, just like a department leader who cares about employees' KPIs at the end of the year. That's enough, Red. Jason signaled the two to stop and not forget the main business. Don't stick to Will's mouth like a kissing fish. Hurry up and find evidence. Will pushed Tim away with a red face. Tim licked his lips, showing a satisfied expression. Sorry, Will and I can't help ourselves. Red Robin's expression did not show any apology. He reached out and gently wiped away the wet marks on Will's lips. Will coughed shamefully. He was really not used to making intimate actions under the watch of others. He was upset just now, and his mind was even more unable to think because of Tim's kiss. If you have this time, you might as well continue to investigate Hannibal. Jason didn't want to see his brother showing off in front of him. Don't forget that Mr. Graham is still wanted. Is this the sour fox who can't eat grapes in the legend? Lucifer asked without any expression. Jason. Tim burst out laughing. However, after solving Will's problem, he still had a more curious question. Mr. Lucifer, I'm more curious about your identity. I heard that you have been living in Los Angeles before. The more curious question is how Lucifer got together with Jason and his wife, and he seemed very friendly. The bar owner was dismissive of Bruce's money offensive and Batman's tracking investigation. My identity? Lucifer smiled. He felt that his only identity now was the owner of Lux. As you can see, I'm the owner of this bar. Such an answer seemed to Tim to be a complete lie. I wonder what Mr. Lucifer is doing in Gotham? Tim pretended not to care, and then showed gratitude. You have helped me so much. Maybe I have the honor to be your guide during your visit to Gotham? Hearing this, Lucifer showed an interested smile. He really wanted to go somewhere to play. Really? Then can you take me to the Batcave to have a look? Tim? Question mark? You're kidding. The Batcave is Batman's territory. None of us knows where that freak in tights sleeps every day. Tim's expression remained unchanged, but his doubts were about to break through the sky. Jason and Maria Gay were no longer surprised. The Lord of Hell must know everything. The devil is so unreasonable. You know it, Red Robin. Lucifer looked at Tim with disdain. He hated people lying the most. Doesn't Batman sleep in Wayne Manor every day? Your bedrooms are not far away. Will, who knew nothing about the Bat family and thought Tim was just a rich second generation? Question mark? Will's various analysis and plans for Hannibal were immediately thrown out of the window. He took a few seconds to understand the meaning of Lucifer's words, and then stared at his lover beside him with wide eyes. Are you Red Robin? Will and Tim's relationship has not been confirmed for a long time. Tim has been hesitating about how to tell Will about his night career recently. After all, this matter concerns the identity of everyone in the Bat family. It's not that he doesn't believe Will, but he just doesn't know how to start. As a result, he was exposed by Lucifer unexpectedly. Listen to me, Will, I can explain this. Tim believed that Will would not object. He just needed some time to accept it. So, you come back at the early morning every day, just to be a vigilante in Gotham? Will didn't know what to say. Last month he suspected that Tim had someone outside. After all, which normal lover would sneak into the house at 2 or 3 in the morning? Will felt a little stressed. Tim had so many identities, and he felt that each of them was a huge challenge to his social phobia. It was suffocating to think about it. Yes, Tim said. I'm sorry I lied to you. Tim kept telling Will that he was too busy at work and Bruce wouldn't let him go. That's what men say, a liar. Lucifer looked at Will, who was comforted by his few words, and said, humans are really good at making excuses for themselves. Demons are not the source of people lying, and you always attribute human lies to the temptation of the devil. Will, who had just been comforted. Tim squinted at Lucifer fiercely, and then showed Will a pitiful look. I will tell you everything from beginning to end after I go home. I told you before, but you always thought I was joking. He didn't mention that he whispered in someone's ear when someone was too tired to move, and the person thought that his lover wanted to play some strange play. Will couldn't help but push the sticky Red Robin away a little. Don't think he can't see that Tim is just changing the subject. Forget it, let's settle the account when we get home. The others present quickly judged from Lucifer's words that Lucifer hated others lying, and that he never lied. It seems that what he said about falling in love with Mori Gay's soul should be true, and Jason felt a little heavy. Lucifer waved his hand nonchalantly and let Sonny go. He turned around and looked at Tim curiously. Can't you really take me to visit the Batcave? I heard from Constantine that this is a popular tourist attraction in Gotham. What the hell? Popular attractions in Gotham? Constantine didn't even think about his lies, and Lucifer didn't see through it. Hell detective should change his name to the Rogue Liar. Jason and Mori Gay complained, while quickly connecting the dots in their minds. Constantine showed an unusual interest in Mori Gay when he first met him. They still haven't figured out where this interest came from, but now Lucifer has shown the same interest. Not to mention that the two of them know each other and have both lived in Los Angeles for a long time. It is estimated that Constantine leaked the news about Morioge to Lucifer. So they both took a fancy to Morioge's soul? What's so special about his soul? Could it be because of the other world? No, there are too many souls in the other world. Why didn't Lucifer take a fancy to the small animals? Jason lowered his eyes and tried to think of a countermeasure. No matter what Lucifer and Constantine's purpose was, he would not let Rintero be taken away. Perhaps he should go see the gatekeeper of the big cast again. Tim shuddered at Lucifer's Gotham's popular attractions. If Batman knew that the Batcave in Constantine's eyes was a tourist attraction, he would probably be furious. Tim looked at Lucifer's excited expression and couldn't help asking, what if we don't agree? Then I'll go secretly tonight. Anyway, you won't know if I go, Lucifer said as a matter of course. He suddenly had this idea when he saw Ed Robin today. The Batcave that all Gotham is curious about. He also wants to go in and take a look. Tim took a breath of cold air at Lucifer's self-righteousness and shamelessness. Then he reflected that it seemed that Lucifer must go to the Batcave. The question is he really just going to visit it? Or does he have other purposes? Forget it. Let Batman judge this matter. Batman felt his vest was shaky after hearing the news. Lucifer was so outspoken. Would he really not make everyone's identity public one day according to the principle of never lying? Lucifer entered the Batcave openly and nodded to Batman, the owner of the popular tourist attraction. He said that Lucifer always gets what he wants. Bruce finally agreed to Lucifer's request to visit. He also wanted to see what this guy wanted to do. Being broken into when you know it and being robbed when you don't know it are two completely different concepts. Lucifer, tell me your purpose. Even facing the Lord of Hell, Batman would not be polite. Don't be so serious, Batman. Lucifer shook his head and continued to wander around the Batcave with the pizza ordered by Alfred in his mouth. Alfu looked at Jason with disapproval as he also picked up a piece and handed it to Morioge, saying, there are handmade healthy foods, but some people insist on eating this greasy cheese bread. Some people are unaware. He looked at Bruce and continued, I just found the person I wanted, right, Rintero. If you are willing to come with me, I will take you away from the dark Gotham immediately. Batman narrowed his eyes. Jason used his body to block Morioge behind him. Just when everyone's attention was focused on Lucifer, a strange wave suddenly occurred in the depths of the Batcave. Lucifer raised his head thoughtfully. Morioge was holding the pizza handed to him by Jason, with red ketchup on the corners of his mouth. He stared at a huge white fluttering moth rushing towards him in amazement. I'm going to eat you. You're dead. It was the meditation mite that had successfully emerged. Morioge looked at the ugly big moth and was about to summon Alice-chan, but Lucifer suddenly appeared beside him. The meditation mite with huge energy collided with the magic in Lucifer's hand, and Morioge was blinded. In the chaos, he felt something enter his mind. At this moment, Nakajima Atsushi's scream suddenly came to his mind. Don't touch me. Go away. Then, the scene of the Batcave twisted and turned in front of his eyes, and the last thing he saw was Jason's panicked face. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82. The sky was gloomy, but there were no dark clouds. Everything seemed to be frozen. The whole world seemed to be dyed into a strange black and white cartoon with uneven ink, making it almost impossible to distinguish between day and night. A strange smell of burning and rotting food floated in the air, and there was a dead silence everywhere. Occasionally, one or two tattered newspapers blew past the window, as if the streets here had not been cleaned for a long time. This shouldn't be. This is the scene that Morioge saw when he woke up. The familiar Ferris wheel and seaside scenery outside the window made him a little excited, but the completely different gloomy atmosphere made him terrified. This is Yokohama. He is back in Yokohama. But why is Yokohama like this? Morioge suddenly thought of his memories in the Flashpoint world. Could it be that? He widened his eyes and his breathing became rapid. Lucifer was sitting on the bed, and at this time, little Morioge was half held in Lucifer's arms, with his head resting on the devil's chest. This room was also dilapidated, with dust everywhere, like a house that had been vacant for a long time. The smell of dust and decay made Morioge want to cough. What on earth was going on? Morioge tried to sit up while thinking, but he found that he had no strength in his body. "Are you okay, Rintaro?" Lucifer touched his nose a little embarrassedly and reached out to help the child sit against the head of the bed. This time it was his fault. He was so close to the soul of the defenseless Rintaro that he couldn't help but touch it. He also pinched the little thing hidden in Rintaro's soul. It felt good. Now the little thing is sitting on the side crying. "Tell me, what did you do?" Morioge looked at Lucifer expressionlessly. He knew that this guy couldn't stay still all the time. When the meditation might rushed towards him, he felt a strange energy entering his mind, or soul. It must be Lucifer who was playing tricks. No wonder his head is dizzy now, as if someone was stirring it again and again. Not only was he dizzy and in pain, but he also wanted to vomit. These soul-playing guys are really not particular at all, just casually touching other people's souls. "I just thought that shiny thing in your soul was very beautiful, so I gently pinched it. I swear, just once." Lucifer used his thumb and index finger to point a little distance in front of Morioge's eyes, trying to show that he really didn't use any force. But at that time he forgot about the meditation mites and the magic in his hand. The impact of the two energies was too great, and he accidentally crushed the little thing in Morioge's soul. The little thing that was almost crushed was standing on the other side of the bed with a look of grief and anger, trying to stay away from the pervert. Morioge recognized that this was Nakajima Atsushi, who had a bounty of 7 billion at the time, and was also the contact person of the book who logged into his account in Gotham from time to time. Nakajima Atsushi looked at Morioge worriedly. Through the energy protection of the book, he could live in Morioge's soul, but he didn't dare to move around at all, and always tried to be a small system that obeyed the law. And it will remain in standby mode most of the time, to reduce the energy loss of the book, and try to avoid disturbing Morioge. As a result, Nakajima Atsushi had no idea that he would suddenly feel someone pinching his butt while he was sleeping soundly. Although he was just a soul or a consciousness, he could feel where his butt was. The dirty hand scared him so much that he couldn't help but run wildly in Mr. Mori's soul while screaming perverted, although he seemed to be a little too radical. But he had never been touched on the butt before, and it was pinched again and again. In the end, he was pinched silly. Then, Nakajima Atsushi suddenly felt an extra influx of energy, which made the book associated with him a little overwhelmed. The result was that Lucifer accidentally opened the door to the Yokohama world. Yes, they are now in Yokohama. But it is not the Yokohama where he and Mr. Mori used to live. After Mr. Mori went to the other world, in order to ensure that the Yokohama world would not be destroyed immediately, Mr. Atsuji borrowed the power of the book to put the whole world into a loop. Just like a Mobius strip, after Morioge's soul disappears from this world, everything in Yokohama will rewind and people will live a repetitive plot without knowing it, day after day. When the timeline approaches the moment when Morioge left, the world will return to the starting point again and play out the same plot. Only a few people with special abilities can feel the difference, and these people are all favored by the whole world. However, if Morioge returns to the world that is infinitely looped, it means that there will be two Morioge in the same time and space, which will produce a serious paradox. In the end, it will inevitably lead to the direct break of the Mobius strip that Yukito Atsuji has worked hard to build, and the time sequence will return to the day when Morioge left. Then 24 hours later, Kagoku Natsuhiko, who has fallen off the cliff and died in the duel with Yukito Atsuji, but has become a demon, will attract the evil spirits through falling with objects, and he himself becomes a part of the demons, sinking to the bottom of the sea to Lovecraft, who is in a deep sleep, to lose his mind. This guy who has already surpassed the category of psychics will completely believe that he is the old ruler from ancient times under Kagoku Natsuhiko's ability to confuse people's hearts. Lovecraft's power plus the ability of the monsters to confuse people's hearts will eventually destroy the world. Everyone including psychics, will lose their minds and be dominated by fear and malice. They will think they have seen the truth of the world. Some people will be unable to move because of palpitations, while others will begin to release their inner bloodthirsty desires. Hell has come to the world. This is a cleansing plan that Kaigoku Natsuhiko has prepared for a long time. He believes that human beings themselves are the carriers of evil, and the rampant demons are the true face of the world. Therefore, he wants to let the world return to the truth and let everyone show their real side. Kaigoku Natsuhiko believes that this is noble, just like God sent down a flood to wash away all sins, and those who finally survived the test are the real people, and he is the self-proclaimed god of destiny. He wants to become a flood to make the real human beings appear. Yukito Atsuji discovered this in his duel with Natsuhiko Kaigoku, but when he realized everything, it was too late. Natsuhiko Kaigoku's ritual to become a demon had succeeded. The only thing that can save Yokohama is the book. At first, Atsushi Nakajima didn't know this. It was only after Mr. Atsuji found him one day that he knew all this. But he couldn't say it out loud. Lovecraft, who has become a demon and an old one, does have the ability to dominate the world. Once they mention their names casually, they will be heard by this old god. Within the scope of the old ones, he is omniscient and omnipotent. As the person who is most closely connected with the book, he and Mr. Atsuji finally found this book that can change the fate of the world, and only the power of the book can resist the old ones for a short time. Finally, Atsushi Nakajima acted as an intermediary to lead Mr. Mori to another world. Morioge is an important character in the whole world and is also favored by the world. The most important thing is that he has an ability that is almost exactly the same as that of humans. Alice's independent consciousness will affect Morioge and make him less easily controlled by fear. He is the most suitable savior. If the plan succeeds, the Yokohama world will get enough power through the other world and finally reverse the world line and get everything back on track. Although Nakajima Atsushi didn't know why Yokohama would gain power by helping Gotham, he believed that Mr. Atsuji would not lie to him about this. Unfortunately, neither he nor Mr. Atsuji could go to Gotham in person. He was the medium of the book. If he left, Mr. Atsuji would not be able to communicate with the book. As for Mr. Atsuji, Nakajima Atsushi's eyes dimmed for a moment. When he saw Mr. Atsuji, the other party was already dead. What was left was just a trace of consciousness like Kaigoku Natsuhiko, or soul. The demon transformed by Kaigoku Natsuhiko attacked Mr. Atsuji. Before Mr. Atsuji died, he found evidence, so under the effect of the special power singularity, Atsuji Yukito also turned into a soul state similar to Kaigoku Natsuhiko. This is the reason why the two of them can exist transcendentally in the Mobius loop. He has the protection of the book, and Mr. Atsuji is no longer a human being. But Mr. Mori cannot exist in that circular Yokohama world. However, the passage of the book has been opened, and Morioge is inevitably attracted by the passage, destined to return to the Yokohama world. With no other options, Mr. Atsuji asked him to send Morioge to the derivative world in the book through the book, a derivative world where almost everyone has died, and is completely irreversible. Mr. Atsuji said that we can stay here for a while, and when he finds a way to open the passage of the book again, he can send us back to Gotham. Now the energy is not enough, and without additional supplements, the passage of the book is difficult to open. Of course, Mr. Atsuji also suggested that we think of a way ourselves. Nakajima Atsushi has been pinched out by Lucifer's rough method, and now he is standing next to Morioge with a frustrated face. He returned to the Yokohama world and regained his physical body. Even in the derivative world, Nakajima Atsushi felt that he had a vague connection with the book and the original world, which should be the key to their return. But he didn't know how to go back. Thinking of this, Nakajima Atsushi sighed again. Just like Mr. Mori said, he is really useless. Even if he can connect with books, there is still little he can do. Morioge understood what Nakajima Atsushi meant, and glared at Lucifer, who was causing trouble. Lucifer turned his head away, not daring to look at the eyes of his unilaterally recognized son. However, even if there is no shiny decoration in his soul, Morioge's soul is still very beautiful and sparkling. Of course, the little things he pinched on the side are also very beautiful. Is this the charm of buy one get one free? It's a great deal. Lucifer weighed it in his heart and was immediately very excited. He thought he could have a beautiful soul, but now this beautiful soul can be split into two. This is also great. The most important thing is that there is no God in the world they have come to now. Lucifer's biggest dream has always been to get rid of God's control. He knows that from the time he rebelled in heaven until he decided to cut off his wings and leave hell, everything was controlled by God, and he has never escaped his father's control. Lucifer's goal is to create a new world ruled by him and without God. But now he finds that this world already exists, and he just needs to occupy it. This is the new world without God, and he can make this world his own. It doesn't matter if I can't go back, Rintaro. I think this place is also very good. It is very suitable for my father and son to live. Lucifer's eyes are full of excitement. I can become the new god here. Do you want to be an angel? I can make you an omnipotent existence, including the little tiger next to him. Their souls are protected, and they are very suitable to be angels. Although Morioge himself and Nakajima Atsushi seem to be unaware of this, the knowledgeable Lucifer certainly knows that this is the protection from the city's will. Some cities will slowly form their own will. They are ever changing and have no entity, but they can be transformed into any entity. Some wills will even gradually have human personality, but there are very few cities that can form autonomous consciousness. As far as Lucifer knows, there is only Los Angeles at present. The person who is most familiar with the city will of Los Angeles should be Constantine. Lucifer recalled carefully, and he remembered that the city will of Los Angeles had slept with Constantine. After all, only Constantine could tolerate his bed partner turning into a beautiful girl with curvy figure and a strong man with chest hair. The city will where Morioge and Nakajima Atsushi originally lived was protecting the two, otherwise they would not have been able to pass through the world barrier unscathed. It's just that the city will that was connected to them didn't seem to be here. There were some marks on the little tiger, presumably he had been communicating with the city will. Lucifer looked at Nakajima Atsushi's equally shining soul and nodded with satisfaction. Morioge was also a person who was protected by the city will, and this protection was getting stronger and stronger, and it came from two different cities. I'm not interested in becoming an angel, Lucifer. Morioge looked at the two people who were depressed and happy coldly, and stretched out his hand to rub his aching temple. He now needs to find a way to go back, instead of staying here and becoming a shitty angel with a mentally retarded demon and a tiger who knows nothing. Angel Morioge, are you kidding me? A smiling face suddenly appeared in Morioge's mind. There were a pair of green eyes on that face. When angry, the color would become darker, like a deep pool, and when happy, the color would become lighter, as transparent as an emerald. After the Flashpoint world, he thought about a question that was very important to him and Jason. He had decided to say goodbye to Jason properly after finishing the 3-minute concept of Gotham. He would put an end to their relationship, and then he would leave. Morioge closed his eyes, went through the book, Nakajima Atsushi, and Lucifer from beginning to end in his mind, and finally said with a severe headache, let's find the book of this world first. Without the book, you can't go back. Nakajima Atsushi suddenly realized, so Mr. Atsuji asked them to find a way themselves. Is this what he meant? But none of us knows where the book of this world is. Nakajima Atsushi frowned in embarrassment. The person who is connected to the book of this world should be me in this world. But this place is desolate and uninhabited. If there are still people with special abilities in this world, this place will definitely not be like this. If you don't know, go find it. Staying in the same place is not the best solution. Morioge was very calm. Let's go to the Port Mafia site first. Another world. Jason stood on the street blankly. The tall and strong foreign youth in casual clothes stood out in the crowd, causing passers-by to take a few more glances, and a little girl screamed and took her phone to take pictures. So handsome. Do you want to ask for his contact information? But he looks a bit fierce. Will he really not be scolded? But I really want to meet him. It was Japanese, Jason thought. The customs here are the same as the Japan he knows. But the question is, how did he suddenly come to Japan from the Batcave? The technology and architecture here seem to be more backward, and Jason immediately determined that this is not his time and space. But Jason had a vague hunch in his heart that this might be the world where Intero once lived. He only remembered that Intero was surrounded by a large piece of white light created by Lucifer and the meditation might, and the whole person was looming in the white light. He reached out in panic and tried to hold Rintaro, and at the same time, summoned the blade of the great cast from his body, but suddenly everything went black in front of him, and he was standing on the street in a foreign country. So where is Rintaro? Panic flashed in Jason's eyes. He clearly remembered that he held his lover's hand. Don't be dazed, follow me. Jason suddenly heard a strange voice appear in his ears, and then a translucent figure appeared in front of him. This person was wearing a brown short windbreaker, and the collar of his shirt was slightly open, revealing pale skin and slender neck. In his hand with black leather gloves, he held a slender pipe, but it was not lit, and in his arms was a red skirt doll with only one eye. Who are you? Jason asked. The pedestrians passing by looked at the young man who seemed to be talking to the air in surprise, and then avoided him from a distance. Everyone knew what was hidden in Jason's bulging lower back. People who live in Yokohama know that they must never meddle in other people's business. Are you sure you want to stay here and be watched like a monkey? The young man holding the doll chuckled from his throat and gently put the pipe to his lips. Don't you want to find your Intero? Jason's eyes became a little dangerous, and the blade of the big cast was also stirring in his body. He hated it most when someone used Lintero to threaten him. Chapter 83. The dilapidated buildings, the dark sky, the deserted streets and the occasional broken limbs. All these elements add up to a picture of the end of the world. A boy named Mori riding a tiger suddenly appears on the streets of the end of the world. To be more precise, Mori is lying on the tiger. The stubborn leader, who is weak all over, firmly refuses Lucifer's hug, so Nakajima volunteers to turn into a big tiger and take Mori to find clues about the book. Although the process of each world is different, the 5 buildings of Port Mafia still exist here. Mori wants to find clues. If he is still the leader of Port Mafia in this world, then he can't do nothing. Lucifer, who doesn't care about anything, stares at the furry Nakajima with shining eyes. It looks like it feels pretty good. I really want to touch its big tail. The Lord of Hell stretches out his eager hand. He is ready to adopt Mori cub. Should he prepare a pet for the cub? The big tiger is very suitable. Lucifer thought about it. How should he pack this big tiger back? Nakajima felt that all the hairs on his back suddenly stood up and saluted, as if some dangerous person was staring at him. The last time he felt this way was when a Cutagora suddenly stabbed him in the back. The big tiger raised his 120,000-degree vigilance and looked around, but unfortunately he only saw Lucifer with a silly smile on his face. Passing through the fishy wind, the 2 people and the tiger stopped below the landmark of Yokohama. The 5 most glamorous buildings in Yokohama now look dilapidated. Only one building still maintains its original height, and the remaining 4 seem to have been cut in half. The only surviving building seems to have been doused with a lot of sulfuric acid, and the entire building has been corroded for most of the time. All the steel structures are exposed on the surface, and the few remaining walls are also tattered. Along the way, there are bloodstains everywhere, and the smell of decay lingers for a long time. It seems that there is no one here anymore, Mr. Mori. Nakajima turned back into a human. He was silent for a long time, and when he spoke again, his voice was hoarse. They had never seen Yokohama like this. Mori looked at the place where his office used to be with a cold face. Lucifer, who was accustomed to death and decay, had no feelings, and he did not want to provide any help. This world was his surprise, and Lucifer was thinking about how to build his own kingdom here. TSK, it's a pity that there is no furry. The Lord of Hell, who seemed to be out for a trip, regretfully withdrew his hand that wanted to rub furry. Nakajima was in no mood to care about this guy who almost pulled his tail bald. They didn't know what this derivative world was like. However, according to Mr. Atsuji, this is a world that is hopeless. How could it be hopeless? Does it mean Mr. Daze, Mr. Anpo, Kyoka-chan, everyone is gone? If everyone is gone, where will the book be? Nakajima Atsushi felt a huge sense of powerlessness coming towards him. If even Mr. Daze and Mr. Anpo couldn't help, what could he do? Lucifer, confirm whether there is anyone here. Morioge ignored Nakajima Atsushi, who was still in a daze, and calmly gave orders to the Lord of Hell. Lucifer looked at Morioge happily. From the beginning, the two little cuties were unwilling to talk to him, so now they finally reconciled. There is indeed no one, not even the soul. Lucifer confirmed it carefully and said, "Can you feel where there is still a soul?" Morioge continued to ask, "I can try. But is there any reward?" Lucifer asked with a smile. "What reward do you want?" Morioge ignored Lucifer's smiling face. Of course, he knew that borrowing the power of the devil would inevitably require a price. Lucifer didn't think about this question carefully, he just asked casually. "But since Rintaro said so, it's a shame not to take advantage of it. If you die, your soul will belong to me, okay?" Lucifer really wanted this soul, and he had already started to think about what kind of room in hell would be more suitable for Rintaro to be put in. Such a small thing that requires almost no strength, but I have to pay with my soul. Morioge smiled softly. "It seems that my soul is too worthless, or are demons always so stingy? Who said that I can give whatever I want?" Lucifer's pupils dilated slightly. Is Rintaro acting like a spoiled child with him? "Give it, give it, give it, whatever you want." Morioge seemed to be angry, but his soul looked even more dazzling Lucifer to agree randomly. "Is that so? So you just want my soul? Shouldn't you show some sincerity?" Morioge thought it didn't matter. If he really wanted to sell his soul, he would certainly have to buy it for a good price. Lucifer thought about it and said, "Help you get rid of your enemies? No matter who they are." As the first person under God, Lucifer's promise is indeed quite important. He knew very well that an inexplicable outer god had come to their universe and was paying attention to it inappropriately. God seemed to be pleased with this. He didn't care at first. After all, human affairs had nothing to do with them. But he knew that it was Morioge's enemy. What if you can't solve it? Morioge now guessed what Constantine was up to. Constantine, who was experienced in dealing with mysterious creatures, might be the first one to notice the problem. The evil demon transformed by Kyogoku Natsuhiko was difficult to solve through human means. If Lucifer was willing to help, that would be the best. So Constantine used his soul from another world as bait. The method was very good. In order to protect the world, reasonable sacrifices were allowed, no matter who was sacrificed. Morioge, who was used as bait for the first time, thought of countless ways to kill Constantine. "If you can't solve it, our agreement will be invalid. How about it?" Lucifer said. "Humans pay the most attention to equal exchange, and he is willing to pay with his sincerity. Deal. Deal." Morioge was about to nod, but was suddenly grabbed by Nakajima Atsushi's arm. "If you need a soul, please accept mine." Nakajima Atsushi closed his eyes and stood in front of Morioge, saying loudly, You let Mr. Mori go. Mr. Mori has done so much for Yokohama. Is he going to lose his soul now? Absolutely not. Yours is not bad." Lucifer's eyes brightened. "Then give it all to me. What do you wish for? Tell me." "Only children make choices. Adults want everything." Nakajima Atsushi. He is indeed a greedy devil. He thought this man was here to help them. "Atsushi-kun, please move aside a little, blocking my sight." Morioge interrupted Nakajima Atsushi and said calmly, "I will try to live longer. What will happen after death? I will talk about it when I really die." Morioge was not very worried. He was dead. Could he still expect to go to heaven? Besides, he had so many enemies. As long as they were not all dead, Lucifer's promise would not be fulfilled. What can be defined as an enemy? It's up to him to decide. At some point, he and Lord Silverwolf were also enemies. Is Lucifer going to get rid of all the people who are against him in Yokohama and Gotham? Well, do it quickly, Lucifer. Morioge ordered bluntly. If you can't even do this little thing, there's no need to talk about other things. First, trick this demon who doesn't quite understand human rules into working for him honestly. Oh. Lucifer happily followed Morioge's instructions. "I'm very powerful, Rintaro, believe me." He didn't feel that he was a stupid donkey who was tempted by the carrot hanging in front of him. Another world. Name. Mori, Toyotaro. The guy who looked like a bad boy said expressionlessly. The Port Mafia recruitment office was bustling with people. You have a good physique, can you fight? The last name is Mori. Coincidence? I have been fighting since I was a child. Okay, you passed. Report over there. The dark-skinned young man who looked like a mixed-race child picked up the backpack on the ground and walked into the room. There were already several people in the room. All of them were tall and strong, and some of them had large tattoos on their arms. This was a room that made people want to call the police. The young man walked into the room. Everyone who was chatting stopped what they were doing and focused their eyes on him. The reason was simple. The young man who came in was too strong, and he made everyone around him look like little chickens. Hello. The originally lively discussion in the room was quiet for a few seconds, and then someone greeted him timidly. This person looked like he had the potential to be a big brother. Hello. The young man answered casually. His casual attitude revealed the demeanor of a big brother. Everyone was silent for a few seconds, and then continued to discuss the previous topic, as if nothing had happened. I heard that the higher-ups will come to select subordinates in person, and as long as you are chosen, you will have the opportunity to join the Black Lizard. Really? But we just joined the Port Mafia. How can such a good thing happen to us? How is it impossible? The Port Mafia just changed its boss, and is worried that there is no one available. Otherwise, why should I join now? I have an uncle who works in the cafeteria of the Port Mafia. He has a lot of information. But won't we be cannon fodder if we go in? What if we are just going to die? You have joined the Mafia. Are you still afraid of death? Ha 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 ha. The newcomer's remarks caused a burst of laughter. Then everyone quietly looked at the young man on the side, and they all repeatedly weighed the other party's strength in their hearts. This guy looks like a good fighter. It is estimated that he can win the favor of the big shots with just a few tricks. The young man who was secretly compared by everyone, Jason, now named Mori Toyotaro, still had no expression on his disguised face. Suddenly, there was a sound of kicking and stomping at the door, as if someone was dragging his feet forward listlessly. The tall boy, about 14 or 15 years old, exuded a sense of indifference and irritability. He had a bandage on his right eye and was wearing a heavy, ill-fitting black coat. Does the Mafia here even employ minors? Jason frowned. The boy staggered against the door and pointed at a few people listlessly, as if he was drunk. You, and you. Finally, the slender finger came to Jason's direction again. And you, this guy who can crush everyone here, follow me. Then, without waiting for everyone to react, he turned around and left in the same manner as when he came. Jason was the first to react and followed him. Let me make it clear first, I hate people asking why the most. Do what I say. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone looked at each other. No one knew who this boy was, but the guy who could come to the Port Mafia to pick people at will must be a core figure in the organization. Jason mixed in the crowd and tried to reduce his presence. I'm Dazai Osamu. The boy's tone was filled with despair. Take your guns and follow me obediently. It doesn't matter if you can't shoot, just pretend. Do you understand? Jason blinked in surprise. So Dazai Osamu was like this? He was completely different from the guy in Wayne Manor who only knew how to eat and sleep, or eat and sleep with mouse. TSK. It turns out that Rintaro likes to hire child laborers just like Batman. Then he saw with his own eyes the recruitment site of another child laborer of the Port Mafia. Chapter 84. Generally speaking, Port Mafia will have many background characters, and they have a unified name, called the Big Man in Black. These people usually need to be responsible for guarding the gate for the boss, holding guns and following the cadres, driving for the leaders in the company, and creating atmosphere during fights, etc. In short, they have many functions. They don't need to have very good skills and accurate shooting skills. They just need to show a fierce or scared expression at the right time to highlight the power of the superpowers, or create a background environment of gunfire and rain of bullets in armed conflicts to set off the thrilling atmosphere of the battle. These people wear black suits regardless of winter or summer, and use black sunglasses to cover their eyes regardless of day or night. In addition, they have a uniform laborer form style short hair. When they appear, it can be guaranteed that everyone is a work produced on the assembly line without care, and they are the kind that even their own mothers would not recognize. But recently, a XXXL-sized strongman appeared in this group of background boards, which is almost 1.5 times the size of the surrounding strongmen. This difference caused everyone's appearance rate to be uneven instantly. Just like when they were in class, teachers always liked to pick out the student whose name was different from the others from the class roster. You, yes, I'm talking about you. Daze jumped down from the stone like a child and picked Jason out from the background with his eyes. He just squatted on the stone and scolded the betrayed Sheep King, making it hard to tell whether the unfortunate Nakahara Chuaya was fainted by him or because of the rat poison. Daze was very happy to pretend to be cool, and he happily gave himself a thumbs up, especially when he saw the unwilling look on Nakahara Chuaya's face. It looks like he is about to get a dog. It's a pity that his feet are numb from squatting. TSK, I have to change my posture next time, but I must not be discovered by the Dark Dwarf. Take this guy back, Mr. Mori wants to see him. Daze Osamu stood there and stretched his ankles, yawned and said to Jason, "This is the boss's new treasure, please handle it with care." Jason. He knew it. Rentero, you hired child laborer. Forget it. He himself was once a child laborer hired by a bad adult, and he knew too well what kind of attraction people like Rentero or Bruce had to confuse teenagers. Jason, who was pointed out of the team, restrained his eyes from looking at Daze Osamu and gently carried Nakahara Chuaya on his back. It's too miserable, Chuaya-kun, no wonder you and Daze-kun are like enemies. No, you are enemies. He looked up at the sky and suddenly felt that his painting style was incompatible with Yokohama. Today is the 30th day since Jason joined the Port Mafia. Jason stood in the dormitory of the Port Mafia and drew a line on the calendar on the wall. To be honest, he didn't quite understand what Ayatsuji Yukato meant when he said his mission was completed. Although he already knew that what was going on in this world had happened before, he still couldn't help wanting to see the former Rentero with his own eyes. Ayatsuji Yukato said that his fate with Morioge was a cycle, and now the closed loop was finally tight. Jason lay on the narrow single bed and recalled the scene of that day again in his mind. Ayatsuji Yukato actually expected him to appear a long time ago and deliberately waited at that intersection. Although you see me for the first time, I still have to say that I have been looking forward to this moment for a long time. The illusory detective held a book in his hand, and his expression was as proud as a big cat. Jason was very curious about why Ayatsuji Yukato had been looking forward to him for a long time. However, the detective's words made him even more confused. In theory, traveling through time and space to change the past is a paradox. Ayatsuji Yukato ignored Jason's puzzled eyes and just continued to talk to himself. He didn't have much time left to stay in this space, so it was better to clarify some issues as soon as possible. If you travel back to the past and change something that you regret, it means that this thing will never happen, and you will not feel regret for it, and thus you will not travel back to the past. Ayatsuji Yukato continued to chatter in the air. Everything that happened here now is actually a conclusion. Even if it happens again, it will still be the same trajectory, but your arrival has broken this possibility. The world line has been derailed and slid in another direction. Ayatsuji Yukato looked at Jason and the energy that did not belong to this world floating out of him and continued, in this way, the world will return to normal. Jason frowned and listened to this man's confusing words for a long time and finally barely understood what he meant. Everything in this world has fallen into a cycle. If it is not broken, it will be like a TV series. After the last episode is played, it will return to the first episode and start again. All the actors are the same, and all the plots are the same. But no one knows what happened. They just experience this period again in a very real and inescapable way. People who know the plot cannot change it, and people who can change it never appear. Ayatsuji Yukato is always waiting for such a person. You are protected by the will of the city. Ayatsuji Yukato said, you protect Gotham with the help of Morioge, and the free will generated in Gotham is also protecting you, and Morioge in turn. After that, Ayatsuji Yukato casually threw the book in his hand to Jason and said, Gotham City will begin to awaken when Batman appeared, and gradually became stronger when you became the boss of the Glory Company. The safer you make the city, the greater power it will have to protect its people. What does this have to do with Yokohama? Jason asked. You have the will of Yokohama in your hand, which has not yet taken shape. Ayatsuji Yukato said. According to the rules, he will send Morioge to Gotham in the future so that you and Morioge can meet. Ayatsuji Yukato said, but Yokohama's consciousness can awaken, because you came here, and the power of Gotham in you affected it. You can understand it as friendly cities? You and Morioge, Yokohama and Gotham. Isn't this paradox very interesting? Ayatsuji Yukato said with a smile. It's like a Mobius strip that can never find its end. Morioge was sent to Gotham by Shu, met Jason, and established the Glory Society, and Gotham's will became stronger because of the establishment of the Glory Society. Jason came to the Yokohama world trapped in a cycle by mistake, and the protection from Gotham on him, in turn stimulated Yokohama's awakening. When Yokohama's will appears, it will send Morioge away from Yokohama, and go to Gotham in the future. It sounds like a perpetual motion machine. Jason smiled. He didn't expect that the fate between him and Morioge started like this. Later, the two didn't say anything else. Ayatsuji Yukato told him that he would leave naturally when he should leave. Although he was worried about Rintero's safety, all Jason could do now was just wait. So he decided to cover up a little and then join the Port Mafia so that at least he could see Rintero's current situation with his own eyes. Mr. Mori Toyotaro, who was tall, strong and had a clean background, received jealous congratulations from his peers today. He got a promotion. He was promoted to a driver who picked up the boss to and from get off work. Then he received the first real message from Rintero. Jason clicked on the collection with some emotion. This was the first message that Rintero took the initiative to send him. I don't know if I can take this phone back to Gotham. Totaro-kun, right? Morioge quietly appeared at the back door of the Port Mafia, wearing a white coat, and there was no aura of the newly appointed Yakuza boss. Take me to the mall. Jason's eyes hidden behind the sunglasses were dazed for a moment by Rentero's familiar outfit, and then he drew a long row of ellipsis marks in his mind. Recently, with the addition of Chuan Nakahara, the strength of the Port Mafia fighting faction has reached a new level, and Morioge has been very proud of himself. What do ordinary people do when they are happy? Eat, drink and shop. What does the ultimate Alice fan Morioge do? Change Alice's clothes like crazy. Recently, Morioge's schedule includes taking Alice to the mall every day. So, Rintero, no wonder there are always people on the Port Mafia forum who say you are a pervert. Don't you really want to reflect on yourself? Or let him join? Jason, who was also addicted to the dress-up game, felt that he was also a little itchy. What did Toyotaro-kun do before? Morioge sat in the back seat, and Alice leaned against him tightly. This person was the driver he personally designated. There was no other reason, but Morioge had a strange intuition. He found that, when he saw this person, he would subconsciously trust the other person. This made Morioge suspect that this guy named Mori Toyotaro was actually a hidden psychic, and his psychic powers were probably similar to bringing each other's hearts closer, or I'm your good friend. Except for Alice, who could have his unconditional trust. Everyone else in the world would be on his guard. But this half-blood guy was an exception. He was so exceptional that Morioge could spot him from a crowd of black-clad men at a glance, and could accept this man approaching from behind. This was totally unlike him. Morioge rejected this feeling, and couldn't control himself. Fortunately, as the leader of the Port Mafia, he always had more reason than emotion. He decided to keep the other person, and see what force this guy came from and what he wanted to do. Vagrant? Jason observed Morioge's expression through the rearview mirror. He carefully recalled his recent behavior, exactly the same as the other black-clad men, a qualified toolman. Is there anything that deserves Lintero's special attention? It seems not. He hadn't done anything out of line, and after joining Port Mafia, he had only seen Rintero from a distance a few times, and he didn't even have the chance to appear in front of him. So, why did Rintero specifically designate him as his exclusive driver? Shouldn't this position, which concerns the leader's life safety, be given to someone who is trusted? He had only joined Port Mafia for a month. Jason carefully eliminated all possibilities in his mind. Excluding all the impossibilities, the final conclusion is, Rintaro fell in love with him at first sight. The leader wanted to have an affair with him. Jason, the boss of the Honorable Society, the wife of the leader of Port Mafia, was madly moved. Great, it must be like this. Jason couldn't help but recall their first meeting in Crime Alley. At that time, Rintaro seemed to be very friendly to him, just like now. Rintaro is not someone who is friendly to others casually. So, between the two of them, was Rintaro the first to fall in love? Jason tried hard to suppress the random upward arc at the corner of his mouth. Really, Rintaro, say it earlier. Go for it if you're moved. You don't look like a vagrant, Toyotaro-kun. Morioge looked at Jason, who suddenly smiled, and said in confusion, so, why did you join the Port Mafia? Think about this question before answering me. He didn't believe that this man was a vagrant. Jason thought, should he seize the opportunity to express his feelings and pursue Rintaro madly again? He didn't know if Rintaro would still remember when they returned to Gotham. Or should he be more reserved? Enjoy the pursuit from Rintaro? It's so difficult to choose. Because I have always admired you, boss. Damn, this boss made Jason's mind appear all kinds of messed up scenes. In each scene, he either called Rintaro boss or Rintaro called him boss in a charming voice. Jason threw these scenes that he swore to realize in the future out of his mind, and then continued to express his feelings in the most sincere tone. I joined for you, because you are here. This was absolutely sincere, without a trace of water. Morioge. I don't know why, but I feel a little happy. Damn it. Cunning guy. He actually uses his supernatural powers again. Ah, it's so hard to choose. Morioge showed a heartbroken expression in front of the rows of clothes in the dress shop. This feeling is really sinful. He held two small dresses in his hands. One was a pink princess style, and the other was a dark and gorgeous gothic style. Both are so suitable for the cute Alice. Giving up either one feels like a crime. Morioge showed a frustrated expression. Anyway, he couldn't choose. I don't want any of them. Annoying Rintaro. Alice was angry. Rintaro always acted like a spoiled child and said that his work was super tiring and he needed her comfort. Then he took her crazy shopping when she was soft-hearted. In the end, she was the one who was exhausted from changing clothes. And Rintaro, the terrible adult, was full of energy again like a fully charged mobile phone. Don't be like this, Alice-chan. Morioge put his hands together, bent down and looked at Alice. How about Alice-chan wear it again for me? Maybe I can choose it this way. The boss held a small skirt in each hand, completely ignoring the perverted looks from everyone around him. No way. Alice ran to the other side of the sofa and sat down, not wanting to pay any attention to Morioge, who was pretending to be pitiful. Alice-chan, even if she is angry, she is still the cutest little girl in the world. Morioge held his face and looked at Alice's back in ecstasy. Jason stood by and couldn't help laughing at Rintaro, who automatically fell into a state of letting himself go once he left his workstation. It was the same when he was in Koi company before. Rintaro was completely selfless when doing his work, and once he had free time to go out and fish, it was like a different person. Morioge turned his head when he heard the laughter. Toyotaro-kun, do you have any opinions? Morioge looked at Jason with a smile. Or do you find what I said funny? No, boss. Jason thought. I just think you are too cute. The tall young man coughed, and a more strange feeling emerged in his heart. The familiar person in front of him is his lover, and not yet his lover. Jason never thought that he could participate in Rintaro's past life in such a strange way. It's like a strange cycle between them. He gradually became the boss of the Glory Company under the witness of Morioge, and now he is watching Morioge slowly stabilize the precarious Port Mafia as a bystander. Last time he pursued Rintaro. Will Rintaro pursue him like this time? Maybe just rob him directly? Well, it seems pretty good. Then should he pretend to refuse? Or just agree to it directly? If he agrees directly, will Rintaro think that he is just interested in his power and status as the leader of the Port Mafia? Toyotaro-kun? Toyotaro-kun? Morioge looked at the guy who was laughing inexplicably again and couldn't help but doubt his own thoughts. This guy, no matter how you look at him, looks like a little fool. Was he really sent to get close to him? Why not buy both? Alice. Miss will look cute in either one. Jason finally came to his senses. He and Morioge held the same opinion. How to choose between different styles of cuteness. Of course, all of them. Morioge couldn't help but feel happy. He gave a thumbs up to Jason's noble aesthetic taste. But, it's a pity that I'm just a poor little doctor. Morioge sighed pretentiously. Jason, this sounds so familiar. Although I'm starting a business, the company is not developing well now. I always feel that it may go bankrupt at any time. Jason recalled that last time, Rentero used this reason to trick him into being a bodyguard for more than a month. Is he going to pretend to be fooled again this time? It seems that I can only let Alice down. I can't afford so much money right now. The doctor lowered his eyes in frustration, as if he was really in serious financial trouble. Jason sadly found that, even if it happened again, he would still be willing to be deceived. He almost couldn't control his hand to take out his wallet. Then he tried his best to stop him with the little reason he had left. After all, the money Jason had in his hand was all the advanced salary. He didn't have a penny when he came to Yokohama. Strictly speaking, all the money in his pocket was Rentero's money. With his current assets, he couldn't afford even a corner of these clothes. Morioge looked at the young man with a frustrated expression, as if he sincerely regretted not being able to buy both. The head of the Port Mafia, Mr. raised Mori Toyotero to a high alert position in his heart and slowly put a question mark. It's a pity that this man's acting skills don't go into the entertainment industry. Look at how sincerely he felt sorry for him just now. It's a pity that it's a bit too much. Morioge didn't believe that a new member who had just joined the Port Mafia would have such high loyalty to the organization or his boss. It was obvious that he was acting. And this guy's ability was too strong. Even though he knew it was an act, he still felt happy in his heart. If such an ability is used well, it will really have quite remarkable consequences. Toyotero-kun. Morioge weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Who would send such a precious psychic to deal with the Port Mafia? Want to influence him to influence the organization's decision? Morioge sneered, and at the same time, a secret and inexplicable anger rose in his heart, more towards the young man in front of him, as if this person should not lie to him. Then he forced himself to suppress the irritation in his heart. It seems that he was affected by this guy's strange ability again. Morioge tried to ignore the depressed mood in his heart that made him want to hit someone, and instead thought about how to lure people into the Port Mafia. He believed that there is no corner in the world that cannot be pried open, only a hoe that does not work hard. No matter what this person wants, he can always find a way to satisfy him. Chapter 85. Toyotero-kun, congratulations. The head of the Human Resources Department of Port Mafia shook hands with Jason and showed him an envious look. You are a promising young man. You have been appreciated by the boss so quickly. Please give me more advice in the future. Yes, Mr. Toyotero Mori has been promoted again. The eyes of the entire Human Resources Department of Port Mafia almost burned Jason through. None of them knew why this guy who just joined the company could be promoted so unreasonably. It can almost be regarded as the fastest promotion in Port Mafia in the past 10 years. Well, it seems not to be the fastest. The fastest promotion should be their boss, who went directly from a private doctor to a gang leader. Not only did he get promoted quickly, but he also crossed industries. So what is my position? Jason was confused. These people congratulated him crazily, but did not tell him the specific position. It's the boss's personal assistant, Mori-kun. The human resources lady who helped Jason with the formalities suddenly realized something. This person's last name is the same as their leader. The owl lady showed an expression of sudden realization. No wonder, maybe this Mr. Toyotero is a relative of the leader. But why didn't the leader say it at the beginning? Wasn't this person recruited by Port Mafia? Personal assistant? Is it a position similar to no one? Responsible for the leader's various schedules, conveying the leader's orders, and even contacting major cadres, and organizing important meetings. These tasks are the tasks that Ms. the No One of the Glory Society, needs to be responsible for on a daily basis. It can be said that this position is related to the orderly operation of the entire organization. Lintaro actually gave me such an important position. We have only known each other for a month. Jason's mouth corners were curled up wildly again, and his heart was warmed by Lintaro's smile. Ahem. Calm down, Jason. You are going to marry the leader in the future, and now it is just a position of personal assistant. Jason tried to maintain a serious look, and then set off fireworks in his heart. My Lintaro's heart is really all about me. He loves me so much. Calm down, Red Hood. He had to remind Lintaro that as a leader, he couldn't be so sentimental. How could he give such an important position to someone he didn't know well? However, Lintaro had only been the leader for a short time, and it wasn't a big deal if he made a small mistake. So, it was his turn to teach Lintaro now. Jason felt full of energy, and he wanted to run around the Port Mafia building with his bare chest for 100 laps, and then climb up the stairs and hug Lintaro for 100 minutes. He would definitely help Lintaro become a qualified leader. There would be absolutely no problem handing him the position of personal assistant, and he would definitely not let Lintaro down. Yes, personal assistant. Any personal matters of the boss need you to take care of them seriously. The owl lady looked at Jason's face and couldn't help asking curiously, although it's not appropriate to ask this question. Are you the leader's relative? Was it seen? Or did Lintaro reveal something? Has he already declared his sovereignty? Jason's mind flashed the scene of Lintaro giving tough orders. What would the boss say? Toyotaro is my man, or from now on, I will leave all my affairs to Toyotaro? I'm afraid that Rintaro will not say either. Jason, who could only imagine, sighed regretfully. In fact, if you calm down and think about it, Rintaro is not a person who is blinded by love. However, no matter why Rintaro asked him to be his personal assistant, he always has to protect his safety. Nothing. Jason replied. You denied it so quickly, Toyotaro-kun. The elusive Dazai squeezed in from the door, looked at this young man who impressed him deeply, and gently put his hand on his shoulder. After this period of understanding, Jason has roughly understood what Dazai was like when he was a child. Extremely intelligent extraordinary means, and at the same time, he has no bottom line, which is very suitable for the survival rules of the other world. I don't know what happened later that made him become another person, but the love of suicide has never changed. Jason suspects that every so-called superpower here is a projection of those literary masters in the other world. In this world with barren literature, the literary masters have gone to fight. No wonder when he was in Gotham, Rintaro was crazy about literary works from all over the world for a while. He must have been quite shocked at the time. Hey, do you want to consider working with me? Dazai stretched out his hand and pinched Jason's muscular arm. To be honest, he was also very curious about the relationship between this Mori Toyotaro and Mr. Mori. The same surname, inexplicable promotion. Dazai was very sure that Morioge didn't know this person before, and he was not a relative of Morioge either. Mr. Mori, like him, had no so-called relatives a long time ago. Dazai. Sir, I'm the leader's man. Jason was really not used to the overly hierarchical honorifics of the Port Mafia, and he almost bit his tongue. Oh, you're already the leader's man? You're really loyal. Dazai rarely became curious. Where did this guy come from? It doesn't seem like an undercover, but the loyalty he showed to Mr. Mori is a bit outrageous. Dazai rolled his eyes and said, what's the difference between working with me and working with Mr. Mori? You are more suitable for the fighting faction. Don't you want to become an executive sooner? The muscles on his arms are not for show. Dazai is sure that this man has good fighting skills. I'll listen to the leader's orders. If the leader asks me to be an executive, I will certainly be willing. Jason said. Dazai is really a difficult guy. Since he became Rintaro's driver, he would ask some ambiguous questions when he met him. You are really obedient. Dazai said with emotion. Don't you really want to go to Black Lizard? That's the place where you can get promoted and get a raise the fastest. Isn't this guy short of money? Yesterday, He saw him gambling heavily in the casino of the rival of Port Mafia. After winning a lot of money, he smashed the casino of the rival. Don't listen to this bluefish. Nakata Ranaka also appeared here at some point. In fact, Nakata Rachuwa had already noticed that among the black-clad men who were on the mission recently, there was a guy whose physique was much bigger than his colleagues. He couldn't help but notice it, because his head was just at the man's chin. Damn it. Nakata Rachuwa couldn't help but take 2 steps back to avoid Jason's shadow. He will definitely grow taller in the future. Jason looked at Nakata Rachuwa's stinky face, and combined with the revelation of a certain Kada's obsession with height in the internal forum of Port Mafia, he instantly understood what the other party was thinking. He couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. Forget it, it's better not to tell the other party that not only can his wish not be realized, but he will even sprint in the opposite direction in the future. No, he will laugh if he keeps reading. The figure of the corgi lingered in his mind. Jason's phone happened to ring at this time. It was Rintaro. Sorry, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Jason shrugged at Daze Osamu, said hello to Nakata Rachuwa, and turned to walk to the top floor of Port Mafia. Boss, it's me, Toyotaro Mori. Jason knocked on the door, and after getting permission, he pushed the door open and walked into the huge office. Outside the window, you can see the cargo ships coming and going in Yokohama port and the huge Ferris wheel. Jason was thinking about whether to build an identical building for Rintaro after returning to Gotham. He could see that Rintaro liked this view very much. Totaro-kun, Morioge didn't look up at Jason, but just motioned him to go back quickly. Go make me a cup of coffee. Jason blinked, glanced at the sky outside, and said hesitantly, it's late now, Lin. Boss, if you drink coffee, you won't be able to sleep at night. Lin what? Morioge finally raised his head from the documents on the table. He squinted his eyes and looked at Jason carefully. He was very sure that he had never seen this person before, but this person seemed very familiar to him. Was he going to call him Rintaro just now? Morioge had a strange dream last night. In the dream, there was always a young man with green eyes. They seemed to have experienced a lot, but he couldn't see the man's face clearly. After waking up, the dream disappeared into the depths of his memory without leaving any trace. But Morioge suddenly remembered his personal driver. Although his personal driver didn't have a pair of clear green eyes. Then the wise and sage leader suddenly decided to transfer the person to the top floor to be a vase secretary who served tea and water. He regretted the order as soon as he said it. This seemed a bit strange. Generally, the role of a secretary is played by a close and trustworthy person. Toyotaro obviously didn't meet any of the requirements. But he had already said it, so let's do it for now. Otherwise it would seem that he was going back on his word and changing his mind every day. Morioge reluctantly found an excuse to perfunctorily excuse himself, not wanting to admit that he was actually very satisfied with his decision. Now, the vase secretary was looking at him with worried eyes and stopped him from drinking coffee on his own initiative. There are a lot of things tonight. You have to stay and work overtime with me. Morioge waved his hand, signaling the vase secretary to pour coffee quickly. Do your job well, and don't meddle in other people's business. How cold, Rintaro? Jason stood there and changed his words. I can make a delicious cookie. Do you want to try it? In fact, it was Alfred who taught him. I promise you will like it very much, and it is sweet, and you will be more motivated after eating it. Morioge's calm eyes stayed on Jason, neither agreeing nor denying, but mentioned another thing. Take off your sunglasses. Why wear sunglasses indoors? Jason was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that he was still wearing sunglasses and had done some disguise. Because he was not sure whether letting Rintaro see his true face now would have an impact on the future. That's why he chose to enter the Port Mafia in disguise, and even his green eyes were covered by contact lenses. Why is the face behind the sunglasses embarrassing? Morioge said. Not really, it's just that Jason's method of changing his face is very simple. Modifying the eyebrow shape, hairstyle, darkening the skin, contact lenses to change the pupil color to black, and finally adjusting his pace and posture. But his facial features did not change much. He was worried that when they met in Gotham in the future, Rintaro would find him familiar. Okay, boss. Jason took off his sunglasses. Morioge observed the man carefully again. Although he had seen the photo in the file, Morioge always felt that this man should not look like this. Jason was uncomfortable under Morioge's gaze, but he was also very happy. He tried to stand up straight and straightened his proud chest muscles, trying to show his best side. Go make your cookies. Morioge finally let Jason go and lowered his head to continue correcting documents. Jason left with regret. When Jason returned to the leader's office with cookies again, a cup of black coffee was placed in front of Morioge. Alice sat on the sofa humming a childish tune and drawing with crayons. It smells so good. Alice's eyes lit up when she smelled the cookies. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Alice ran over happily and grabbed the hem of Jason's suit. Of course there will be a portion for the cute little princess. Jason finally saw Alice again, and of course he did not forget to prepare Alice's portion. Morioge put his hand on his chin and watched the interaction between the two. He did not stop Alice from eating the cookies. After all, Mori Toyotaro spent so much effort to get in. He must know that Alice is close to him. If Alice is poisoned, Toyotaro's chess piece will be exposed for no reason. It's delicious. Alice immediately fell in love with Jason's cooking. Give me Rintero's portion too. He won't like it. It's late now. Eating too much will cause indigestion. Alice. Jason reached out and touched Alice's head. The supernatural power and her master were stunned at the same time. Jason pretended to be calm and took his hand back. He was careless. The past interactions with Rintero and Alice had long been engraved into his behavior pattern, and now he would unconsciously face the two with the same attitude as before. He always forgets that Rintero is not the Rintero who has experienced everything with him in Gotham. Thinking of this, Jason began to worry about his lover who had become smaller, but didn't know where he fell. Although Yukitoe Atsuji said that as long as Morioge here didn't disappear, Morioge in another timeline would be fine, Jason couldn't help but worry. It seems that Toyotaro-kun is very good at taking care of children. Morioge said indifferently. Because Alice is very cute. Jason said, and by the way, he couldn't help but tease the leader who looked very calm. She is a little girl who is so cute that it won't hurt if she falls into your eyes. Morioge couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw Jason saying what he had said before without changing his expression. He didn't say this to everyone. He really began to doubt whether he knew Jason. Or maybe this guy came from an organization with a very strong intelligence network. The leader's office fell silent. Jason walked up, calmly took the coffee from Morioge's hand, replaced it with a cookie, and said in a coaxing tone, "Try it. I promise it's super delicious." Morioge stuffed the cookie directly into someone's mouth, then lowered his head again, and continued to correct documents diligently. Another Yokohama. Are you sure there's someone here? Morioge looked at Lucifer in confusion. Yes, don't worry. Lucifer vowed. No one is more qualified to speak about the soul than him. Morioge looked at the narrow street in front of him, and the dilapidated sign, that couldn't see the words clearly, and suddenly felt a little familiar in his heart. This is Lupin Bar? Nakajima Atsushi tried to recognize the words on the sign. Yes, Morioge finally remembered this place. This is where Daze-kun, Oda-Sakuna-suke and Sakagachi-ango often gathered. After Daze Osamu defected, the Port Mafia often searched and checked around here to show their attitude. In the end, the owner of this place couldn't stand this frequent harassment and decided to temporarily close the business. Morioge remembered that after the storm that shocked the world, the owner here was changed. Although the name of the bar has not changed, things have changed after all. Want to go in? I can feel that there is someone inside. Lucifer was full of motivation. Rintero finally showed signs of being willing to be his cub. He had to seize the opportunity to show his ability in front of the child. Let's go. Morioge put aside the messy thoughts in his mind and reached out to the dirty door. The dilapidated wooden door creaked, and the long-lost light shone on the stairs extending downwards. Chapter 86. However, the scene in the bar was not as dilapidated as everyone imagined. Time seemed to stop here, and a wooden door divided the world into yin and yang. The orange-yellow lights created a warm atmosphere, making the whole bar look fluffy and warm, like a blanket basking in the sun in winter. In the corner, no one was playing the piano, but the record player was playing Debussy's Moonlight. Ding ding dong dong. Welcome, what would you like to drink? It's my treat. The man behind the bar was dressed in black. Although it was a warm room, he still had a familiar red scarf around his neck. It's rare for me to treat you. Familiar appearance and bandaged face. Obviously, the bar should have been unvisited for a long time, but he made it seem as if it was crowded with customers every day. Daze-kun, it's really not surprising at all, Mori said as he looked at the red scarf on the old acquaintance. Puff, Daze-osamu couldn't help laughing out loud. Help, the voice of the cub is too soft, right? Was Mr. Mori so cute when he was a child? Mr. Mori, you look so young, so don't pretend to be so deep. Children are cuter when they smile. Daze stared at Mori, who looked depressed, and said in a coaxing tone, you can't drink this glass of wine, kid. I'm Daze's teacher after all. Isn't it too much to call you a kid? Mori could see that any creature named Daze was not easy to mess with in any world. Not to mention that this guy probably killed Mori in this world and took over himself. Although he believed that Daze ability was enough to maintain peace in Yokohama, it was really unpleasant to be killed. Don't say that, cute little leader of Port Mafia. Daze couldn't help laughing several more times, and then changed to a more lovely name. I have wanted to meet you for a long time, even though I came in the childhood version. Gotham is really an amazing place. It can turn Mr. Mori into this. Although he had seen some things through the book, many things were vague because of the world crossing. As a result, he became more curious about Gotham. But, it's true that children are cuter. Compared with the bad adults before, they look much better now. Daze-osamu turned over and jumped out of the bar, sat on the high stool, held his face, and looked at Mori carefully. It looks easy to bully. Daze-osamu reached out and pulled a handful of the child's hair on his forehead, and then said with satisfaction, I have wanted to do this for a long time. Even if it is a bad adult, it is Daze-kun's teacher. Mori covered the pulled hair and decided to change his hairstyle when he went back. He looked at Daze-osamu and said, does Daze-kun have no respect for your mentor? Lucifer, who also followed in, looked at the somewhat grey soul in front of him in surprise. So this is Kobayashi Taro's student? Nakajima Atsushi looked at the red scarf leader and the cub leader with even more surprise, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. The other world is really magical. And, Mr. Daze is still alive. This is really great. Nakajima Atsushi had to admit that, although Mr. Daze seemed a little unreliable sometimes, he was a reassuring presence in any world at a critical moment. With Mr. Daze, they must be able to figure out the problems of this world and leave as soon as possible. Even if there is this dangerous Lucifer, there is no way to escape Mr. Daze's careful planning. Okay, Daze, stop talking. Another voice came out from the corner, which scared Nakajima Atsushi. The owner of the voice was wearing a brown suit and a pair of thin-framed glasses on his nose. Behind the glasses were dark circles that he had to endure dozens of nights to be qualified to wear. Business is more important. Sakaguchi Ango interrupted Daze's rambling words. Don't be so serious, Ango. Daze-osamu picked up the wine glass. I finally waited for it. Shouldn't I celebrate first? You are so serious. What if you scare the children away? Sakaguchi Ango couldn't bear it anymore, but he had to continue to bear it. He and Daze-osamu have been trapped in this small bar for an unknown period of time. Anyway, he has been enduring Daze-osamu for as long as they have been trapped. Fortunately, Daze-osamu will never die here. Even if this guy cuts himself with a knife, not a drop of blood will flow. Over time, this bastard who is keen on killing himself finally gave up all kinds of suicidal behaviors, which made Ango Sakaguchi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then Daze-osamu's verbal torture of him began to intensify. Ango Sakaguchi doubted every day whether this was hell or the Abasi hell specifically targeting him. Who will pity him? He was just an undercover government agent who had just been ordered to infiltrate the Port Mafia. As a result, he was pinned to the ground by Doomsday not long after he infiltrated. Of course, he didn't expect that he would be rescued by the leader of the Port Mafia, and then they were trapped in this small bar. Sakaguchi Ango tried to ignore Dazai Osamu's words and greeted the three people at the door. "Why don't you sit down first?" Among the three people, he only knew Nakajima Atsushi, who was the top fighter of the Port Mafia and a powerful tiger. But as far as he knew, the tiger in this world had died on the first day of the apocalypse. But Dazai said that the visitors were from another world, not the original in their world. But these people might be the opportunity for them to be liberated. As for why Dazai Osamu knew all this guy who was full of nonsense did not tell him in detail. But Sakaguchi Ango had a mysterious trust in this essentially unreliable guy. "Sit down and have a drink, how about it?" Dazai Osamu continued Sakaguchi Ango's words. "Cheers to the wild dogs, and the guy who doesn't look like a human. After leaving here, I must treat you to vodka with detergent. Will that taste good?" Lucifer asked in surprise. "Won't detergent kill fragile humans?" He thought all humans were afraid of death. "Of course. That's why I strongly recommend it. The bitter taste of dishwashing liquid is very similar to the taste of suicide for love." Dazai's eyes lit up. "And curry rice with poisonous mushrooms. That is a magical delicacy that will soon leave the world." Huh. Lucifer showed a strange expression. "The first bite you take, a colorful black will appear in front of your eyes. It's like the scenery of hell." Dazai's face was full of dreamy colors. "I'm tired of the scenery of hell." Lucifer seemed to really believe what Dazai said and was very interested. Dazai blinked his eyes. He only saw the situation in another world through the book. When he saw Jason appear in Yokohama, he guessed that Morioge must have come. However, the energy of the book was almost used to protect the two of them. He rarely had the opportunity to continue to spy on other worlds, so the information he obtained was quite limited. When the world was not destroyed, he sent Adasaku away through the power of the book. Originally, he thought that everything would end here, but he didn't expect that he would survive under the protection of the book. This bar is their last refuge. The book makes time stop for them. They were trapped in this bar. Everything seemed to be as peaceful as before the end of the world. Even they themselves were still in the best state. Although he didn't want this to happen. After all, he still wanted to embrace death. Hearing Dazai's nonsense, Nakajima Atsushi suddenly remembered the messy armed detective agency one morning. He glanced at the Lord of Hell who seemed to be eager to try, and then looked at Mr. Dazai who was almost taking the Lord of Hell as a confidant. He stretched out his hand to cover his stomach which seemed to be twitching. "Then do you want to see the scenery of heaven? The water of Chirumi River. A jump will solve the worries." Dazai guessed that the guy in front of him was from hell. "Heaven? Who wants to go to heaven?" Lucifer showed a disdainful expression. "If you want to go to hell, I can take you there. As if hell is my home." The Lord of Hell. Dazai looked at the person in front of him. "Are you Kobayashi Taro's student?" The Lord of Hell touched his chin. "According to seniority, should you call me Grandpa?" Dazai, if hell is ruled by such a guy, then he should not go. Morioge and Sakaguchi Ango, who found it more and more outrageous the more they listened. "Mr. Mori, why don't you sit down and talk about the current situation?" Sakaguchi Ango pushed his glasses, tried to ignore the background sound like elementary school students talking, and made an invitation gesture to the only reliable person in the group. Morioge also responded with a diplomatic and friendly smile, but he was thinking frantically in his heart, as if the appearance of the three of them was expected by the two people. "Why is that? Another Yokohama, the office of the leader of the Port Mafia. Boss, I think you need to rest." Jason frowned and reminded Morioge, who had not slept for a day and a night. "Shut up." Morioge rubbed his eyes, reached out and handed the coffee cup to Mr. Secretary Voss, and motioned Jason to refill him. Jason couldn't help but snatched the coffee cup from his hand. There is no work to be done. But if the leader's body collapses, the Port Mafia will be in chaos. Morioge was shocked by Jason's action. Then he looked at this bold secretary with surprise. So far, no one has spoken to him in such a tone. Where does this guy get the courage? Jason certainly knows that his behavior is not in line with the duties of a secretary, but he can't stand that Intero doesn't take care of his body. Toyotaro-kun, I think you are aware of your secretary status? Morioge was not angry. Mori Toyotaro has been with him for half a year and has always behaved in a law-abiding manner. This guy will even report the bribes of his subordinates to him honestly, and the only thing missing is to hand over the salary card. In fact, it is almost the same as handing over the salary card. This guy's salary is used to buy little skirts, and Alice's full wardrobe is also his credit. And he has unknowingly gotten used to Toyotaro's care. After all, this guy can always make coffee with the right sweetness, always see his deeply hidden emotions, and even coax Alice into obedience. Morioge's alarm frequently sounded in his heart, but his body was honestly addicted to the secretary's meticulous care. I'm just fulfilling my duties, reminding the boss to carry out normal human physiological activities. Isn't this my job responsibility? Jason couldn't help but sigh when he mentioned his secretary identity. He could see that Lintaro didn't have the brain for love at all, and he only thought about work every day. Not only that, he probably hasn't gained Lintaro's wholehearted trust yet, and he has always been suspected of having a secret identity. Fortunately, he is very good at dealing with such suspicious guys, and even better at dealing with Lintaro who says one thing and means another. I'll help you deliver these documents to Hangi Edian, Jason said in a tough tone. I will bring today's cookies in half an hour. If I don't see you lying in bed peacefully, Miss Alice's share of cookies today will be cancelled. He didn't want to pretend to be a good secretary. If this continued, Lintaro would almost die suddenly at work. If no one was strong enough to control this workaholic, he would be able to treat the office as his home. Alice, who had long been bored by cookies, stared at the side with wide eyes. Toyotaro, that's too much. Sorry, Miss Alice. Jason turned his eyes away and didn't look at Alice's aggrieved eyes. Morioge, but he knew Jason would not change his mind. This guy looks honest, but in fact, he can always make himself compromise in strange ways. Now Morioge already knows that his feelings for Jason are not due to his special ability. Daze-kun has contacted himself and Toyotaro at the same time, but his trust in Toyotaro has not disappeared at all, but has become stronger and stronger in these days of getting along. The face of the man in the dream is becoming clearer and clearer. Now he thinks the problem lies with himself, and he suspects that he may have forgotten a certain period of time. If Jason really knows him and has gained his trust, then everything makes sense. Rintaro. Then go and rest. I want to eat cookies. Alice pulled Morioge's sleeve and tried to pull him into the lounge. Morioge sighed helplessly, followed the girl's strength, and walked into the room, letting himself fall on the soft big bed. He was so tired, but the bed was so comfortable, and Toyotaro seemed to have changed to a more comfortable pillow. Jason walked into Ozaki Momoji's office with a pile of documents. Momoji, this is the document that the leader wants you to help revise. Jason put the document in his hand on Ozaki Momoji's desk. Toyotaro-kun, thank you very much. Ozaki Momoji was already familiar with the secretary around the boss, and she had a good impression of Toyotaro. Ozaki Momoji's eyes glanced at the words on the document, and she raised her eyebrows and asked, is this really what the boss said he wanted me to revise? In the past, this kind of document was always approved by the boss himself. It's not that he doesn't trust her, but because the current situation of Port Mafia is not particularly good, Morioge is not very reassured, and he always has to personally review major matters. Of course. Jason didn't blush at all. Ozaki Kawai gently opened the folding fan in her hand to cover half of her face, revealing only a pair of gorgeous eyes. She scanned Jason from beginning to end with a look that saw through the truth. Young man, you must pick the flowers when they are in bloom, and don't wait until there are no flowers to pick. Jason, it's a pity that the flowers on the mountain are not so easy to pick. Jason, who had already picked them once, couldn't help but lament that the flowers he had finally got flew away, and now he had to do it again. Although the difficulty seemed to be reduced. However, Sister Kawai is always the first person to discover love. Jason, who had already experienced it once, was very experienced in this. He smiled and said to Ozaki Kawai, don't you think Kawai will help me? I always want to make sure that you don't have ulterior motives, Toyotaro-kun. Ozaki Kawai was really curious about why this young man was so obsessed with the boss. Lord Aoi might not be able to see clearly in the game, but as an outsider, Ozaki Kawai saw it clearly. This guy had fallen in love with the leader a long time ago, and Lord Aoi, the fool, had also been tempted a long time ago. I really don't understand why these two guys are so hesitant. Only love and coughing are hard to hide in this world. It is obvious that Mori Toyotaro's feelings for Oge-sama are not impulsive, and Oge-sama actually let this young man enter his territory. I don't think I can prove to you that I don't have ulterior motives, Jason replied. I just have bad intentions towards him. It's quite honest, Ozaki-Kauha thought. Do you want to help? No, I still need to observe it for a while. Maybe you want to help me do something? Ozaki-Kauha decided to keep the person by his side to observe. I heard that some scenery looks more beautiful from a distance. Jason blinked. Although he didn't want to leave Rintaro, it seemed that this was not a bad idea. He needed to know more secrets of this world. There was also a more serious question. According to Yukitoe Atsuji, they could eventually return to Gotham. So, what was the opportunity to travel through the world? After observing for these days, he finally knew what was most important to Rintaro. Yokohama, like Gotham to him, was an existence that Rintaro couldn't give up. Even Rintaro went to Gotham to save Yokohama. So will Rintaro return to Yokohama? Jason began to think about this question for the first time. What should they do if Rintaro returns to Yokohama? Jason actually knew the answer to this question very well. Rintaro would definitely choose Yokohama without hesitation, and he would not leave Gotham. This is almost an unsolvable problem. Fortunately, the core book of this world has been handed over to him by Yukitoe Atsuji. Perhaps the answer to the question lies in this book. He needs to learn more about the supernatural power system of this world, the development of the world, and the information about the book. Morioge, who was approached by Ozaki-Kauha, agreed to Jason's request for transfer. He really needs some time to sort out his mood, and he has been annoyed by Mori Toyotaro's control recently. The stubborn boss didn't want to admit that his mood was not just annoyed, but actually a little happy. But in short, it was tangled. So it's better to drive him away, maybe out of sight, out of mind. Anyway, please give me more advice, Sister Hangai. Jason moved from the top floor with his things into Ozaki Hangai's interrogation team. You should follow Chuaya on the mission for the next 2 days. Ozaki Hangai looked at Jason and said, asterisk asterisk, so this is how I arranged it, Lord Oge. Ozaki Hangai mentioned Jason's situation while reporting the mission in the leader's office. Don't tell me the person has been given to you. Morioge suddenly heard the news about Mori Toyotaro again, and he suddenly felt very unhappy. He was working frantically on the top floor, and this bastard seemed to be having a good time under the command of Lord Hangai, so he might as well not come back. He has quite good skills, and his personality is somewhat similar to Chuaya. Ozaki Hangai ignored the boss's words and continued, according to my observation, he should not have grown up in Yokohama. Ozaki Hangai pointed to the west, and continued to add, he is not suitable for the interrogation team. Why not transfer him to the Black Lizard or the intelligence team? Morioge thought about it, and he always felt that the fighting faction was not very suitable for Toyotaro. Although he didn't show it, Toyotaro obviously had his own bottom line and moral standards in his heart. The missions that the militant faction occasionally carried out were not very glorious, especially at this stage. Morioge subconsciously felt that Mori Toyotaro was not a person who allowed violence to exist. He would use violence, but he didn't like it. Morioge felt a little uncomfortable when he thought of asking Toyotaro to do something he didn't want to do. As for the problem of Toyotaro's identity being faked, which Ozaki-Kauha hinted at him, he had actually noticed it a long time ago. Mori Toyotaro's resume said that he was a mixed-race person born and raised in Yokohama, but when this person was with him, he never concealed his overly Western lifestyle. So, there is nothing wrong with the person. Morioge had actually dispelled most of his doubts in his heart, and the remaining doubts were only because he had not yet figured out the purpose of Mori Toyotaro joining the Port Mafia. According to my judgment, Mori Toyotaro is devoted to Lord Oge. Ozaki-Kauha smiled with her lips covered. Morioge didn't say anything, just looked at the scenery outside the window. Does Lord Oge have any other instructions? Ozaki-Kauha asked. Please help me call up Toyotaro-kun, Kauai Dono. Morioge hesitated for a moment and said before Ozaki Kawai turned and left. Boss. Jason, who was finally summoned, hadn't seen Rintaro for a while. After becoming a member of the interrogation team, he had no chance to come up to the top floor again. Today was the only time in the past month he really missed his lover. Usually, he could only bribe Alice with small cakes and cookies to get some information. Totoro-kun, Morioge looked at the person in front of him and asked, "Are you adapting to the recent work?" "Not bad, Kawai sister treats me very well," Jason said, his eyes carefully looking at Morioge. "Alice said that Rintaro has not been so busy recently." Morioge suddenly felt a little unhappy. Of course, he knew that this guy would bribe Alice whenever he had something to do. But what made him unhappy was that he always thought of this guy inexplicably. He secretly asked Hangai what the reason was, but Hangai's expression of a child has finally grown up made him hold back his doubts. He always felt that he would hear a very strange answer. "I heard from Hangai that you are good at fighting?" Morioge asked. Chuaya-kun also gave Jason a high evaluation, and the two seemed to be good brothers. "I think it should be more than enough to be the boss's bodyguard." Jason saw Morioge's expression without any fluctuations, and instantly realized what his lover was awkward about. He knew his lover too well. Rintaro would always beat around the bush in strange places. For example, he clearly wanted to let himself stay by his side, but he refused to say it directly. However, guessing Rintaro's thoughts was also his little fun. Occasionally, he would take the initiative to guess wrong, and it was also fun to see Rintaro's depressed or disgusted expression. Seeing Jason's tolerant face, Morioge, subtly a little unhappy, and a little happy. Chapter 87. "So time here is completely still?" Morioge asked. "That makes sense. They seem to have been in this bar for quite some time, but they still haven't felt hungry. If time has stopped for them, that's possible. This bar seems to have a strange barrier." Morioge feels that he can't even summon Alice-chan, as if his body was frozen at the second he entered here. "Yes, Mr. Mori," Daze said. "It's really not easy for Chief Mori to call a child little one." Little one? Morioge wanted to punch his student in the face. "Morioge, Daze-kun, you were just a little one when you were a child. You're still a child now." Huh. Daze looked at Morioge in surprise. According to Chief Mori's habit, shouldn't he ignore him? He thought that shrinking the body would not have much impact on a person's personality, but now it seems that this is not the case. Is it even the mind that is affected? Quite arrogant, kid. Daze Osami showed a smile that would make the members of the Port Mafia shudder. Generally, those who are interested in the leader Daze will not end up well. Morioge, who wanted to bite off his tongue as soon as he said this. Damn it. This makes him look like an elementary school student. Stinky little brat, stinky little brat. La la la. Daze Osamu made a face and smiled even more happily. There are not many opportunities to tease little Morioge. When he becomes an adult again, I'm afraid he will be that boring look again. Cute Mori baby, children should do what children should do, and you should not participate in adult topics. Why don't you let your Lucifer father sing a lullaby for you? Huh? Do you need it? Rintaro. Lucifer looked at Morioge and said, "Are you sleepy? It seems that human children really need lullabies when they fall asleep." Nakajima Ratsushi tried to hug the successfully provoked Mori baby to prevent the child from rushing up and swinging his fist. Morioge endured for 2 seconds and completely ignored Daze's trash talk. "I'm afraid you two can't get out, right? This is an obvious fact. If they could get out, the two wouldn't be waiting for them here." Daze, who failed to stir up trouble, reached out and flicked the ice ball in the whiskey with regret. "How did you know we would show up?" This was the question that Morioge was most curious about. It's the intuition of adults. Children don't understand. Daze stretched out his index finger towards Morioge, shook it left and right, and pretended to coax a child. "You will know when you grow up." In fact, he saw it from a book. He also saw that his Adasaku was very happy and had new friends, so he felt relieved. Morioge decisively gave up the possibility of getting news from Dazeoge and decided to completely ignore his student who had become a psychopath for some unknown reason. Although Daze and I can't get out, I think you can. Sakaguchi Ango looked at the messy people in front of him and tried to maintain the seriousness of the topic. He pushed up his glasses that were sliding down his nose and continued, "We don't know where the book is now. But as long as we find the book, we can get out." This is what Daze Osamu said, but when he met Daze Osamu, the other party said that he didn't know where the book was. When he was in the Special Powers Division, he only heard a few words about the book, and he had no idea where to start. "The book is with the monster," Daze Osamu suddenly added with a smile. "Super scary monster. It will take the children away and eat them." Sakaguchi Ango. "You knew about this, so why didn't you tell me earlier?" Sakaguchi Ango now felt that his fists were stiff. He forced himself to suppress the urge to hit someone and tried to take a deep breath to calm himself down. What kind of suffering is it to be trapped with this guy? What's the use of telling Ango? Daze Osamu said as a matter of course. "Ango can't get out. What's the difference between knowing and not knowing? You bastard." Sakaguchi Ango trembled all over when he heard it. He didn't know how long he had been fooled by this guy. If he can't get out, doesn't he need to know? Like Ango said, if you don't leave, you don't have to go to work. Daze Osamu held his face and looked at Sakaguchi Ango. "I'm doing this for your own good, Ango. What kind of perverted logic is this, bastard?" Sakaguchi Ango squeezed out a few words from his teeth. He wanted to maintain his rational image. "The members of the Special Powers Division will never hold back from the Port Mafia, bastard." The mole at the corner of Sakaguchi Ango's mouth was trembling slightly. On the first day he was trapped here, this bastard said he wanted to exchange information. So he explained everything he knew clearly, but this guy didn't say a word of truth. Exclamation mark. The excellent undercover agent suppressed his desire to kill with extraordinary perseverance. He should have been used to it long ago. This bastard who only wanted to commit suicide really wanted to drag him to hell. If there really is a hell, please give me a separate compartment, thank you. Exclamation mark. Sakaguchi Ango would rather be neighbors with Sadako, Akazusa, Nochinfu, etc. and resolutely don't want to get along with this bastard for even a second. So, Sakaguchi Ango took a deep breath and tried hard to regain his calm voice. "If you can find the book, maybe we can find a way to get out of this world. Books are the channel connecting other worlds. Even if we find it, we may not be able to get out." Daze continued to say something in a lively tone that made Sakaguchi Ango want to beat him to death. "Everyone, please excuse me for a moment." Sakaguchi Ango tried to maintain a calm expression and calmly gestured to Morioge and others to wait. Then he pressed his heart with one hand and walked towards Daseoge with a trembling fist in the other hand. "Please." Morioge turned his eyes away, pretending that he didn't see. Sakaguchi Ango dragged Daseoge, who was screaming, by the collar and walked into the back kitchen of the bar. Nakajima Ratsushi showed an expression of reluctance, but in all conscience, he couldn't say anything to plead for Mr. Daze. It really deserved a beating. "So are we going to find the book of this world later?" Nakajima Ratsushi turned his head and looked at Morioge, who had been silent. Morioge thought for a moment, but suddenly turned to Lucifer and asked, "Lucifer, do you like this world very much?" Lucifer was not surprised that Morioge saw this. Of course he liked this world. There was no god here, and it was simply his paradise. Yes. Lucifer's eyes seemed to be glowing red. His power did not come from humans, so he was not restricted in this world. As long as he wanted, he could become the new god of this world. "I want this world." In fact, Lucifer himself had a way to tear the space and return to Gotham. But his power was too great. If he took Kobayashi Taro and his pets away directly, this world would probably collapse directly. This place was too fragile, and it was not even qualified to be called an independent world. He had to find a way to make this world stronger, at least to become an independent world first, and then he could use it as his own Garden of Eden. An Eden without God. How great. "I'll take you to find the core of this world first." Lucifer already had his own idea. "With the help of the core of this world, I can find a way to connect another world through hell." Connect another world? Morioge speculated on Lucifer's purpose in his heart. The other world he mentioned did not seem to refer to Gotham. The universe has many branches. Lucifer continued to explain. That's how God created the world. He gave the world an initial impetus, and then the universe would grow bigger and bigger like a snowball. God is like a bystander, watching the changes in the world but never intervening. But the big snowball will also produce many different small snowballs in the process of rolling. These are parallel universes. Lucifer continued, just like this world, this can be seen as a parallel world to the world you originally lived in, but it is not very stable. It's as fragile as a soap bubble. If I poke it lightly, it will disappear in the sunday. You need extra power to make it stable? Mori slowly expressed his speculation. You want a world without God, but it's not perfect enough. So you have to use hell as a channel and use the power of other universes to stabilize it and make it your world. This should be the most reasonable guess. Otherwise Mori couldn't figure out why Lucifer liked this world. That's right. As long as there is hell in the world, I can find a way to borrow some power. Lucifer smiled happily. Find the core of this world, and then I'll take care of the rest. As long as this place is stable, I can send you back. At the same time, this world can be preserved. Nakajima Ratsushi, who was confused, concluded. So, the current task is to find the book, right? That's right. Then should we go and save Mr. Daze now? Nakajima Ratsushi heard the ping pong noises coming from behind the door and Mr. Daze's hypocritical cries of pain. Don't worry about the two inside, they are of no use. Mori said. Let's go, I roughly know where to find them. Lucifer, who is very sensitive to the energy of the world, soon felt some special existence. He glanced at Mori and Nakajima Ratsushi. Actually, I suggest you stay here, it will have a greater impact on you. Mori also thought of this. Daze Osamu said that the book is with the monster. Back in Gotham, the fear created by the monster would affect his actions, and it must be the same here. But if I don't go and see for myself, is this unreliable guy Lucifer really okay? *** another Yokohama. Ever since he got promoted and his salary increased, Mori Toyotaro, a once unknown low-level member of the Port Mafia, has become a hot commodity in the eyes of everyone. For example, today, he once again met Kadare who tried to get information about the leader from him. He did know this person. It was said that he won a lot of money in the casino of the Port Mafia and then spent money to buy a Kada position to ensure his safety. But Jason could see that he actually had the ambition to control the entire Port Mafia. To be precise, this guy's ambition was almost known to everyone. An ambitious man who would not survive more than 3 chapters in a comic. Toyotaro-kun, long time no see. Jason stared at his dog-bitten bangs, trying to make himself listen to the man's endless nonsense. Blah blah blah. Jason looked at the pattern on the floor and thought, if this man kept talking, he would really be unable to help but take action. He didn't want to let go of any guy who was a threat to Rintaro. So, I think Chief Mori will definitely bring you to the banquet tonight, right? Finally said his purpose. I have prepared a surprise for you, and the chief at the banquet. I think you will like it. Surprise? Jason finally heard the key word. He remained calm, but kept thinking in his mind. This guy's being attentive for no reason. I don't know what he is thinking. I heard that some of his industries have been harassed by other organizations recently, but Lintaro has been using the excuse that this is his private matter and chose to ignore his request for Port Mafia to help. The so-called surprise is probably a reward for asking Port Mafia to help him solve his private affairs. I follow the boss's orders, sir. Jason replied. He was not afraid of offending this guy. This guy's useless except for giving money. Lintaro will not tolerate him for too long. Excuse me, the boss asked me to send him the documents. After that, Jason turned around and left without caring about the reaction of the cadre behind him. I was left alone gritting his teeth. At the banquet of Port Mafia. Today is just a gathering of Port Mafia internal staff and partners, so there is no need to be too restrained. Mori said to Jason. He was not going to stop Jason's development in Port Mafia. This person is an excellent talent. No matter what position he is placed in, you go around and ask Hangi Edian if you are unsure about anything. Well, I know, but the boss should drink less. Jason understood what Rintaro meant, so no matter which world he was in, Rintaro was a guy who made the best use of everything. Even if Rintaro didn't know his purpose, he could still reuse him because of his ability. A qualified and ruthless leader. Jason scratched his head for his bumpy love life. He stood behind Morioge in an eat suit, observing the surrounding environment with his eyes not daring to relax. Although it was an internal gathering of Port Mafia, he couldn't relax too much. Rintaro's situation was much more difficult than when he was in Gotham. At least when he was in Gotham, there were no messy psychics causing trouble for the Koei company. Instead, Rintaro, Chuakun, and Momiji Dono were all on his side. Gotham's villains are a bit more troublesome, but they are a style he is very familiar with. The guys here act completely differently from the people in Gotham, and many of his methods cannot be directly transferred here. In the past month, Rintaro has encountered 3 assassinations. This makes Jason very worried. The psychics here are just as arrogant as the villains in Gotham. They do not accept the government's jurisdiction, think they are superior, and try to rule the entire city. Social customs determine that there is a clear hierarchy between people here, which makes Jason very uncomfortable. Ordinary people have almost no say in Yokohama, where psychics gather. This includes him. If it weren't for his strong martial arts, he probably wouldn't get any respect. Jason felt this a long time ago. I don't know where the surprise I mentioned is. No one can tell whether it is a surprise or a shock. Morioge glanced at Jason and said nothing. Only has a few cards to play. This guy can only make money smoothly by relying on the power of Port Mafia. Now his plan is nothing more than offering some wealth to ensure safety. He deliberately said that it was a surprise prepared for the banquet, which was probably just a way of offering money in a different way to show off. Morioge took Jason to greet some important people and left. After all, as the leader, he didn't need to stay here all the time. Jason stayed to continue attending the banquet. He planned to observe the forces surrounding Port Mafia. Morioge sat in the lounge with his eyes closed to rest. Recently, rumors about the 500 billion inheritance suddenly appeared in the world. Major organizations are ready to move. He needs to think carefully about how to make Port Mafia get the most benefits from it. The door was knocked gently at this time. Morioge did not open his eyes. Only Jason would disturb him at this time. The person walked into the house lightly, and the alarm in Morioge's subconscious suddenly sounded. It gave him such a feeling, not like Jason. Morioge opened his eyes and looked at the door. The woman with gorgeous makeup was wearing a gorgeous kimono with a charming smile on her face. The deliberately designed middle furisuit opened the hem to reveal a pair of white thighs without any cover. Morioge. Very good. Now he knows what the surprise I mentioned is. So Jason also received the same gift? Morioge suddenly felt sick. He admired independent women like Momiji Dono, and there were also many smart and capable women among the top executives of Port Mafia. Morioge always respected them very much. He always believed that there was no difference between women and men, but he really hated people who were objectified as gifts or accessories, regardless of whether they were men or women. Get lost. Morioge's face was expressionless. He disdained to waste his emotions in front of such people. Boss, I am. The woman's sweet voice sounded. Morioge did not let her finish her words. He just put down the teacup in his hand and waved the woman to go out. At this time, the door suddenly opened again, and Jason rushed in from the outside with anger on his face. He also received A's gift. Then Jason saw the frightened woman. His eyes turned cold instantly. However, the lady who was still panicking the previous second, lifted her skirt and pulled out a gun the next second. Go to hell. The leader of the Port Mafia. The kimono woman showed a twisted smile on her face and quickly pulled the trigger at Morioge's head. The assassin lady didn't expect someone to break in, but the best opportunity for assassination had been lost. She had finally sneaked in, and the assassination operation had to continue. She had already made up her mind to die. Rintaro. Jason was startled. He subconsciously kicked the assassin and rushed towards Morioge. However, Morioge, who had been vigilant, would not be hurt by such a trick. As early as when the assassin pulled out the gun, his scalpel had already stabbed into the opponent's wrist. He looked at Jason, who was in a panic, and blinked. The nameless anger that had just surged in his heart seemed to gradually subside because of Mori Toyotaro's timely appearance. What did you call me just now? Morioge stood in place, raising his eyebrows calmly. Jason relaxed his tense shoulders and breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, of course I call you boss. You. Morioge narrowed his eyes and looked at Jason's expression with a hint of scrutiny. He is not a fool, and considering this guy's attitude all along, he probably understood the reason. At the same time, a strange sense of satisfaction rose in his heart, like drinking a glass of juice with honey, sour, but sweet when tasted carefully. Interesting. It's not that he is without sweeters around him, but he has never considered this issue. But now, Morioge raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that could not reveal his true emotions. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't tell the truth now, you'll go to Hangai Palace and never come back. Since this guy had walked into a trap, he accepted it without hesitation. Jason looked at the very strong Rintaro, and for the first time, he showed a headache expression because of Rintaro's interest in him. He hadn't figured out the situation in this world yet, and he didn't know when he would return to Gotham. After returning to Gotham, would Rintaro still remember these things? Would these things affect the future? Although Yukitoe Atsuji concluded that it would not, he was still worried. The time-space paradox was a problem that even Batman couldn't solve, and who knew if there would be other situations. What if he suddenly left? Would Rintaro be sad? Now the guy who was hesitant because of the uncertain future became Jason. But, didn't you ask me the purpose of coming to Port Mafia? Jason looked into Morioge's eyes and said seriously, I have always told the truth. I came for you. Morioge looked at Jason's expression and didn't seem surprised. Come here. Morioge hooked his finger at Jason. It's not bad to raise a little wolf dog. As a leader, he certainly needs to have his own private life. This is not a big deal. Jason sighed, kicked the already dizzy killer hard, and walked towards Morioge. Morioge pushed Jason onto the sofa and squeezed one leg between his legs. Jason, help, isn't this what he has always wanted to do to Rintaro? The two sat and stood, and Jason's height advantage finally disappeared at this time. Morioge reached out and grabbed Jason's tie, tightening it gently, and Jason felt a little short of breath. You actually plotted against the leader, huh? Morioge didn't think there was anything wrong with his interest in Jason. Anyway, this person was a member of the Port Mafia, and at most he could get rid of him when he was no longer interested. According to his dream and Jason's performance, Morioge was sure that something else must have happened between them, but he didn't know it now. Since he was his own person, what was wrong with following his inner desires? Yokohama would become his territory sooner or later, and by then, even if Mori Toyotaro wanted to run away, he would not be able to escape. He would keep the person firmly under his control, so that the person would not always affect his mood. This is how Mafia works. Morioge's fingers slowly moved along Jason's neck along the tie, and then suddenly left. The doctor gently pulled out the scalpel, and the cold tip of the knife stopped near Jason's aorta. Now he only needs to apply a little force, and the young man's warm blood will be all over his suit. Morioge's breathing was stimulated by the imagined bloody scene, and became a little rapid. He licked his lips with his tongue, and a hint of hidden madness gradually appeared on his face. Jason looked up at Rintaro, who was particularly strong and particularly crazy, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He felt a familiar heat rising from the inside of his body. Oh my god, his lover is too handsome and too crazy. He can't control himself. What should he do? God knows how much he wants to press him on the sofa right now. The temperature of the air gradually rose, and the small lunch seemed to be wrapped in icing sugar. Jason looked at Morioge's condescending face with fascination. He couldn't help but reach out his hand to touch Morioge's eyes, but was slapped away by his strong lover. Don't move without my order, Toyotaro-kun. Morioge dragged out his tone. What is the first order that Port Mafia members must follow? Tell me. The scalpel was still leisurely hovering near Jason's aorta. Absolutely obey the leader's orders. Jason felt the cold blade on his neck, which was really a bit too stimulating. Morioge's blade came to Jason's Adam's apple that was sliding up and down. The poor secretary who was being unspoken by the leader had no choice but to control his strange and deadly physiological reaction. Jason felt that every breath of air he breathed had the breath of Rintaro. He was about to lose control, but the leader didn't let him move. He had never seen such a Rentaro before. The career of the leader Mori had just been put on the right track, and it seemed that he was in high spirits. There is a difference between him and the more calm and indifferent boss behind the scenes a few years later. But no matter what kind of Rentaro he is fascinated by him. Jason's infatuated eyes and Morioge's strong eyes are intertwined. Morioge's other hand slowly moved to Jason's face and rubbed it gently. Then he rubbed off the dark foundation that Jason had applied on his face for disguise. Morioge? Question mark? Chapter 88. Another Yokohama. Lucifer set out alone, happily looking for the core of this world, while Morioge and Nakajima Atsushi decided to stay in the Lupin bar and wait for Lucifer's triumphant return. Wait for my good news, dear. Lucifer looked confident. The power of this world was too weak. According to Lucifer's estimation, nothing that could threaten him would appear here. So he had to quickly grasp this unowned land in his hands. Lucifer rushed out of the bar and disappeared at the end of the dilapidated street in an instant. Only Daze Osamu and Morioge and others were left in the Lupin bar. Well, I have an idea. Daze Osamu looked at the door of the Lupin bar pushed open by Lucifer, touched his chin and walked around. You can enter and exit Lupin freely. So, if I hold your hand, can you take me with you? Morioge, no, thank you. Morioge certainly thought about this possibility, but he had no intention of trying it at all. When he thought of holding hands with Daze Osamu, Morioge felt goosebumps on his skin and began to stand up and salute. Besides, why should he help this guy to get out when Daze Osamu just called him a little kid without any respect? Daze-kun, the outside world is not safe for you. As your teacher, I advise you not to run around. Morioge showed a fake smile that was completely inconsistent with his pink appearance. Lest you be beaten to death. Didn't you see that Sakagachi Ango, who was sitting next to him, had his fists hard again? Sakagachi Ango, a man who was always present, but always received important news last. Nakajima Atsushi, an atmosphere group system who was also always present, but seemed to have no sense of participation at all. Neither of them seemed to have thought of this method. Daze Osamu pretended that he didn't see anything and continued to hold his face cutely and look at Dr. Mori. Don't be so serious, kid. Daze Osamu actually hated Morioge very much, but when he became the leader, he felt that Morioge was a little pitiful. They were indeed the same kind of people, teacher and student, and they were very similar from beginning to end. When he was young, he was a heartless dog, and when he grew up, he was always walking alone on the road to find himself. No one knows better than Daze how hard it is to find what you want from a dog without a goal and a heart full of emptiness. Morioge also knows how hard it is to find what you want and give everything to protect it. But these love and hatred gradually faded with the destruction of Yokohama and the departure of Oda Sakunasuke. The last bit of aftertaste left in the heart was also wiped out in Lupin, a place where countless years had passed. He couldn't be like Sakagachi Ango, who seemed to have some hope in his heart and would not give up, even if he knew he was making futile efforts. He just spent one meaningless day after another. When the energy of the book was exhausted, he could happily embrace death. Daze Osamu didn't understand why the book protected him at first, but later he realized that perhaps the world also has its own will. In any case, Daze Osamu is also an important character in Yokohama. However, Daze Osamu does not need this special treatment. He is not someone who must live. However, the arrival of Morioge and Nakajima Atsushi suddenly made Daze Osamu's little curiosity emerge. He wanted to hear more about Adasaku from the head of this other world, Mori, even though Adasaku and him were not familiar with each other at the beginning. What if we meet that dangerous monster? You said it yourself, you will be eaten, Daze-kun. Morioge repeated Daze's words to him. Huh. But Mr. Mori will protect me, right? Daze deliberately said something that seemed to be completely ignorant. After all, I'm Mr. Mori's favorite student. The small Lupin bar suddenly became quiet. At this moment, Sakagachi Ango felt that he had a strong resonance with Morioge. He always heard Daze-oge say similar things, such as I'm Ango's best friend, or Ango, we depend on each other. Saying such things while making people angry to death. This is Daze-oge. Sakagachi Ango looked at Morioge with sympathy. At present, it seems that Daseoge is more interested in Morioge than in him. Great. And, too pitiful for Chief Mori. Too pitiful. Chief Mori also didn't want to pay attention to this boring student. He could see that Daze had already done what he wanted to do. For him, living or dying didn't matter. Daze in this world had nothing to worry about and no longer had any goals. It was inevitable that he would be more unrestrained. Daze really let himself go. Daze, instead of joking around, why don't you think about your next plan? Morioge said with a smile. Or think about what you should say to your Oda-kun when you follow me to Gotham. It hit the deadly spot. Daze shut up completely. He was indeed avoiding this question because it was still unknown whether Lucifer could save the world. What if he held great hope but was finally awakened by reality again? Instead of enduring disappointment, it is better not to have hope in the first place. Daze did think so. Unfortunately, Morioge knew him too well. Ah, boring kid, no wonder you'll become a boring adult in the future. Daze looked away, lying on the bar, like he had no bones, turning his head away from the people in the bar. Ango Sakagachi looked at the slacking Daze Osamu from head to toe with a curious look. Of course he knew Oda Sakunasuke. The Special Forces Division had information on all the superpowers in Yokohama. This powerful former killer and current member of the Armed Detective Agency was actually related to Daze-kun. This was something that the Special Forces Division did not record. Where did the two of them meet? Was Oda-kun the most important person in Daze Osamu's heart? If they had known this, they should have contacted Oda Sakunasuke directly. Nakajima Atsushi, who had been silent, glanced at Mr. Mori and then looked back at Daze Osamu carefully. Mr. Daze looked really sad. The kind-hearted man Tiger looked at the sad Daze Osamu and couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. He still remembered a sunny afternoon when Mr. Daze sat in front of a tombstone under the shade of a tree with a lonely look on his face, as if he was about to cry. However, when he looked more closely, Mr. Daze seemed to have regained his former cynicism. But the desperate look that made him once doubt that it was an illusion left a deep impression on Nakajima Atsushi. Although he didn't know what happened, maybe leaving the Lupin bar would make Mr. Daze happier. Nakajima Atsushi thought so. Well, Mr. Daze, Nakajima Atsushi asked hesitantly, if Mr. Daze wants to go out and give it a try, I can go with you. Sakagachi Ango and Morioge looked at Nakajima Atsushi, who was deceived by Daze Osamu's pretense, with disappointed eyes. They both saw that Daze Osamu was just pretending to be discouraged. He clearly had some expectations, perhaps looking forward to a future reunion. Daze Osamu's head turned around, and his eyes were instantly filled with emotion. As expected, Dun is the best to me. Daze Osamu felt at ease, and brewed a bubble of tears. He continued to deceive the innocent child with exaggerated tone and body movements. Can Dun take your poor Daze-san out? Let's just give it a try. I have been trapped here for 100 years. If I stay trapped any longer, I will become a bad adult like Mr. Mori. The bad adult Morioge. Daze Osamu should be left alone to live on an uninhabited desert island for 100 years. Yokohama Street. The smelly wind blew in his face. Sakagachi Ango's eyes were filled with excited tears. He took a deep breath and showed an expression of enjoyment. God knows how long he hasn't smelled fresh air, even though the air at the end of the world is a bit smelly. Wow, Ango, don't be like a pervert, okay? Daze Osamu's current posture is very weird. He held the child between his arms like a cat, and Morioge, who was held by him, struggled desperately like a kitten. His little face flushed red. Daze Osamu relied on his 1.8 meter height and the strength of an adult to completely ignore the child's resistance. He leisurely put his hand on his eyebrows and looked at the sea level in the distance. Sakagachi Ango looked at Daze Osamu, who looked more perverted than him and was very speechless. Poor Chief Mori was small and weak, and now he could only succumb to Daze Osamu like a little chicken. But it was also the chief's own fault. Just now, in order to verify the conjecture that Daze Osamu left Lupin Bar, Daze Osamu and Nakajima Atsushi tried it first. As a result, Daze Osamu, holding Nakajima Atsushi's hand, actually left the bar smoothly. Then Daze Osamu clamored to Morioge to take him out once. They all thought that Chief Mori would not agree, but Morioge actually agreed. Then Sakagachi Ango and Nakajima Atsushi saw Morioge generously holding a small corner of Daze Osamu's clothes, and the two standing together looked quite harmonious. However, when the two stood at the door of Lupin Bar, the cute child suddenly pulled out a scalpel from his sleeve. He decisively cut off the small piece of clothing while Daze was looking around. Then Daze was like being mounted on a slingshot and was directly slingshotted back to Lupin Bar, knocking over several chairs on the way. Daze, he miscalculated. He knew that Mr. Mori was influenced by his childish appearance, but he actually treated the child as an adult. Morioge smiled with a successful prank. Anyway, Daze-kun said he was a little kid, so he should do more things that a little kid should do. The two people in the bar showed miserable expressions. At this time, Sakagachi Ango, who finally left Lupin Bar, looked at Nakajima Atsushi beside him with satisfaction. The tiger was very obediently being pulled by his arm. As Daze guessed, after repeated attempts, it was probably because Morioge and Nakajima Atsushi were not from this world that they were not restricted by the protective barrier of the book. Finally, the few of them successfully walked out of the barrier of Lupin Bar. He grabbed Nakajima Atsushi first. After being pranked, Daze Osamu actually grabbed the little leader who was sitting obediently and ran away. The speed was so fast that no one could react. "You can put me down, Daze-kun." Morioge could no longer bear it. The Daze Osamu in this other world was more shameless and psychotic than the guy he knew. "I won't do that kind of boring thing again. You can put me down, but children can't run around." Daze Osamu was not angry, but he decided to retaliate. His fingers firmly grasped the little tuft behind Morioge's head and continued, "I have hugged a man reluctantly, Mr. Mori. You are so hateful. You will only obey when you are hugged obediently? Who asked you to be reluctant?" Morioge also tried his best to hold back the disgust in his heart. Morioge rolled his eyes and handed his arm to Daze Osamu. He was afraid that the bastard would tear his arm bald. Daze changed direction and grabbed the child's hair tightly, refusing to let go. "Morioge, where are you going?" Morioge asked. All he could see was desolation. Lucifer also said that there were no living people in this world except for them. Well, Daze pondered for a moment and said with a deep face, "I just want to take one last look at this lovely world." Morioge gave up communicating with the psychopath. However, Morioge agreed to go out with Daze, and he did have something he wanted to do. He remembered that he saw Jason's hand reaching out to him before he left Gotham. It was certain that Jason was not drawn into this world, but where did the meditation might that rushed over go? *** Another Yokohama. The darkroom was damp and musty. Splash. Jason shivered from the stimulation of the basin of water with ice cubes and was hit on the forehead by the crackling ice cubes in the water. It is winter in Yokohama now, and the temperature is not friendly at all. He shook the shackles on his hands helplessly, leaned against the wall with his back, and looked at the leader in front of him with wide eyes. The smell was really not very good, and the environment was also very bad. At this time, three important figures of the Port Mafia were standing in the room: Morioge, Ozaki Momiji, and Daze Osamu. Jason's hands were raised above his head and handcuffed to the wall. "Where should I start asking?" Morioge looked at the black and white marks on Jason's face with a fake smile, and then directed the black-clothed man beside him to pour another basin of ice water on Jason's face. Jason's teeth began to chatter. "Oh, this is not efficient at all." Daze Osamu carefully observed the part of Mori Toyotaro's face that had not been removed, and said to Morioge, "Mr. Mori, why don't you hand him over to me? I promise to make him obedient." Wherever there is excitement, there is Daze Osamu. He heard that Morioge personally locked up the little secretary who he loved very much recently in the torture room, so he ran to watch with interest. Morioge couldn't stop this guy. He didn't want to stop it either. Maybe Daze would help him pry open Mori Toyotaro's mouth. Just now in the lounge, he didn't get a satisfactory answer from Jason, but instead had a guess that made him want to kill someone. Daze looked at Morioge's expression and couldn't help but speculate what happened between the two of them. They were clearly in love with each other a day ago. As smart as Daze was, he could certainly see that there were many suspicious points about Mori Toyotaro. However, Daze, who was good at seeing through people's hearts at a young age, even understood Mori Toyotaro's hidden feelings before Ozaki Kawai and Mr. Mori's feelings. Jason's original skin color gradually revealed under the baptism of ice water. Daze thought for a while, turned around and asked Ozaki Kawai for a bottle of makeup remover. After the rough and bold makeup removal action, Mori Toyotaro's original thickened black eyebrows finally no longer looked out of place, and the high nose bridge also revealed its original appearance, because the strange shadow was wiped off. Morioge looked at Mori Toyotaro, who looked completely different, because of the adjustments to the details, and showed a dangerous smile of "you're done for." He was really short-sighted. This guy actually used a disguise to fool him. Very good, really good. Morioge looked at Jason's eyes and observed carefully. "Contact lenses?" Morioge asked. "Jason, don't ask, you will regret it if you ask. Why did he have to disguise himself? Wouldn't it be better to just change his hairstyle? This time he is finished." Lintaro is so suspicious. He is afraid that it will be difficult for him to explain clearly this time. Jason, who used to be a member of the interrogation team under Sister Hangai, finally succeeded in sending himself to the interrogation team's cell today. "So, who are you?" Morioge has not felt so angry for a long time. If he really made a mistake, Mori Toyotaro was just a liar with a poor disguise, and he would definitely kill him with his own hands. Jason's mind turned countless corners, and he was still unsure of what to say. Could it be that he was going to tell Rintaro that "I'm your future lover, and now I accidentally traveled through time and space to see you in the past"? What kind of love that travels through time and space is this? Help. Mask of Pain. JPG looking at Jason, who remained silent. Morioge felt that his anger was rising little by little. Now he really wanted to kill this bastard who dared to lie to him. No one has ever dared to play tricks on him like this. He thought that Mori Toyotaro would not hide anything from him, but just now in the lounge, this guy actually avoided the topic and even wanted to escape. Jason saw Morioge's gloomy expression, and he knew very well that his lover had completely misunderstood now. He didn't actually want to run, he just subconsciously wanted to hide his true appearance, and didn't want to affect the future. It's a pity that he stood up a little too quickly, and Rintaro didn't completely trust him. As a result, he was knocked unconscious by the suspicious leader and tied into the torture room. Jason realized that he was misunderstood and hurried to make amends. "Rintaro, believe me, I will never harm the Port Mafia. I swear, I love you sincerely." Morioge, who was originally planning to kill, suddenly stopped. Jason's eyes were sincere, but reason told Morioge that, even if this man had no bad intentions, he must have a big secret, and it was about him. "Wow," Daze Osamu exclaimed in an admiring tone. "Mr. Mori, it is said that a dying man's words are good. He is still confessing to you when he is about to die. I didn't expect the leader to be so charming throughout his life." Daze Osamu really didn't expect it. He felt that Mori Toyotaro was telling the truth, but he didn't understand why this person fell in love with Mr. Mori. Doesn't love require long-term companionship? Is there really such a legendary love at first sight? Mori Toyotaro doesn't seem like a love-brained person. "Your last name is Mori." Morioge ignored Daze's meaningless teasing and continued to interrogate Jason. "Is it your real last name?" Jason thought about it. If he and Rintaro get married in the future, according to Japanese customs, should one of them change his last name? Then there is nothing wrong with his last name being Mori. "It's my real last name, Rintaro. It's my real last name after marriage. It's a pity that everything about you is fake." Morioge said. "You entered the Port Mafia, approached me, and pretended to be affectionate. Why? I really can't figure out which organization sent you here. I was not sent by anyone, Rintaro. I'm telling the truth. I came to see you. Jason's desire to survive is particularly strong. I also know your special ability." Jason tried to prove his close relationship with Morioge. The information about Alice has always been a secret of the Port Mafia. Except for a few core members who know about this, everyone else thinks that Alice is Morioge's daughter. This is Morioge's soft spot and bait deliberately. Jason babbled some little secrets that only they knew and would not cause any impact if they were told. but considering that there are too many people here, he was not sure about telling about the future. Morioge narrowed his eyes, but this little information was not enough to clear Jason of suspicion. After all, Alice's information and some of his habits were not completely unknown secrets. You know it in detail, Mr. Undercover. Morioge pulled out a scalpel. This was not a little interest between the two. Morioge calmly avoided important nerves and blood vessels, and stabbed the knife into Jason's shoulder. The blood stained Jason's clothes red. Jason knew that Ventero was always decisive, and he guessed that today he might have angered his own severely paranoid patient. Whether it was for the sake of the Port Mafia's reputation or Ventero's personal caution, Jason knew that he would be interrogated without being trusted. But Ventero is so cruel. Jason was a little sad. But the experienced Jason could also feel that Morioge had avoided his important nerves. It was just a little skin injury. It looked serious, but in fact, he only needed to rest for a few days. Ventero actually still loves me a little, Jason thought with a smile. Morioge looked at Jason's expression and thought about the influence of this man on him in his heart. He suddenly found that Mori Toyotaro had too much influence on him, even beyond his rational scope. As the leader, he had long suspected that Mori Toyotaro had a problem, but he always kept him by his side. He suspected that something had happened between him and Jason, but he chose to give up the investigation because of his strange trust in this person. This was not a rational approach. He was suddenly not sure whether such an influence was good or bad. But one thing was certain, he could not tolerate a person having such a big influence on him. So, it was time to stop the loss in time. But there were still doubts that had not been resolved. Morioge was very sure that there was no Jason in his past, but he could dream about this person. What was the connection between the two of them? The guess in his heart was the important reason for today's interrogation. Are you from another world? Morioge knew the existence of the book and had been exposed to many government secrets. The isotopes of the two worlds are indeed related for some reasons. Morioge saw Jason suddenly open his eyes wide with a surprised expression. Sure enough, he guessed right. But Morioge felt that he was even angrier in his heart. So all along, what he dreamed about was not what he really experienced, maybe just another life of him in some unknown universe. And Jason was not what he called a trustworthy lover, but a liar from a parallel world, whose lover was another Morioge. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89. What is that? Nakajima Ratsushi suddenly pointed at the roof not far away and asked. Morioge stopped walking and looked into the distance. It looks like a super large moth, said Daze Osamu. Oh, it's so ugly. My eyes are hurt by it. It was indeed a huge moth. At this time, the moth was lying on the roof not far away and seemed to be dormant. Daze Osamu estimated that the size of the moth was about the same as Morioge now. Is there such a big moth? Sakaguchi Ango couldn't believe it. How can it grow so big? Aren't there any living creatures here? It's a meditation mite. Morioge said. It should have come with us. After the meditation mite flew out of the cocoon, I don't know if it will have some new abilities. However, judging from the fact that it can break free from Batman's imprisonment and attack Morioge, this guy's ability seems to have evolved. Nakajima Ratsushi looked at the ugly mouthparts and grayish white wings of the big moth and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. How could it be here? Nakajima Ratsushi was a little panicked. When he saw the meditation mite, he couldn't help but recall the fear of being touched on the butt. Morioge glanced at Sakaguchi Ango and Nakajima Ratsushi and said, leave here first, try not to be discovered. He remembered that the meditation mite has the ability to control the mind. When he was in Gotham, he would not be affected, and now Daze Osamu will probably be fine because of his human disqualification. But Sakaguchi Ango and Nakajima Ratsushi are not sure. One of these two is a human tiger with strong combat power, and the other is at least an elite trained by the special power agent class. It is not easy to control either of them when they make trouble. Don't underestimate it. It is the culprit that caused us to appear here. Morioge said. So is it because of this big bug that you are here? Sakagachi Ango asked. It can allow you to travel through time and space? Then the ability of this big bug is too powerful. Daze Osamu looked at the meditation mite thoughtfully. It's not it, but it is also related to it. Morioge did not explain too much. Perhaps a few living people were too conspicuous in the dead world. The huge moth, which was still sleeping, suddenly turned its densely packed compound eyes towards Morioge and others. Then the meditation mite, as if it had seen its lifelong enemy, emitted a fierce light from its compound eyes. Finally I found it. The low and hoarse voice of the meditation mite reached the ears of several people. Then, the moth's mouth pits opened, and it seemed to be chirping with hatred, but Morioge did not hear the sound. However, Nakajima Ratsushi and Sakagachi Ango on the side suddenly lowered their heads and covered their heads. Sakagachi Ango felt that he heard a strange buzzing sound, and his forehead became very painful. There was a voice in his mind that did not belong to him, whispering, kill the person in front of you. Sakagachi Ango's hand that was originally holding Nakajima Ratsushi loosened involuntarily. Unfortunately, the meditation mite did not know that Sakagachi Ango and Daze Osamu were the treasured protected animals of the book. Morioge and Daze saw Ango Sakagachi flying into the air like a ball that was hit by someone, and then the whole person bounced away from their eyes. Judging from the direction, it should be the looping bar. Ango, take care. Daze waved his handkerchief, then picked up Morioge, and turned around and ran. Morioge was also affected by the silent scream of the meditation mite for a moment, and then he immediately realized that this familiar reaction was the mind control ability of the meditation mite. Fortunately, he would not be controlled by the meditation mite. But Ango Sakagachi and Nakajima Ratsushi were obviously affected by the ability of the meditation mite. Otherwise Ango Sakagachi would not have suddenly let go of his hand, and Nakajima Ratsushi, Morioge, who was lying on Daze Osamu's shoulder, saw from a distance that Nakajima Ratsushi seemed to have lost his mind. His shirt was suddenly stretched open and his eyes turned red. Then, a huge white tiger appeared in the same place. The tiger ran towards Daze Osamu and Morioge, and the meditation mite flapped its wings and followed closely behind. Unfortunately, Morioge was being carried on Daze Osamu's shoulders, so Alice couldn't run out. I'm so tired, so tired. How can Atsushi run so fast? Daze Osamu said coldly, while sticking out his tongue, and continued to run forward quickly, and took advantage of various obstacles on the road to create trouble for Nakajima Ratsushi. Morioge, who was very uncomfortable being bumped on Daze Osamu's shoulders, saw this scene, and couldn't help asking, Daze-kun, where is your no longer human? Why not use your supernatural power? At least you can get rid of Nakajima Ratsushi first. Daze Osamu seemed to have just remembered his ability. Oh, I forgot it all. This is not an act. Daze Osamu has lived in Lupin for who knows how long, and suddenly he has to fight with others, and he feels that he can't react. Oh, it's all the book's fault. Daze finally reacted. He stopped carrying Morioge, and ran around the field. He stopped and greeted the big tiger happily. Dun, come here. The big tiger roared, and ran towards Daze, and then was naturally restored by the human no longer qualified. Nakajima Ratsushi lost consciousness, and turned back to human, and fell to the ground. Morioge patted Daze's shoulder, and signaled him to put him down. I need Alice. Morioge looked at the fluttering moth rushing towards them aggressively, and said to Daze, by the way, I have to work hard for Daze-kun. As for how hard it was, Morioge believed that Daze would understand. Then, Morioge let go of Daze's hand, and Daze flew into the air like Sakagachi Ango. The summoned Alice instantly understood what Morioge meant. The huge syringe in the little girl's hand disappeared, and then it flew behind the meditation mite. The seemingly fragile little hand grabbed the wings of the meditation mite, and rushed towards Morioge with the big moth. Daze Osamu instantly understood Morioge's idea. This is not good, Mr. Mori. Daze Osamu twitched his mouth. Of course, he knew that this was the fastest and most convenient way, but it was too. I'm sorry, Daze-kun. Before Morioge finished speaking, Alice had already rushed over with the huge moth, and threw the confused meditation mite into Daze Osamu's arms. Then, Daze Osamu was knocked away by the huge impact of the little girl, and then he disappeared in front of Morioge holding the meditation might under the power of the book. Thanks to the book for protecting Daze Osamu, when the meditation might also entered the Lupin bar where time stopped, they could only let them slaughter it. Morioge waved at Daze Osamu who was gradually going away, indicating that he should hold the big moth tightly. Let's go to Alice. Morioge looked hesitantly at Nakajima Atsushi who was still lying on the ground, and stepped forward to kick him. Sorry, Sister Momiji. Jason, who still has no freedom, felt very sorry for Ozaki Momiji. This time he was locked up in the torture room, and it also implicated Ozaki Momiji who thought he was fine. But fortunately, Sister Momiji only received a small punishment. This small punishment was not painful, and Ozaki Momiji could see that her boss was showing mercy. She shook her head at Jason, indicating that she didn't care. Ozaki Momiji could see that Mori Toyotaro had not betrayed Mori Toyotaro during his appearance in the Port Mafia. The young man had a strong and upright character, and was not an undercover. His feelings for the boss were also sincere, and that was not a fake affection. So what was your purpose in entering the Port Mafia? Ozaki Momiji was very curious about this question, but she was more curious about the fact that the boss did not let anyone continue to interrogate Mori Toyotaro. Did the boss already know Toyotaro's purpose? I really don't have any purpose. Jason looked into Ozaki Momiji's eyes and said seriously, I just want to see Rintaro. As for the disguise, I do have some difficulties, but I absolutely have no ill intentions. Ozaki Momiji sighed. She certainly knew that Jason did not do anything to harm the Port Mafia, but the fact that he disguised himself and deliberately approached the leader of the Port Mafia was very suspicious in itself. Sister Momiji, if it is possible. Although Jason had been locked in the torture room, he was not locked up. Except that he could not go out. Everything else was actually the same. Jason looked at Ozaki Momiji with pleading eyes. Sister Momiji, can you help me tell the boss that I want to see him? Ozaki Momiji did not speak. She looked at Jason and frowned, seeming to disagree with this proposal. I just want to explain to Rintaro, but there are some things I want to talk to him alone. Jason added. Ozaki Kawai finally nodded. I will convey your request to the boss. As for whether Lord Oge agrees, I can't guarantee it. Thank you, Sister Kawai. Jason smiled. Unfortunately, Jason waited for a long time, but his lover didn't show up. Morioge has no time to take care of Jason who was locked up recently. The rumor of 500 billion funds has been circulating repeatedly in the Yokohama underground. It seems that everyone has received a little bit of news, and the huge amount of money has made people's hearts fluctuate. The major organizations in Yokohama have heard the news and moved like sharks smelling blood. The intelligence work needs to be specifically responsible for Hangai. At the card meeting, Morioge assigned the task, we, the Port Mafia, must get the 500 billion. Morioge must get this money, which is related to who has the final say in the underground world in Yokohama. Port Mafia is like a huge machine. Morioge sits on the throne at the top and commands the steel giant to move forward. This is a key moment for Port Mafia to participate in the 3-minute concept. Jason, who waited and waited, but his lover never showed up. Forget it, I still have to hold the initiative in my own hands. Recently, Sister Hangai and the people in the interrogation team have been busy and nowhere to be seen. No one has put too much energy on Jason. Besides, with the shrewdness of the interrogation team, everyone knows what it means to catch a traitor who is not killed, but fed and well fed. Jason took advantage of the night to quietly pry open the lock of his cell. The underground cells of the Port Mafia were already full of people at this time, and Jason walked lightly through these secret rooms. Jason could see that those who were imprisoned in the dungeon were not members of the Port Mafia. Has anything big happened in Yokohama recently? Takata Group, Self-Defense Association, Yamamoto Trading Company. Almost all of these people are from the hostile organizations of the Port Mafia. Jason's worries suddenly surged up in his heart. He wondered how Rintaro was doing. The current situation is very similar to the chaos that swarmed everywhere in Gotham when Batman disappeared. Chapter 90. Lupin Bar. Sakaguchi Ango, Nakajima Atsushi, Daze Osamu and Morioge gathered in a circle and watched the meditation mite struggling desperately on the table. What should we do with this thing? It looks so weird. Daze Osamu poked the meditation mite's soft belly, earning an angry scream from the meditation mite. Daze Osamu found another stick and continued to poke. As they expected, the meditation mite could no longer use its mind control ability after entering the looping bar. The big bug was struggling in frustration, trying to physically attack the people in front of him. Although he can't use his own ability, it seems that we can't hurt him. Sakaguchi Ango frowned and watched the place where Daze Osamu poked it quickly recover, and the meditation mite didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Daze looked at the meditation mite, then looked back at the entrance of Lupin Bar, and suddenly thought of a good idea. It's very simple. Put half of the meditation mite's body inside the barrier and the other half outside the barrier, and then Mr. Mori will go outside to kill this guy, right? I don't believe it can still survive without half of its body. Panic flashed in the meditation mite's compound eyes. He hasn't ruled the world yet. How can he be killed? Let's tie it up first. Morioge thought for a while and said, we came here for a reason. I don't know if we needed to contribute some strength to leave here. Let's wait for Lucifer to come back. Asterisk boss. The guy in the torture room escaped. Morioge was not surprised at all when he heard the report from his subordinates. To be precise, it was unexpected that Mori Toyotaro could be locked up by him for so long. Morioge snorted in his heart. It's quite affectionate. Don't worry about him. The most important task now is 500 billion. Morioge said. Jason, who escaped from the torture room, avoided the densely packed cameras in the corridor of the Port Mafia building and quietly walked to the top floor. A faint light shone through the crack of the office door on the top floor of the Port Mafia building. Jason sighed helplessly. Rintaro was too careless about his health. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Jason hid in the dead corner of the corridor, wanting to take the opportunity to see Rintaro. The door of the office suddenly opened, and Jason saw Morioge said a few words to the guard at the door, and then the two conscientious black-clothed men turned around and left. After a while, Morioge's voice sounded inside the door. Aren't you coming in? Toyotaro-kun? I knew it. Jason smiled sweetly, and probably when the news of his escape from the torture room reached Rintaro's ears, he expected that he would appear here. No matter what the situation is, they seem to understand each other's behavior patterns very well. Rintaro, long time no see. Jason appeared from the corner. How did you find me? Morioge turned the computer in his hand towards Jason. On the densely packed map route on the computer, a small red dot was flashing to show its presence. Jason helplessly searched for a long time on his body, and finally found a small locator on his back. Toyotaro-kun, you are so brave. Do you really think I won't execute you? Morioge was indeed not surprised that this man would appear. He was actually waiting here tonight. Jason touched his nose. He really felt that Rintaro would not do anything to him. Morioge returned to his large desk and sat down. Alice also sat on the sofa and looked at Jason with curious eyes. I guess you may have misunderstood something, so I need a chance to meet you alone. Jason said. He repeatedly recalled the conversation between them that day. Rintaro may have some misunderstandings about the so-called another world. Are you willing to give me a chance to explain? Well, now you have this opportunity. Please speak. Morioge continued to lower his head to correct his documents, and it seemed that he didn't care much about Jason's explanation. Jason breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Rintaro was willing to give him a chance to explain. I did come from another world, but that was the future. Jason decided to explain simply. I met you in the future, and this time I went back to the past because of some accidents. Morioge's eyelids jumped. He didn't quite believe this so-called coming from the future. The time-space paradox is really hard to explain, but I'm your future lover, and we will meet in the future. Jason repeatedly emphasized this point. I disguised myself because I was worried about the impact on the future. Then you are not worried now? Morioge knew that what this guy said was most likely the truth, but he still felt a little irritated. He heard from Jason's words that he would go to another strange world in the future. So what was the reason? What would cause him to leave Yokohama and the Port Mafia and go to another world? Rintaro, don't worry too much. No matter what, the future is bright. Jason smiled and walked slowly towards Morioge. I don't want to say too much, just don't want to ruin the moment I meet you in the future. Morioge didn't say anything else. He thought, if Jason had ill intentions towards him, this man had countless opportunities when he was by his side. Maybe he could trust this person? Jason's smile grew bigger and bigger. He walked over tentatively and gently held Morioge's left hand. Morioge was stunned for a moment, then continued to look at the documents, as if nothing had happened. So, can I go back to work? Jason smiled a little naughty. He slowly sat down on Morioge's desk and wrapped his lover's hand in his big palm, looking puzzled. So, what are the duties of a secretary? Of course, it is to seduce the boss, right, Rintaro? Jason's index finger hooked Morioge's palm suggestively. The duty of the secret technique is to maintain a clean and decent appearance, Toyotaro-kun. Morioge pulled his hand out in disdain and pushed Jason, who was gradually approaching him and couldn't help but push him off his desk. Morioge pointed to the lounge behind him without looking back. How clean do you think you can be after staying in the torture room for so long? Jason. The next day, the Port Mafia cadres meeting. Ozaki Kawai and others looked at Mori Toyotaro, who appeared behind Morioge in surprise. Jason showed a happy smile to Kawai's sister, and Ozaki Kawai suddenly realized something, so he smiled with relief. Morioge looked at Mori Toyotaro and smiled meaningfully. Tell me about the current situation, Kawai Dono. Morioge said. Now, the war has lasted for more than 30 days. Not only the Port Mafia, but other organizations have also suffered heavy losses. Morioge got the news through his own channels that the government and the Special Powers Agent Department seem to have sent people to intervene. There are very strange cases of psychics committing suicide in Yokohama now, said Ozaki Kawai. It is initially suspected that there is a mind control psychic behind the scenes. But no one has ever seen this psychic who can perform mind control. Morioge nodded, indicating that he understood. He suspected that this person was sent by the government, and his purpose was nothing more than to end the war, but the current situation seemed to be out of control. This person has begun to kill people wantonly in Yokohama, which is probably not a result that the government is happy to see. Recently, the scope of activities of Port Mafia psychics has been reduced. If it is not necessary, try not to send psychics out. Especially Chuwa-kun, suspend the outbound missions. Nakahara Chuwa's ability is the most terrifying. If he also has problems, then the power of Port Mafia will be greatly reduced. It is not yet certain whether the person who controls the suicide of psychics is only targeting psychics or... Ozaki Kawai paused and continued to add, however, the people who have died so far are indeed psychics, and they all died at the hands of their own psychics. Ozaki Kawai guessed that this person can copy the abilities of psychics or control the thoughts of psychics. Jason was a little confused when he heard Morioge issuing tasks in an orderly manner. He was locked in the torture room for a long time and just missed these major events. However, if the psychic cannot be dispatched, why not give it to me? Jason suddenly spoke up. He could see that Rintaro was a little worried about this matter recently. The whole conference room suddenly became quiet for a moment, and everyone looked at the secretary, who suddenly spoke up. Jason actually knew that Rintaro deliberately let him appear in this meeting. Suddenly letting the secretary, who had just gotten rid of suspicion, appear in such an important meeting. Jason knew what Rintaro was hinting at. Can't he just say it clearly? Jason sighed helplessly. Morioge looked at Jason, who took the initiative to take on the trouble, raised his eyebrows, and said, are you sure? Toyotaro-kun, you might die. He did it on purpose. Morioge just wanted to see what Jason could do for him. As the leader of the Port Mafia, he couldn't keep a useless person around. Although Jason explained a lot, he never listened to what others said, but only looked at what he did. Jason looked into Morioge's eyes and smiled and said, shouldn't the members of Port Mafia take the initiative to help the leader solve problems? He knew that Rintaro would test him repeatedly. When he was in Gotham before, he also took a long time to really enter Rintaro's world. What's more, now Rintaro is the leader of Port Mafia, and he is destined to consider problems from the perspective of the entire organization. But such a test still made Jason a little sad. Then he cheered up and comforted himself. Now the two of them met and knew each other completely different from before. He knew very well that Rintaro himself was a suspicious and cold-blooded person. There was no way. Who made me fall in love with him? Jason shrugged and prepared to get all these debts back from Rintaro. After returning to Gotham, Morioge nodded calmly and then continued to discuss the arrangements for the next matters with the Kadas. At the same time, he tried to convince himself in his heart that only Jason was suitable to do this at present. As the leader of the organization, of course, he had to put the right person in the right position. Morioge tried to suppress his worries. After the meeting, Jason stayed in the Port Mafia office. Actually, if you have any arrangements, just tell me directly, Rintaro. You know I won't refuse. Jason said. This is different, Morioge said. If you want to stay in Port Mafia, just complete this task well. Giving Jason a task at the meeting is a test, but also a trust. This means that Mori Toyotaro will officially become a core member of Port Mafia in the future. So am I still your secretary? Jason asked maliciously. I prefer the position of secretary. Morioge, if you can really find that dangerous guy and kill him, it's not impossible to give you a Kada position. But I think I'm more suitable to be a secretary. Jason touched his chin. The purpose of his coming here is Rintaro. The secretary position is not worthy of your ability, Morioge said. Then give me a chance to show my ability? Jason stood behind Morioge and gently massaged his boss's shoulders. Then he turned around and sat on Morioge's thigh. See, this is the correct way to use a secretary. Morioge, get up, you're so heavy. Chapter 91. As soon as Lucifer walked into the Lupin bar, he saw the meditation mites tied up in a pile. He blinked and finally realized that the big bug had followed him. Rintaro, I'm back. Lucifer smiled and touched the child's head and then was slapped by Morioge. Lucifer didn't mind. He suddenly took out a strange looking thing from behind and proudly showed it to Morioge. Look, Dad, I got this guy. It's super easy. This little thing can be a pet for little Rintaro. The strange looking thing looked like an ugly octopus, but it was covered with hard scales. Some of the scales were green, just like the old tree trunks covered with moss in the rainforest. There were 8 big eyes on the octopus head, which were spinning around at the moment. The few people who took a look at the ugly thing. Why do I always see ugly things that hurt my eyes today? My eyes. Daze Osamu rolled on the ground exaggeratedly and rubbed his eyes frantically. I want to wash my eyes with disinfectant. Soak my eyeballs in alcohol. Sakaguchi Ango looked at the childish Daze Osamu helplessly and couldn't help kicking him. Get up quickly. Do you know this thing again? Sakaguchi Ango felt that Daze Osamu must know everything, but he just refused to say it. I don't know anything. Daze Osamu continued to roll around and hum. If I knew, I would tell Ango. Ango doesn't even believe me. Sakaguchi Ango continued to look at Daze Osamu with a suspicious look. This guy definitely knows everything. Damn. In fact, Daze Osamu did know what this was a long time ago. This is a culprit who caused the destruction of every Yokohama. The guy who has long exceeded the scope of supernatural powers Lovecraft. Lucifer successfully brought this thing back, which means it means that he may really need to think carefully about what to say first when he sees a Dasaku. Daze Osamu suppressed the joy that was about to overflow in his heart and continued to lie on the ground, pretending to be stingy and covering his cheeks with his hands. In fact, he quietly wiped away the transparent liquid that was about to overflow from the corners of his eyes. This is really a perfect ending. Except for the companions he once knew and who have died. Maybe he can also remove the bandage on his eyes. Oh yes, this little thing also swallowed a few people. It seems that like you, it has the protection of the core of this world in this little thing. Although it is a little weak, it is still alive. Lucifer continued. I brought them back as well. Rintaro, do you want to take them with you? Make a little pet for you, cub. After saying that, Lucifer pinched the ugly thing's fleshy little head hard, indicating that it should show its functions quickly. Then Morioge and the others saw that the octopus's face had opened a crack, and the part that looked like a mouth made a vomiting motion. A few minutes later, did he choke? Morioge looked at Lucifer suspiciously and asked, how can such a small guy vomit people? Is there a pocket from another dimension? Oh, that's right. Then I'll let him grow a little bigger before vomiting. Lucifer really didn't notice this problem. When he caught the octopus, the other party was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. So he carried the octopus out of the looping bar and beat the unspeakable one with its tentacles dancing wildly. The octopus was beaten so hard that it screamed, and finally, under Lucifer's cold eyes, it unwillingly turned into the size of 2 adults. It became uglier. Mori looked at it with disdain and turned his head back. Lucifer was happy and dragged the octopus back to the looping bar again. The huge body of the big octopus was dragged behind by Mr. Devil. "That's alright, Rintaro. Wait a minute, and I'll let him spit out a few people for you." Lucifer waved at Morioge. Then the two were stuck outside the door together. Morioge, I always feel that Lucifer's brain may be missing something. Finally, after the giant octopus burst the door of the poor looping bar, Lucifer finally came in with his little pet. Daze Osamu and Sakagachi Ango looked at the poor door of the looping bar with difficulty and couldn't help but mourn for 3 seconds for this place that protected them for a long time. "Okay, spit out the energy you have eaten." Lucifer grabbed the giant octopus's head and smashed it hard on the bar counter of the bar. Morioge even saw his impotent rage from the giant octopus's humanized face. The giant octopus, Lovecraft never thought that he would fall to this point one day. One day when he was sleeping on the bottom of the sea, he suddenly lost his consciousness. When he woke up again, he saw a devastated world. His intuition told him that all this was caused by himself, but Lovecraft really couldn't figure out why he did this. In fact, when he was very young, Lovecraft clearly realized that his abilities were fundamentally different from those of others. His abilities were more like a gift from God. Other people's abilities seemed to have some limitations, but his were not. Others, at least they were normal humans, but he didn't look like a human from beginning to end. Although he maintained a human appearance most of the time, no one knew that it was not the real him. Even his lifespan was much longer than that of ordinary humans. At least the combined age of the members of the group was not as old as him. But Lovecraft, who had a good mentality, accepted all this calmly and happily gave himself a long vacation of hibernation under the sea from time to time. Although Fitzgerald had objections to this, the leader of the group didn't say anything because of his powerful abilities. In short, the good life that Lovecraft planned for himself was to sleep, eat, and watch the excitement of humans. As a result, when he woke up, the excitement became himself. He only came to his senses when Lucifer came to beat him up. Seeing the miserable state of the world, Lovecraft chose to surrender and followed Lucifer, who wanted to raise an aquatic pet for his son. "But could you please stop beating him? It hurts so much. It hurts so much that his 8 legs are about to get tangled. Woohoo, do I still have the right to fish?" Lovecraft tried to continue to pretend to vomit. Daze Osamu, who was getting impatient, stepped forward and kicked the giant octopus in the stomach. "Even if it can't hurt you, physical squeezing will always be useful. Lovecraft, you vomited a bunch of scattered seabed garbage. Dirty plastic bottles, broken fishing nets, rusty metals, and even small broken fishing boats that had sunk to the bottom for many years all appeared in this small bar, and the entire loop-in bar suddenly stank." Morioge jumped up and ran out the door. Daze Osamu rushed out the door second and narrowly grabbed Morioge's pigtail before leaving the door of loop-in bar. Sakagachi Ango, who still had some conscience, dragged Nakajima Atsushi, who was still unconscious, and ran out of loop-in bar. He grabbed the red scarf that Daze Osamu was floating behind him. Several people rolled out of loop-in bar like a string of candied whores. The meditation mite, who was almost fainted by the stench, but could not move. Lucifer was also very stinky. He could only drag the big guy out of loop-in bar again, leaving the meditation mite alone with the garbage in the same room. Lovecraft was even more upset when he saw this scene. What kind of mess did he eat when he lost consciousness? The more he looked at it, the more he wanted to vomit, and the more he vomited, the more he felt sick. Lovecraft vomited all the way, as if he had morning sickness, and finally fell at the door of loop-in bar, and continued to vomit crazily. Finally, a familiar figure with the smell of seafood was vomited out. Daze Osamu, who was standing far away, had his eyes lit up. "It's Kunikida. Now it's the stinky Kunikida Doppo." Although he didn't know Kunikida here, it didn't prevent Daze from recognizing the target of persecution in the future. Then, like dumplings, the president, Yasano Akiko, Hirotsu Yanami, Akuta Gorjin and others appeared on the ground one after another. Wow, great. Everyone from the detective agency. Daze jumped up excitedly. But he disliked that everyone was too smelly, so he didn't rush up to give everyone a warm hug. Although everyone might be very wary if he hugged them. Morioge looked at the people in front of him. Well, including the people who are now in Gotham. Almost all the members are here. Only Sakagachi Ango sighed depressedly, and none of his colleagues in the Supernatural Special Agent Department showed up. I wonder where the others are. Sakagachi Ango asked. He always felt that these people should not be the only ones still alive. After all, he saw too much hope now. Are there other people alive? Lucifer thought for a while and said, it shouldn't be, the rest of the people probably died before they met this octopus head. So they had no chance to be swallowed by Lovecraft. Lovecraft thought about it carefully. It should be that after he swallowed these people who were very important to the world, he subconsciously knew not to hurt them, so he could melt the steel stomach and spared these poor little ones. So, what should we do now? Should they find a way to wash these people clean first? Otherwise, Miss Yasano, who has misophobia, will definitely kill everyone present after she gets up. Anyway, rinse them with water first. Morioge also took 2 steps back. Anyway, he absolutely didn't want to do this. He was just a child now, and no one could hire child labor. Atsushi is awake. Daze Osamu took a step back and pretended to accidentally step on Nakajima Atsushi's stomach. Nakajima Atsushi woke up from the darkness in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? Nakajima Atsushi lay on the ground looking at the grey sky in front of him. He only remembered that he lost consciousness after seeing the big moth. Mr. Daze's face suddenly appeared in front of him, and an indescribable sour smell, like the canned crab meat, that Mr. Daze had kept in his locker for a month in the summer. Done. The armed detective agency now has a very important task to teach you. Daze Osamu put on a very serious expression. Look there. Nakajima Atsushi climbed up dizzily and looked in the direction of Daze Osamu's finger. President. Ms. Yasano. Nakajima Atsushi rushed over, but was immediately driven back by the terrible smell. Now, the important task of restoring the glory of the armed detective agency to its former glory is handed over to you. Done. Don't let your predecessors down. Chapter 92. Lucifer has already got the book, and Lupin's barrier was finally lifted at Daze Osamu's suggestion. They don't want to keep this Candide horse shape forever. The moment the barrier of this place that has protected everyone for a long time disappeared, it was like a time fast forward, and the Lupin bar suddenly began to show a dilapidated appearance. Then it began to collapse from the ground. Daze Osamu stared at the scattered Lupin bar in a daze, and I don't know what he was thinking. Several people just watched quietly as the Lupin bar gradually became unrecognizable. However, Nakajima Atsushi always felt that he had forgotten something. What was it? Meditation mite. Nakajima Atsushi suddenly remembered that there was still a meditation mite tied up and not out. But looking at this, the meditation mite must have been crushed into a paste, right? Lucifer, poor guy, turned into meat paste. Oh, so miserable. Daze Osamu sighed nonchalantly, and then continued to urge poor Nakajima Atsushi to take care of his dear colleagues. The kind-hearted tiger finally couldn't bear to see the 5 people lying on the ground in such a miserable state, and struggled to wash the companions lying on the ground. As a result, he was beaten up by Miss Yasano, who woke up early. Yasano Akiko's memory of the last second was still stuck on going with the president and Kunikida to find the source of terror that plunged the world into terror. But when they saw the source of terror that covered the sky and the sun with their own eyes, they found that it was far from an existence that they could look directly at. Yasano Akiko only remembered that the president tried his best to pull out the knife, but she lost consciousness directly. As a result, when she opened her eyes, she actually saw the White Death of Port Mafia. This was not a good experience. Yasano Akiko helped the president, who had also woken up, and stood with Kunikida Doppo, and looked at the people in front of them warily. Hirotsuyana Jeremy and Akuta Gorjin, who also woke up, also stood firmly behind their boss, and Daze Osamu pinched his nose in disgust. Don't be so nervous, everyone. There is no Port Mafia or armed detective agency anymore, right? Daze Osamu took 2 steps forward and raised his hands to indicate that he meant no harm. He said with a smile, "We need to take reality seriously. This is the end of the world, Mr. President." The president looked at the smiling leader of the Port Mafia and couldn't help wondering who should be more serious. However, President Fukazawa was indeed the first to react. He was silent for a few seconds and asked, "Where are the others? Not only the armed detective agency, but also other living people in this world. All of them are dead, Mr. President." Daze Osamu heard what the president meant and replied coldly, "They didn't even see the monsters. They went crazy. Some people attacked each other, and some died on the way to defend their lives. In short, we are the only ones left in this world." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. "Why don't you guys clean up yourselves first?" Morioge suddenly broke the silence. "Are you going to hold a memorial service here?" He couldn't stand such a scene. Fortunately, his Yokohama hadn't experienced all this yet. Yasano Akiko narrowed her eyes. She thought the child looked very familiar. "Little friend, you are." Lord Silverwolf also thought the man looked very familiar. Even Akuta Gorjin and Hirotsuyana Jeremy thought they had seen this child before. Daze Osamu suddenly rushed over, picked up Morioge and said, "This is my son. Isn't he super cute?" Morioge kicked him, but the agile Daze Osamu dodged it. "I'm Morioge, the leader of the Port Mafia in another world," nodded calmly to everyone present with a chubby face. President and Akiko, Oeo Hirotsuyana Jeremy and Akuta Gorjin. Kunikida Doppo? Question mark? Hirotsuyana Jeremy was also a witness to the ups and downs of the past, from the old leader who fell into madness at the beginning to the succession of the Death Doctor, to the death of Mori and Jide in the Mimic incident. Of course, he had doubts about the death of Mori, and even most people in the Port Mafia believed that this was a conspiracy by Daze Osamu to murder the previous leader. So what did he see now? Guangjin Lialang's pupils trembled. Is this a conspiracy of some organization? Who stole the genes of their boss? A leader was cloned. Or, is this the pearl of the previous boss? Bah. That's not how the pearl of the previous boss is used. When Mr. Guangjin looked at the current boss and the child who was suspected to be the previous boss, his thoughts suddenly turned to a strange direction. In fact, this is something Guangjin Lialang has been looking forward to for a long time. After all, he is old enough to be a grandfather. If Port Mafia has an heir who has been trained since childhood, it would be the best thing. It's not that he wants to be someone's grandfather, but he likes children very much. At the same time, he also hopes that Port Mafia can change from rebellion to normal abdication or inheritance. It's a pity that the 2 consecutive leaders of Port Mafia seem to have a strange insulating aura, and not even a blade of grass grows around them. This made him worry about the issue of the inheritance of Port Mafia for a time. After all, he doesn't want to experience the bloody storm again. Hirotsu Lialang stared at the child in front of him and fell into deep thought. This is a child who looks like the previous boss. Their current leader Daze seems to be very good to this child. Will this child inherit the Port Mafia in the future? Oh, no, the Port Mafia doesn't exist now. Thinking of this, old man Hirotsu sighed regretfully. It would be great if this child appeared earlier. It's no wonder that Hirotsu Lialang has a wild imagination. Anyone who sees a child who looks exactly like the previous boss would probably be suspicious. Morioge turned his face away, avoiding the burning gazes of several people. He didn't want to see the stupid faces of the Port Mafia members in another world. The Port Mafia is gone, and you are still gossiping about the previous leader? TSK, the Port Mafia in this world is hopeless. I'm Morioge himself. The boss of another world looked at the dull-looking Lord Silverwolf with disdain. I'm Morioge from another world. After everyone finally packed up and pieced together what happened from Daze Osamu's incoherent narration of first this, then that, everyone fell into silence. Speaking of which, they can indeed be considered survivors of this world. Lucifer stood aside and looked at the lost people in front of him with interest and couldn't help saying, "Don't be so sad. If you accumulate enough energy, you can still restart this world's restart." Now it was everyone's turn to stare at Lucifer with shining eyes. "But I have found another world and connected it to this place. Do you want to go and see it?" Asterisk asterisk the top floor of Port Mafia, the leader's office. Morioge couldn't help but push Jason, who was sitting sideways on his thigh. This guy didn't even see how heavy he was, and he pressed on his legs and refused to get up. "Can you get off my legs, Toyotaro-kun?" Morioge felt that his legs were numb from being pressed. With such a big body, what kind of coquettishness is he acting? He touched the stubble on his chin that he had not had time to shave because he was too busy, and said in a sad tone, "What is this? Fading beauty and fading love? Oh, I thought this face of mine was the one that Rintaro liked the most." Morioge. There is no need to be so narcissistic. However, after removing the contact lenses, the emerald-like eyes are really beautiful. It is a pure color that makes Morioge want to collect it at a glance. But Jason suddenly leaned down at this time and looked closely at the boss, who was sitting on the wide chair with those green eyes that were full of temptation to Morioge. Then he gently reached out and held Morioge's face, and the tips of their noses rubbed against each other. Morioge suddenly heard the emerald in front of him say very seriously, "Rintaro, I love you." Morioge was suddenly stunned. "I don't really understand," Morioge said after a long silence. "I don't really understand what you mean by love, but I hate the feeling of being out of control." "Then I will be your standard," Jason said. "The future will be perfect when we are together." "Sorry, I don't believe in a perfect future." Morioge couldn't help feeling a little guilty in Jason's passionate gaze. After all, he had the idea of getting rid of this guy when he got tired of him at the beginning. "Actually, I don't believe it either, but many things can't be explained by reason, Rintaro," Jason said. "Just like if someone lies to me, I will be very angry. But you, a big liar, have lied to me countless times. Since the first time you saw me, I was fooled around by you, but I still fell in love with you. Originally, matters of love cannot be interpreted by reason." He was indeed a little impulsive towards Rintaro at the beginning, but as they got along day by day, this love became a long-lasting and continuous flow. He even imagined that the two of them could adopt a few more children, and even chose a city for retirement. The training of the successor of the Glory Company has been put on the agenda. Anyway, no matter what, he wanted to be with Rintaro, and made the most long-term plan. Fortunately, Rintaro also loved him, although his love never said it. "What did I lie to you about?" Morioge was very interested. "Let me think about it. You lied to me that you were a poor single father and asked me to be your bodyguard for a month." Jason counted one by one with his fingers. "You lied to me that Alice was your daughter, lied to me that you had a wife, lied to me that you were coerced by bad guys, lied to me that you were just a poor little doctor." There were too many. It was simply impossible to count them. Morioge chuckled. It sounded like he would tell a lie. Maybe in his lie, Yokohama was the so-called wife. Poor young man. "Oh, it sounds like you have a lot of opinions, Toyotaro-kun." Morioge smiled meaningfully. "Yes, it is true." So later I kissed them all back. Jason showed an expression of endless aftertaste. The young man's expression was very relaxed, and his eyes were full of trust and love for Morioge. Morioge did not believe in a perfect future, but one of the rules of Mayfair is to enjoy life while you can. Morioge obeyed his sudden impulse, reached out and touched Jason's cheek, then suddenly pulled him close and gave Jason a gentle kiss. Jason widened his eyes in surprise. His Rintaro had never been so proactive before. Morioge's lips were simply pressed against Jason's lips. The bending posture was a bit tiring, so Jason simply leaned forward, knelt on one knee on the side of Morioge's wide seat, and inserted his fingers deeply into Morioge's hair. The two exchanged an unspeakably gentle kiss. Chapter 93. Yokohama. Jason had gradually adapted to the Port Mafia here, which was more cold-blooded than the Koi society, and more like a cold machine. The useless parts would be discarded immediately. He still hadn't found the purpose of the book, but since that day, he had never seen linked Tsuji Yukato again. Jason suddenly recalled what linked Tsuji Yukato said that day. He said that he didn't have much time. So, I'm afraid he disappeared, Jason thought. But he still didn't know how to get back to Gotham. Moreover, he always remembered that Rintaro was caught in the turbulence of time and space. Although Rintaro here is his lover, this is a different timeline. He can protect the lover on this timeline, but lost the lover on the future timeline. This anxiety tortured Jason from time to time. But the leader told him not to worry about himself. According to what you said, the future and the present have become a loop that you can't tell the beginning and the end of, said Mr. Leader, looking at his lover from the future calmly. That means you can regard any place as the starting point. You can think that our meeting in Gotham in the future is the starting point of everything. Since you still exist in this world, it means that this starting point has not disappeared. From another perspective, if something happens to me in the future, I should not exist now. Morioge analyzed, while digesting the information brought by Jason. Isn't it related to me that Yokohama can continue to cycle? If something happens to me, this place should immediately return to the doomsday you mentioned. Jason didn't think of this. He was busy thinking about where Kobayashi Taro fell. In other words, as long as I take good care of you, you in the future will be fine, and I can only wait. That's the theory, Morioge said. Okay, Jason sighed. Linked Tsuji Yukato also said something similar at the beginning. It seems that he can only take care of the present and wait for his beloved knight Mori to save him. Want to see your childhood photos? You were so cute when you were 10 years old. Morioge, thank you. I know what I looked like when I was a child. I would like to see if you were also so arrogant when you were a child. Jason almost made a feint at the Kada meeting today. There are no photos, but I was a bad boy when I was a child, Jason said. I was a street kid. I told you all this before. Morioge glanced at Jason. You don't look like a good person now. There is no need to be sad. There are always people who love you. Jason laughed briefly. We are both leaders of the Mafia. It's a perfect match. Neither of us cares about the secular standards of good and evil, and we only measure ourselves with firm ideals. Morioge also laughed. He stood up from behind his desk, stretched his hands and feet and said, So, bad assistant, are you going to eat now? Of course, dear leader. Jason acted like a subordinate and bowed respectfully. Then he hugged his boss and kissed him. What do you want to eat? I want something spicy. Morioge pushed Jason away and picked up the white coat beside him and put it on. Then I know a good place, Jason said. Do you want to try it? But you can't accept the spicy hot dogs I liked before. I'm afraid that the spiciness is. Go and try it. Morioge was a little curious. If it tastes good, it should be acceptable. Jason looked at the stubborn Rintaro and thought, the last time you said you wanted to try the spicy hot dog, you said the same thing, but you took a bite and stuffed it all into my mouth. But Rintaro seemed a little eager to try. Jason thought about it and didn't refuse. Then do you want to try my new motorcycle? Jason teased the leader again. After all, the guy was stiff when he sat on his backseat last time. Super fast, available at any time. Sure. Morioge said. Port Mafia, there is nothing that the leader can't try. Morioge doesn't think so. You said that. Jason was really helpless now. When Rintaro was done with his business, he was like a child. No wonder he was Alice's father. Asterisk, so where is this place? Morioge asked. Now they were standing in a market. The hats and long skirts coming and going made Morioge feel like he was at some retro party. Lucifer hugged him, and he held the poor Unspeakable in his hand. Everyone else in Yokohama stayed in the big belly of Unspeakable. According to Lucifer, this was to prevent their fragile souls from being hurt by the energy fluctuations generated when crossing the world. Therefore, it is better to choose to be swallowed by the thick-skinned Lovecraft, and then Lucifer will take the big octopus and Morioge to cross the world. Daze Osamu, who was shrinking in the octopus's belly, suspected that this was just Lucifer's nonsense. However, Lucifer swore that he was absolutely not lying. In fact, he just misled everyone reasonably. Crossing the world will indeed cause damage to the soul, but he didn't say that normal people can withstand this kind of damage. Of course, he would protect Taro Kobayashi, and his precious soul must not be worn out at all. Is this the new world you connected to? Morioge continued to ask. Yes, according to humans. Lucifer tried to recall the way humans named parallel universes, and replied, this is Earth 19. Earth 19, an Earth close to the Victorian era, Gotham under the gaslight. Yes, although the building in front of them is not the modern building they are very familiar with, Morioge still recognizes that this is Gotham. Lucifer took Morioge's hand and changed their clothes into classic suits that conform to the characteristics of this era: double-breasted long dress, a light-colored vest, a silver grey tie, and a silk top hat. Lucifer, who originally looked like a decent person, smoothly integrated into this retro street. Even Morioge was put on the same style by him. Two handsome gentlemen, one big and one small, are freshly baked. So cute. Lucifer was holding a cane in his hand, and he was very suitable to dress up as an old-fashioned nobleman. Morioge was the kind of person who would not look ugly even in a sack with his cute little face. Not to mention this formal dress that looked like he was going to a party. The two of them now looked like a rather sophisticated aristocratic father taking his cute son out on the street. Morioge looked at the surrounding environment and various advertisements on the wall thoughtfully, and asked, is there no superpower in this world? Huh, did you see that? Lucifer explained to Morioge, I have to choose a world without so many messy powers to nourish Yokohama. It is too fragile. If the world I choose is too powerful, it will be easily swallowed up. So he chose a world of ordinary people called Earth 19 by humans. After a while, when the two worlds are completely integrated, Yokohama will slowly get better. Then what are we doing here? Morioge asked. We are all crowded in that world, and the burden is too heavy, Lucifer said. It's like a bridge that is about to collapse. If we all stand on it and keep adding people, it will be difficult to repair it, and it may collapse faster, right? This statement sounds reasonable. Morioge nodded and accepted it. It seems that we can only stay in this world for a while. When can we go back to Gotham? Morioge asked. You don't want to stay here forever? Why? Lucifer looked at Morioge innocently. I just want to wait until the world becomes less fragile before going back. Otherwise, with my power, I can accidentally destroy the world. You definitely don't want to see that result. Morioge looked at Lucifer suspiciously. He always felt that this guy had something else to say. Lucifer did have something to say. After he connected Earth 19 and Yokohama's world, he could return to their Gotham at any time through Earth 19, but he just wanted to take Morioge to play here for a while longer. Besides, he didn't lie just now, he just blurred the subject. If Morioge misunderstood, he would apologize. If they directly cross the barrier of the world through Yokohama, there is indeed a possibility of directly destroying Yokohama, but there is actually no problem at all to return to their former Gotham through this Gotham. It seems that Kobayashi Taro, who is worried about Yokohama, has not realized this problem. Lucifer snickered. This is the best. He deliberately put the extra people into the stomach of his pet Lovecraft, just because he didn't want those stupid humans to disturb him and Kobayashi Taro from cultivating their relationship. Thinking of this, Lucifer stretched out his hand and put it on Morioge's shoulder and led him into a hotel. How about finding a place to stay first? Then Morioge watched Lucifer being kicked out because he had no money, even though he used his eyes that could see directly into the soul to make the hotel owner confess all the bad things he had done in his life. It must be said that this gave the hotel owner more reason to kick him out. Psycho. Get out. The door of the hotel slammed in front of the two. The irritable innkeeper was still cursing inside. Ah, what a human being without quality. Lucifer shrugged regretfully. Humans are always like this, unwilling to admit that they are evil, but instead attribute all their faults to the temptation of the devil. How ridiculous. Pedestrians avoided Lucifer. Morioge also wanted to stay away from him, lest people on the street see him as the same madman. No matter which Gotham, I guess there may be Batman here. Morioge ignored Lucifer's madness and continued. Why not go find Bruce? He was carrying a locator, tracker and other items with a bat logo given by Jason, so it was okay to prove his identity. Batman would verify the facts through their technology that was beyond their time. The premise is that Batman and Jason are here. If they don't exist, they have to make other plans. Actually, there's no need. I have a lot of jewelry and other things, Lucifer explained. He just forgot about it. Let's find a place to live by ourselves. How about buying a mana for you to play with? Unfortunately, Morioge had lost confidence in this unreliable guy, or rather, he was a little impatient to meet someone in this world. Although he knew very well that they were not the same person, he still wanted to see if Jason lived well in this world, he would feel more at ease. Chapter 94. Boss, I want an extra spicy curry rice. Jason lifted the curtain on the door like a regular customer and said to the boss who was cooking curry, I'll add a normal spicy one. Thank you. Oh, it's Toyotaro. The chubby Mediterranean boss raised the soup spoon in his hand and greeted Jason. Did you bring a friend today? Welcome. Jason has eaten in this restaurant countless times and has long been very familiar with the boss. It's my boyfriend, boss. Jason walked to the innermost table with familiarity and asked Morioge to sit down. Oh, it's my boyfriend. The boss heard Jason mention several times that he has a person he loves very much. The two are inseparable, but they have been apart for a long time due to their busy work. Are you finally free to go out for a date today? I'll treat you. Morioge took off the helmet that Jason insisted on putting on his head and did not deny Jason's statement. He smiled and nodded to the boss and then looked at this curry shop with a curious look. The decoration inside the store is a very stereotyped fast food style. It is hard to see why Jason is always attracted to this place. The wooden floor, simple tables and chairs, and red checkered tablecloths are quite neat. The aroma of curry fills the whole room, which makes people hungry. Give it a try. I think the boss's cooking skills are quite good. Jason said, although I really want to recommend you to try the extra spicy curry, your stomach will definitely not be able to bear it. Morioge actually wanted to try it. He also liked to try spicy food occasionally, but his stomach really couldn't stand it. Thank you for the compliment, Toyotaro. The boss smiled so hard that his eyes could not be seen. My best extra spicy curry is currently only appreciated by you and little Adasaku, but I'm also good at ordinary curry. Is Sakunasuke not back today? Odasakasuke has become good friends with Jason again, not long ago. Jason and Odasakasuke's friendship can be traced back to Gotham. When he was in Gotham, Oda at number 2 helped him a lot. Jason had heard from Rintaro that Oda Sakunasuke number 1 died because of one of his plans, which was one of the reasons why Daze Osamu broke up with him. The inside story was a bit complicated. Rintaro did not explain it in detail at the time, but simply told about the death of Oda Sakunasuke number 1. Now Jason finally saw the real Oda Sakunasuke number 1 in the Port Mafia. At that time, he was about to inspect a piece of land in the port, and the person in charge of driving was Oda Sakunasuke. When Jason heard the familiar name, he was stunned. After the handsome figure of Oda Rat in a windbreaker and carrying a dinner knife rolled around in his mind again and again, he remembered the other pudding hamster who was inseparable from Daze Meow and Wayne Manor. Although Oda Sakunasuke felt Jason's inquiring eyes, he didn't care much. To be precise, he felt that it didn't matter how others looked at him. Not having a necessary curiosity was a virtue left to him as a killer in his early years. At first, Oda Sakunasuke number 1 left Jason with the impression of being silent and honest, and seemingly having no desires. This made Jason, who was not fully aware of the past, very curious. Why would such a guy choose to enter the Port Mafia and become an unknown low-level staff? Then Oda Sakunasuke suddenly changed the scheduled route and walked onto a small road. If Jason hadn't known that this guy was a good person, according to the rules of the Port Mafia, he should have drawn his gun at this moment. There is a bomb buried at that intersection, Mr. Mori. Oda Sakunasuke explained belatedly. This surname is so easy to associate. Oda Sakunasuke saw the calm expression of this big man of the Port Mafia through the rearview mirror. My ability Perfect Fit can predict the upcoming danger 5 seconds in advance. Oda Sakunasuke explained intimately to Mr. Mori Toyotaro, a big star of the Port Mafia. Jason actually knew this because Oda Rat number 2 had used the same ability to help him discover the bomb that the Gotham villain had placed in his car. Thank you, Oda-kun. Jason smiled gratefully and received a surprised look from Oda Sakunasuke. After that, the two of them became friends in a muddle. Jason shared his favorite Pride and Prejudice again and Oda Sakunasuke cherished it and gave back his reading notes, his favorite writer Natsum Saseki, and the spicy curry he had to eat 3 times a week. The last item received a full score from Jason. Mr. Todd's fanatical lover of spicy food, who could not be found in Gotham, finally showed up in Yokohama. Jason sighed with regret, who told the pets not to eat anything randomly. After all, no one in the Bat family is a veterinarian. Originally, Daze Osamu used to eat anything he wanted without caring, but since he went to the pet hospital and messed up the pet hospital, Daze Osamu has since become the first cat in healthy eating. Because pets have to take rectal temperature before going to the doctor, it is estimated that the scene where the beautiful nurse lady lifted the cat's tail with a thermometer and almost will become Daze Osamu's lifelong nightmare. Jason recalled the chaotic scene that day and couldn't help but feel lucky for Daze Osamu as a human. Fortunately, he escaped, although he smashed the pet hospital into pieces and caused the devil cub to pay a lot of money. Little Adasaku is back too. He picked up another child today and is cleaning the room for everyone upstairs. The boss said. Picked up another one. Jason recalled that this seemed to be the 4th child adopted by Oda Sakunasuke. This guy's really suitable to be a nanny. Recently, the war between the supernatural organizations has become more and more intense, and there are more and more supernatural suicides caused by supernatural killers. However, Jason has found the suspect and the corresponding plan is being implemented. Rintaro also gave him the silver handwritten note. If he still can't handle this, he is really ashamed of his dear. I believe that this scene will not last too long. Ah, Toyotaro, you're here too. Coincidentally, the red-haired man also opened the curtain and walked into the room. The children finally fell asleep, and the new nanny Oda Sakunasuke finally had time to come down and feed his poor stomach. Toyotaro brought his boyfriend with him today. Little Adasaku, don't disturb him. The boss served Morioge and Jason with fragrant curry. Oh, so Oda Sakunasuke certainly knew that his friend had a lover. He stood there and thought about it and suddenly recalled that Daze said that if you disturb others' love, you will be kicked by a donkey. Oda Sakunasuke greeted Jason and said, then I'll go eat somewhere else. Morioge was curious. He had been observing Oda Sakunasuke since he walked into the room. As the leader of the Port Mafia, he knew every psychic in the organization by heart. Oda Sakunasuke, a very special psychic, was the focus of his attention. He thought that Oda Sakunasuke, as a fighter with extremely high martial power, would definitely shine in the recent war, but the result seemed to be different from what he thought. I don't know what this person wants, Morioge thought, since we just happened to meet, why not give it a try? Is he Toyotaro's friend? Why don't we sit down and eat together? Morioge glanced at Jason and asked loudly. Oda Sakunasuke was stunned for a moment. He had heard Toyotaro say that his lover had a strong personality and was quite busy at work. Although he didn't know what kind of job it was, it seemed that he was in a high position. But he seemed to be easy to get along with today. Adasaku didn't think too much about it. If he went up now, he would definitely disturb the children's rest. In addition, the doctor and good friend looked particularly gentle under the warm yellow light of the restaurant. So he took his own portion of spicy curry and walked towards Jason and Morioge's table. Jason looked at Rintaro helplessly. Could it be that Rintaro has set his sights on Oda Sakunasuke now? No way. If so, he really needs to find out what happened. He doesn't believe that the only way to solve the problem is to sacrifice Oda Sakunasuke. It's just that Rintaro's optimal solution made him choose the simplest and least costly one. Hello, sorry to bother you on your date. Oda Sakunasuke sat opposite the two of them. I'm Oda Sakunasuke. He really didn't know what to say, so he could only introduce himself in a formal manner. Hello, I'm Rintaro Ota. Morioge didn't know what was going on, and the surname Ota suddenly popped up in his mind, which seemed very familiar, so he just used it. Anyway, the members of the bottom level Port Mafia can't see the leader, and he is sure that Oda Sakunasuke has never seen him before. Not every member of the Port Mafia knows the appearance of the leader and Kadas, otherwise the assassination bounty in the black market would have been printed into an album long ago. Jason glanced at his lover. The protagonist of Mayhem is really present now. He borrowed the name, and Rintaro borrowed the surname. Then he looked at his friend again. I'm sorry, Sakuna-suke, I have to listen to my wife. But I promise that I will save your life. Now I can only ask you to let my wife deceive you. Thanks, friend. Oda Sakuna-suke was a little puzzled by Jason's 3-point entanglement, 2-point speechlessness and 5-point apology in his eyes, but he still politely greeted his friend's boyfriend. Hello, Ota-kun. Rintaro, eat your curry quickly. I highly recommend the boss's cooking skills. Jason pulled the corner of Morioge's clothes to call his lover's attention back. Pay less attention to Oda Sakuna-suke, Rintaro. Morioge smiled at Oda Sakuna-suke, lowered his head, and started eating curry. He planned to continue to contact Oda Sakuna-suke. If the other party has a weakness that can be exploited, it would be great. The boss just mentioned the child. Will Oda Sakuna-suke become a gun for the Port Mafia for the child? Jason glanced at his lover's calm expression and thoughtful eyes, and probably guessed what Rintaro was thinking. He sighed. After the Dragon Head War is over, the leader seems to plan to invest in some nurseries and orphanages. Adasaku, have you considered sending the children there? This is what he and Morioge had discussed before. When the size reaches the level of Port Mafia, at least a certain cooperation with the government must be formed. Jobs like nurseries and orphanages, which are thankless for the government, are a good starting point. And after the war is the most appropriate time. They make sacrifices in terms of money, establish a positive image of the company, and at the same time, get the opportunity to cooperate with the government. Nursery? As a grassroots staff, Oda Sakuna-suke has certainly never heard of this news, but I have never thought about the children going the way of Port Mafia in the future. If it is an investment in Port Mafia, is it training talents for Port Mafia in advance? It's a project in cooperation with the government, Jason replied. I'll give you the specific information after the specific project is implemented. Believe me, such a project will make the Port Mafia work hard. The conditions are at least better than for a bachelor like you, and they will go to school in the future, right? Oda Sakuna-suke was indeed tempted, but he also knew the faces of these welfare institutions these days. If it was really useful, he would not have come out to be a killer at the age of 14 to make a living. The nursery is very suitable. You can at least send the child there during the day and pick him up at night. Jason added, the Port Mafia will also arrange corresponding personnel to be responsible for this matter. Maybe you can transfer there? Jason revealed the big news in front of the boss and showed a begging look to the boss. This plan is not a core secret, but just some follow-up arrangements, which will not affect Morioge's plan. He did say this in front of Rintaro on purpose. On the one hand, he wanted to say that he and Adasaku were friends, and although Adasaku's ability could not be used on the battlefield, he was a good bodyguard. On the other hand, he also wanted to help Adasaku, because these children who lost their parents due to social environment always made people sympathize. As for how to change the fate of his friends, he would think about it carefully and then discuss it with Rintaro. Thank you, Toyotaro. I will ask the children for their opinions. Oda Sakuna-suke looked at the couple gratefully. Morioge retracted his gaze from glaring at Jason and said nothing more. He really hadn't figured out how to arrange Oda Sakuna-suke. If this person could play a greater role in other aspects, it would be good. Would you like to try the extra spicy curry, Rintaro? Jason smiled flatteringly and put a spoonful of his super spicy curry rice to his lover's mouth. Oda Sakuna-suke on the side wanted to say something but stopped. Morioge's mind was full of business, but was interrupted by Jason again. Forget it, he thought, just treat it as a date. He opened his mouth and bit the spoon that Jason placed on his mouth. It's so spicy. Mr. Rintaro Ota's face flushed with sweat, and then he was fed a glass of lemonade by his caring lover. Mr. Toyotaro Mori put his arm around his beloved's shoulders, held the doctor who was speechless due to the spiciness in his arms, and comforted him for a long time. Then he carefully wiped the tears from his lover's eyes, lowered his head, and kissed the corner of his lover's mouth lovingly. I said you couldn't stand it. I won't give it to you next time. Sakuna-suke Oda stared blankly at the dog food scattered on the table. He foolishly ate a spoonful of dog food with curry in the sweet atmosphere, and then suddenly knocked his palm with his fist, and suddenly realized, what an enviable love. The material for the novel is here. Chapter 95. Earth 19. Morioge really wanted to see Jason as soon as possible, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. You are passing through our territory now, rich guy. The kid with black hair and blue eyes, who looked less than 10 years old, held a short knife in his hand and blocked Morioge and Lucifer. He pretended to be fierce and threw the knife from his left hand to his right hand, as if he wanted to show a skilled robbery posture. Morioge had seen Jason's childhood photos in Wayne Manor. Leave some tolls. This is our special treatment for rich people. Don't you think so, Dickie Burt? The malnourished sallow face had a fierce smile. Behind the kid who rushed out first, two children with black hair and blue eyes appeared immediately. One looked about 14 or 15 years old, and the other was probably only 7 or 8 years old. You are right, but don't call me like that next time, Jason. The boy who looked the oldest replied, holding a piece of iron water pipe tightly in his hand. Guys, let's go back. There's a kid over there. The kid himself was walking at the end in overalls, with a hesitant look on his face. Little Tim, I think you're scared, right? Jason held the knife, pressed the newsboy cap on his head, and changed his hand to hold the sharp blade. He stepped back a few steps and hugged Tim's shoulders, half to comfort himself and half to explain to Morioge and his son, we are not hurting anyone, we are just taking some bread money. If they can't even get the bread money, then Bill, who adopted the three of them, will make them look bad. Who doesn't want to live a decent life, but he has to find a way to let his brothers eat bread first. When he has money in the future, he will pay back the guys he robbed, although this possibility is not great. Jason looked at the noble young master opposite with an apologetic look, presumably losing a little insignificant money would not matter to them. Then he changed to a fierce expression, ready to scare the father and son opposite. You know, the street kids on this street are more ferocious than many adults, because they are almost all orphans with nothing. Tim could only look at Morioge and his son with an apologetic look. Don't say so much. Dick glanced at his two younger brothers, and as if he had made up his mind, he tightened his grip on the long water pipe in his hand again, and walked towards Morioge. Hand over all your money. Yes, give us all the money. Jason followed. Morioge looked at the dirty mud and unstoppable scars on the three children, and his eyes turned cold. He felt a surge of anger hovering in his chest. Alice, the gorgeously dressed girl, appeared out of thin air and quietly floated behind Morioge. The three children were startled by the completely unscientific scene. The youngest Tim was so scared that he threw away the stick in his hand, and the strap on one side of his overall slipped off his shoulder. The child reflexively reached out to pull up his pants and opened his mouth wide at the little girl, who was glowing slightly in the air. Jason was the first to react. Is this some new technology? It's too early to scare us. Don't be fooled by him. Although he said so, he was still cautious and didn't step forward. Instead, he protected the youngest Tim behind him. The anger in Morioge's eyes became even stronger. This scene was almost the same as Jason's childhood experience. Don't worry, Rintero. Lucifer completely ignored the child in front of him. He felt the anger from Morioge. The Jason here is not him. They will have different fates in different worlds. This is normal. Lucifer didn't really understand Morioge's anger, but he didn't mind trying to comfort the child. Otherwise, he would send this kid to hell. Maybe Rintero wouldn't feel sad if he couldn't see it. Lucifer thought casually. Morioge did feel angry, especially when he saw the marks left on Jason's body by long-term abuse. There used to be such street children in Yokohama, and there were even many of them. They were taken home by some adults with no bottom line. If they were given a few bites of food, they would become the most useful servants and punching bags. Then when they grow up a little, they are kicked out of the house, repeating the days of wandering, or becoming victims of street violence. Even if they die in some dirty corner, no one cares. Obviously, the three children in front of them are in such a situation. It is not difficult for Morioge to imagine what they have been through. In fact, he is not a person who is full of sympathy at any time, but this is Jason from another world. Even the most rational people may find it difficult to watch a child who is almost exactly like their lover fall into such a situation. Morioge said nothing more. He directed Alice to rush to a room beside the children. There was a figure flashing behind the tattered wooden boards. At the beginning, he felt that someone was hiding behind the door. If he thought about it a little, this person might be the one who had been controlling the 3 children behind the scenes. A strong adult appeared in front of everyone, rolling and crawling. The big guy hiding behind the door was finally scared out by Alice. After all, it was quite terrifying to suddenly see a little girl who could fly in a world without superpowers. Bill had been hiding in this room watching his 3 adopted children robbing, while he himself had always stayed out of it. If he could beat them, he would rush forward to grab more money, but if he met a tough guy, he would let the 3 children get beaten. Anyway, they were rough and thick-skinned street kids. But he had never seen such a weird scene as tonight. A little girl with glowing body flew into the room, and her cold and emotionless blue eyes reminded him of the exquisite dolls in the window, but unfortunately the dolls would not carry huge syringes in their hands. Bill was so scared that he rushed out of the room. Then he remembered that they were just a pair of aristocratic father and son. Just as Jason guessed, maybe it was just a trick of these rich people to protect themselves. Projection, dolls, flying machines, or some products he had never seen before. Since he had never seen it before, it must not have been popular with the noble gentleman. It must be a showpiece with no offensive power. Thinking of this, Bill took out his brass knuckles and put them on, ready to teach the father and son who didn't know how to live or die a lesson. You passed through my territory and used a messy electronic toy to scare my little robins. Are you brave enough? Bill had a face full of flesh and was almost twice as big as Lucifer. Your robins? Mori felt a little funny. He even wanted to call Bruce over to see whether it was the Bruce in his place or the Bruce in this world. If Bruce here doesn't show up again, he will probably become the only Batman without Robins in all parallel universes. All 3 of your Robins are here, and they were caught in one fell swoop. Did you hear that, Batman? Mori glanced at Bill with his emotionless purple eyes, and Lucifer yawned in boredom. Unspeakable, dressed as an ugly octopus doll, shrank in Mori's arms. In order to reduce trouble, the people in Yokohama still shrank in the octopus's belly. Honestly, neither Mori nor Lucifer had any intention of releasing them. Mori had already inquired that there was still a Mr. Wayne with noble blood and amazing wealth here, so he immediately decided to find Bruce Wayne. Since Batman existed, Jason had a great chance to follow him. As a result, the Batman and Robin of this world have not met yet. Instead, the 3 Robins gathered first. Bill looked at the Mori father and son who seemed fearless, and his face showed anger. He flexed his brass knuckles, glanced at Alice who seemed to have no passion, turned his feet, and rushed towards Mori and the other 2 tentatively. Alice did not react at all, which gave Bill confidence. He was ready to teach this father and son who did not know the danger of life and death a lesson. At this moment, Alice, who Bill and the 3 children thought was a projection or a doll, suddenly moved. The little girl flew low over the gap between Dick and Tim, scaring the youngest Tim to fall to the ground. Tim, who was sitting on the ground, and Dick, who was holding him, felt the corner of Alice's real clothes and the wind brought by her flight. It's real, not a projection," Dick murmured. Jason was also startled by the little girl flying over, and he reacted very quickly and jumped aside to observe the situation. Alice ignored the children and swung the huge syringe in her hand to nail Bill to the wall. Bill was knocked down by a huge force before he could react. He screamed and blood gushed from his shoulder. Alice did not attack his vital parts, but being pierced through the shoulder and hung on the wall was a very painful experience. At least Bill, who was tall and strong and had some strength, had never experienced such pain. "I was wrong. Let me go. Let me go." Bill stretched out his hand and tried to pull out the syringe on his shoulder, but Alice swung out a few small syringes and nailed Bill's hands and feet to the wall. Bill continued to scream and beg for mercy. Mori did not look at Bill, who was unable to move, but walked towards Jason, who was staring at this scene in amazement, and asked, "Do you want me to help you kill him?" If it was Jason, he would not choose to kill Bill, Mori thought. According to Jason's standards, Bill at least gave them a chance to live, and his crime did not deserve death. Chief Sen, who hadn't seen his lover for a long time, didn't want to admit that he loved his wife and his family. The little Jason here seemed to have a similar personality to Jason, and what he was doing now was similar to what Jason had told him before. Little Jason looked at this noble young master who was wearing an expensive silk shirt, shiny little leather shoes, and a sparkling body, and he fell into a trance. Then he heard clearly what the young master in front of him meant. This young master obviously had a kind of... Jason couldn't understand what it was. Maybe it was a weapon or bodyguard of a rich man, and he had the ability to kill Bill. Jason looked at Bill. This guy's face was covered with tears and snot, and the wounds on his shoulders and hands and feet seemed to be causing him great pain. His face was full of fear, and he looked completely different from the way he usually waved his fists to hit them. But, thank you for your kindness, little sir. Jason stood up, pushed away the hand handed over by Mori, and said, I don't think it's necessary. They had to find a way to survive. Although it was not so easy to stay with Bill, it was even worse for a street kid who lost the protection of adults. It was better to get punched than to die quietly in a corner. Although he didn't want to admit it, Bill did protect them. But after today, I'm afraid Bill won't take them in anymore. Jason immediately began to worry about where the three brothers would stay. Dick and Tim ran over from not far away and stood with Jason. Dick protected his two younger brothers behind him, his eyes full of vigilance like an old hen protecting her cubs. He looked at the tiny Mori and said, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have robbed you. Please forgive us once for God's sake, little sir. Dick was still the big Robin who was full of protectiveness towards his younger brothers at the critical moment. We won't do this again, I promise. Tim added in a low voice. Red Robin was still the most observant guy among the three, and he always knew what others wanted. Mori certainly thought of the problems that the three considered. But according to the fate of Robin and Batman, Mori felt that they would meet sooner or later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. The Colonel is dead. He also died of his own ability. This is the first psychic to die since the Port Mafia was involved in the war. It seems that this white Kirin has been dispatched again, Mori said. He was not surprised that the other party decided to take action against the Port Mafia. According to the clues Jason found, the person who caused many psychic suicides was Shibuya Raihiko, known as the White Kirin. This is the conclusion Jason came to after comparing multiple crime scenes and nearby surveillance videos. In fact, this White Kirin also committed similar crimes in other places in his early years, but it was a long time ago, and the government took action to cover it up. It took Jason some time to find out. This Mr. White Unicorn seems to be keen on collecting gems. Jason enlarged the photo captured from the surveillance video and continued to add, 3 days ago, he robbed a jewelry store. All the gold, silver, jade and stones in the store were left in place, and all kinds of gems, especially the unprocessed gems, were robbed. The strange preference for gems in the man in the projection, who was all white, were strangely matched. I'm afraid this is the government's secret weapon. Daze looked up at the figure in the photo and quickly connected the cause and effect. Uncontrollable dangerous weapons. What gave the government the courage to do this? It's really overestimating its own capabilities. What do you think of his special ability? Mori asked. Why don't we go ask him in person? Daze smiled. Boss, I think this matter is Mori Toyotaro's dereliction of duty. Glanced at Jason and said. He still resented the fact that the other party rejected his advances at the banquet, which made him a laughingstock. Mori Toyotaro, you were entrusted with an important task by the leader. But you are too slow, and you haven't gotten rid of this guy yet. That's why the colonel died. Boss, you should punish him. I knew that Mori had always disliked people who failed to complete their tasks. Mori Toyotaro's task this time would definitely not satisfy the boss. He might be able to teach this arrogant guy a lesson through the leader. Jason glanced at A indifferently. Rintaro hated to mix personal matters with official matters, and now everyone's attention was focused on this hegemony. If A wanted to make trouble at this juncture, I'm afraid. Sure enough, Mori looked at A without a trace of warmth. So, A seems to think that he can kill the murderer faster than Toyotaro? How about you do this? Everyone knows that A has been hiding in his underground safe house since the beginning of the war, enjoying a life of having everything provided for him. Even this time, he was only willing to show up at the card meeting after being urged many times. It is rare to see someone so afraid of death. Even his special ability seems to be used to create scapegoats. A's face froze. He just wanted to take revenge on Mori Toyotaro for ignoring him, but he never thought of taking the blame on himself. Mori Toyotaro is the person chosen by the boss, so of course he will listen to you. A smiled at Morioge ingratiatingly. Morioge ignored A's flattery. Jason was the person he chose, so of course he would trust him. Toyotaro-kun, you have worked hard this time. Morioge was about to hit A. He gave A soothing smile, but what he said was not the same soothing meaning. The casino in the West District can be used as a reward for Toyotaro-kun. The management rights of the casino in the West District have always been in A's pocket, but it's a pity that Morioge definitely doesn't want this place to remain in his hands. It's just that the stupid person involved can't see clearly. This is also one of the reasons why Morioge asked A to appear here. He needs money, and A's usefulness as a carder needs to be demonstrated. A's face was livid. Jason looked at Morioge's profile and couldn't help but laugh secretly in his heart. Is Rintaro too rational and lacking in emotion? Maybe a little, but he is not as cold and ruthless as he imagines. The members of Port Mafia always feel that their boss lives like an AI spirit, and it seems to be true. But Jason knows that Morioge actually attaches great importance to the people around him, and many of his decisions actually hide many things that are difficult to detect. Morioge knows that Ozaki Kawai hates to take the initiative to participate in fighting and killing, so he gave the right to torture Kawai Dono. In fact, Kawai Dono's special ability is more suitable for assassination than torture. He also knows that Daze Osamu is looking for the meaning of life, and inviting him to join Port Mafia may arouse his curiosity and give him a chance to try. At least he can decide whether to surrender to the arms of death after trying. It's just that many of Morioge's views are indeed different from those of ordinary people, which makes many of his decisions seem cold and ruthless. He is indeed cold and ruthless to many people who are not within his approval. It seems that it is not wrong to say that he uses everyone around him, but human nature is always complicated. I'm afraid that Morioge himself cannot explain clearly what factors affect his decision. If you have no objection, please focus on the 500 billion. I said that Port Mafia must get this money, Morioge finally said. 2 days later, in the office of the leader of Port Mafia, Morioge moved his eyes from the window to Ozaki Momiji. Is there any news about Daze-kun now? After Jason found out the identity of Shibusawa Tatsuhiko, he had arranged personnel to arrest Shibusawa Tatsuhiko. As a result, Daze Osamu, who was on a mission to capture Shibusawa Tatsuhiko, disappeared on the street with the other party. According to the traces at the scene, it is obvious that Shibusawa Tatsuhiko took Daze Osamu away. Toyotaro-kun has found the clues Daze-kun left deliberately in Daze-kun's office, and now Chuya is participating in the action. Daze Osamu had long anticipated some of Shibusawa Raihiko's actions, so he installed a locator on his body early in the morning and left the clues in the office. Nakahara Chuya has already set out on his motorcycle to rescue the Princess Daze trapped by the dragon. The next step is a battle between the superpowers. It seems that success or failure will be tonight. Morioge looked at the night outside the window and said softly, Gotham's night is always full of charm, even though this is an era without neon lights for the time being. High-rise buildings and busy traffic have already taken shape, but the homeless people on the street and the not-so-tidy streets make Gotham look messy and dirty. No matter what it looks like, there are always people who love it. Lucifer quietly floated in the air, and next to him were the gargoyles that can be seen everywhere in Gotham. The gargoyles also looked at the night sky quietly, and the stone sculpture seemed to have no emotions forever. Lucifer touched the pointed horn on the stone sculpture's head and reached out to take out the book from his pocket. The heavy old book with a brown cover seemed to be glowing faintly in the night. Make good friends, Yokohama. As soon as Lucifer finished speaking, the book disappeared, and a stream of light seemed to flash in the eyes of the gargoyle. A shooting star streaked across the sky. Morioge suddenly woke up from his sleep. He felt as if he heard some sound, eternal and heavy, like a god who had been sleeping for a long time suddenly awakened, and like someone was talking in a language he couldn't understand. Gotham seemed to be different, but Morioge couldn't tell where it was. He felt his heart beating a little faster. Unable to sleep, the child got up from the bed and looked at the night outside the window through the window. The scene outside the window was somewhat familiar. The well-arranged bushes, the well-kept gardens and lawns also outlined strange outlines in the night of Gotham. This was the Wayne Manor that Morioge once knew, although he was not familiar with it now. At dinner time, he and Lucifer finally arrived at Wayne Manor. Wayne Manor was indeed a place that impressed him. It inevitably brought back many memories of Morioge. For example, this guest room was actually Jason's bedroom in another Wayne Manor. He had seen the band posters that Jason liked when he was a child, the neat but immature reading notes, and various Batman and Robin figurines in this room. Morioge sighed and reached out to touch his chest again. He seemed to miss Jason a little. Morioge leaned his head against the window, and someone's happy smile and bright green eyes quickly passed through his mind. The hot air exhaled from the tip of his nose condensed into a thin white mist on the window. He reached out and touched the glass window with his fingertips. Morioge's somewhat absent-minded expression was reflected on the glass. It was night anyway, and Morioge indulged his thoughts with peace of mind. A golden light suddenly reflected on the glass. Morioge was startled and turned his head quickly. The golden light appeared out of thin air behind Morioge, like a floating vortex, and the energy emitted turned into soft golden light spots, like snowflakes, and then dissipated in front of Morioge. He subconsciously took a step back and vigilantly reached out to grab the octopus that had been hanging on his bedside. The 8 eyes of the big octopus opened half of their eyes. The next second, a familiar face emerged from the golden light. "I'm here, Rintaro." Morioge stared at Jason in front of him in a daze and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Jason was waiting for the final result of the war with Morioge on the top floor of the Port Mafia, but he suddenly heard the sound of metal and stone colliding. Strangely, except for him and Morioge, no one else seemed to hear it. The book he carried with him suddenly began to heat up, as if it had sensed something. Then, Jason felt a familiar pull. This feeling was very similar to the feeling when he was suddenly pulled into Yokohama, and he immediately realized that something might have happened to cause him to leave this timeline. It should be something his lover did in another timeline. Jason suddenly felt reluctant. During his time in Yokohama, he saw a more complicated side of Rintaro and had a deeper understanding of his lover's past. He wanted to accompany Rintaro to turn Port Mafia into the largest organization in Yokohama, just like Rintaro accompanied him at the beginning. He also wanted to help Rintaro do more things, or take people out for a ride in the middle of the night. The leader looked at the golden light spots on Jay in surprise, and couldn't help but reach out to grab Jason, but unfortunately he missed. Jason has begun to become transparent. Argo called Dazekun, maybe no longer human, can be useful. Morioge lowered his eyes. He always doubted Jason's claim that he came from the future. He did think that Jason would leave, but not now. Even if this person wants to leave, it should be under his control, not like now. He has to watch the other person disappear without being able to stop it. Rintaro, I'm sorry. Jason's eyes were also flustered for a moment, and then he forced himself to calm down. It's just that we have to separate for a while. I will wait for you in the future. Morioge has also calmed down. He looked at Jason's transparent figure and the golden light spinning around him, and said coldly, I never wait, Toyotaro-kun. This person wants to leave without saying what he should say. Morioge felt that he should be angry, but he was a little worried. As for what he was worried about, he couldn't say. Jason looked at Morioge with a cold face, and hurriedly left only the last sentence, Rintaro, I love you. They will meet at the right timeline. Then he suddenly appeared in a room that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar in the geographical location of the room and the view outside the window. Unfamiliar in the furnishings of the room. Jason looked at the little Morioge who appeared in front of him, and finally smiled with relief. It seems that I always ask you to wait for me, Rintaro. Jason felt a little sorry. For him, it was just a moment, and he saw Rintaro again, but for Rintaro, it would take several more years to enter the real timeline. For the shrunken Rintaro, they had been apart for too long. Jason felt distressed when he saw the silent Rintaro. "Sorry, Rintaro, I kept you waiting." Jason walked forward and gently hugged Morioge, like a dragon hugging his treasure. Chapter 97. When Morioge was hugged by Jason, another memory suddenly emerged in his mind. A memory of Jason appearing in Yokohama, and they even experienced the Dragon Head War together. The shrunken leader couldn't help but widen his eyes in Jason's arms. Morioge thought carefully about what he had done, including but not limited to thinking that Jason was the lover of Morioge in the parallel world and being jealous, seriously planning to break Jason's legs and lock him up, and even thinking of the reasons to explain to Momiji, molesting Jason with a scalpel in the lounge, and preparing to have sex that night, raising Jason as a secretary, and preparing to throw him away after using him. Morioge gently raised his hand to cover his face. Although he finally fell in love with Mori Toyotaro involuntarily, this process was too strange. Morioge was a little angry. Did Jason give him some kind of magic potion? He had a little bit of affection for the guy twice in a row. Then he thought of this guy who went by the alias of Mori Toyotaro and sneaked into the Port Mafia with a face full of makeup and was not exposed. Not only did he use his familiarity with the terrain to go shopping in the Port Mafia building, he even used his understanding of himself to seduce the leader to get promoted smoothly, and finally sat on his lap like a shy secretary. Even after Mori Toyotaro disappeared for so long, he didn't know that this guy's real name was Jason Todd. Mori Toyotaro, well done. Morioge, the weather is cold, it's time to throw away your boyfriend. In the new memory, Jason disappeared the night before the victory of the Dragon Head War. After watching him disappear, he was very sad for a while in private, although he never showed it. Chief Mori was so calm that Han Guy thought he was tired of playing with Jason, and he personally made people return to dust. For this reason, he endured Han Guy's perverted eyes and hesitant temptations for several months. Even Chuya-kun came to ask several times, and only after he learned the excuse he made up, he had something urgent that Jason needed to deal with, did he calm down a lot. Although it took some time for them to find out that Mori Toyotaro had completely disappeared from the Port Mafia. Later, I don't know what rumors Daze Osamu spread inside the Port Mafia, causing everyone to look at him with sympathy. Chuya-kun even said in front of him, people should look forward. Momiji Dono also organized several banquets to invite him to participate. The service staff were all tall and muscular foreign men, and the proportion of black-haired and green-eyed staff was particularly high. But Morioge had no way to explain everyone's speculations. Could it be that he was going to say that his secretary's lover was a Cinderella from another world, and her magic would be invalid at midnight? Morioge became more and more angry as he thought about it. He directly threw away everything Jason had touched and redecorated the office of the Port Mafia leader. Then he announced that Mori Toyotaro had betrayed the organization and that this person needed to join the annual hunting package of Port Mafia. Anyway, with Jason's ability, no one could kill him as long as Port Mafia did not send out top-level psychics. As a result, the guys recommended to join Port Mafia during that period were all muscular men over 1.8 meters tall, and the new employees of Port Mafia made Chuya-kun look particularly petite and lovely. Mr. Leader did not want to waste brain cells to guess what the latest rumors of Port Mafia were. 4 years passed like this, and the subsequent events were roughly the same as he originally remembered, except for one thing, Odessa Kunasuke. One day after Jason disappeared, Morioge secretly went to the curry shop. He didn't know what he was doing stupid, but when he reacted, he was already sitting in the shop eating curry. The boss's question about Jason's whereabouts was casually perfunctory by him. Then he saw Odessa Kunasuke and his 5 children through the window. At this moment, Morioge finally realized the influence of Jason on him. He didn't believe Jason's vague words that he would meet in the future. For Morioge, he really lived with the idea that he might never meet Jason again in this life. He began to reflect on why he fell in love with such an inexplicable person in such a short time. Jason made him feel so warm, and he hadn't been taken care of so attentively for a long time. Of course, it might also be that he had been alone for too long, so long that he fell in love with Jason after meeting him, a person who really understood him completely. This shouldn't be the case, and this was not his optimal solution. Morioge spent a week thinking about this matter, and then decided to erase this guy Mori Toyotaro from his mind. Of course he did it, he still had such self-control. Then there was the busy work, and the supernatural business license. What was a little different from the previous memory was that Morioge spent more effort on the details of this matter in the new memory. In the final battle between Oda Sakunasuke and Rajide, he sent Alice to hide on the side. After the two formed a real power singularity, Alice's syringe flew towards Jide, who was enjoying the battle wholeheartedly. When masters fight, a little movement can determine the final result. After the power singularity between Jide and Oda Sakunasuke was formed, he could no longer use the predictive ability of narrow gate. Alice's small syringe distracted Jide at the most critical moment, so he died in Oda Sakunasuke's assistant. Oda Sakunasuke was stunned for a long time when he looked at the blonde girl who appeared in front of him. From the moment he walked into the top floor office of Port Mafia, the person who appeared in front of him was Rintaro Ota, who had met him once before. It seemed that things began to go in a strange direction. Oda Sakunasuke received the photos sent by Jide to Port Mafia. The photos were photos of the dead bodies of children and the owner of the curry shop. However, when he rushed home like crazy, he saw the curry shop with flames. So he desperately sought revenge on Jide. When he finally fought to the death with Jide, he got help from Alice. Oda Sakunasuke stood there. Half of his heart was in pain, and the other half was a mess of hope. Then he learned that everything was fake. His children, and even the owner of the curry shop, were still alive. Oda Sakunasuke, who was in a mess, hugged the children hidden in the safe house with trembling hands, and then looked up at Dazai Osamu, who had just learned everything. They didn't understand what the leader of the Port Mafia wanted to do, and why the leader spent so much energy to help a low-level person, even though it all started with his conspiracy. But Oda Sakunasuke was really grateful that the other party didn't really use his children as bait, although the boss seemed to be trying every means to force him to shoot and kill. Dazai Osamu only thought for a few seconds, and then used a comforting look to put Oda Sakunasuke's mind at ease. Morioge thought that the reason for his decision was simple. He just thought of the bodyguard work that Jason had arranged for Oda Sakunasuke before he left, and disrupting the work plan was not in his best interest. Oda Sakunasuke did create value in the affairs of the orphanage after the war, and Port Mafia would not mistreat valuable employees. He was not merciful because Oda Sakunasuke was Jason's friend. It was just because Oda Sakunasuke's survival could indeed bring greater benefits, and teacher Natsume also believed that the armed detective agency needed Oda Sakunasuke. He used Oda Sakunasuke and Dazai Osamu to exchange for the tacit approval of teacher Natsume and the government and a supernatural business license. Port Mafia eventually became the largest organization in Yokohama, and the obstruction from the government disappeared. Morioge was the ultimate winner of this incident. What happened next was also very logical. Morioge allowed Dazai Osamu to take Oda Sakunasuke away from Port Mafia and join the immature armed detective agency. This was also the result of a discussion with teacher Natsume, and they finally ushered in the long-awaited balance. Morioge tried hard to digest the memories in his mind, and then looked at Jason, who was still holding him tightly in his arms. Jason, this bastard, was really tired of living. He was actually so sad for so long, like a fool. His optimal solution and rationality were all corroded by the damn love. Love is poison. It's true. His brain was poisoned. Morioge reached out his hand expressionlessly, grabbed Jason's ear, and pulled. It hurts, Rintaro. Jason rubbed his ear aggrievedly. Don't you miss me? I miss Mr. Mori Toyotaro more. Morioge showed Jason a gentle smile. My lover is Mr. Mori Toyotaro, who died on that night. Jason. I'm now a widower who lost my lover and raised my daughter alone. Jason. Is he the legendary dead husband? Do you remember? Jason's voice suddenly weakened. I'm sorry, did I make you wait for a long time? Jason looked at the anger in Morioge's eyes and felt even more distressed. It's not that long, just 4 years, Morioge said with a smile. Enough for me to change several boyfriends. After all, I'm the leader of the Port Mafia, and my lovely subordinates have already known my preferences through you. Jason! Exclamation mark. The desire to kill suddenly rose. Then he secretly glanced at Morioge. Impossible. Rintaro will only fall in love with me. It should be true. Who has such a unique experience as this? This is love that spans two worlds. Really? I thought that in a relationship, if one party disappears, it means breaking up by default. Morioge said calmly. Hangai Palace prepared several green-eyed secretaries for me. I changed for a week without repeating the same one. It's really a sweet trouble. Jason, Sister Hangai, you just want to marry the leader off, right? Does it matter who the object is? I don't recognize it. Jason picked up Morioge, rolled on the bed, and said in a naughty way, I will chase you back wherever you go. Whoever dares to be your secretary, I will kill him. He didn't believe what Rintaro said about changing boyfriends. The overbearing CEO Jason Todd gave Morioge a loud kiss on the face, then knelt on the bed and let him be beaten and scolded. Morioge was rolled in the face by Jason, and the hair on his head stood up, completely turning into a fox with flying hair. Get out, Mr. Todd. Morioge pointed to the window, or I will call the police. Then he picked up the octopus that was still hanging on the bed like a salted fish and threw it into Jason's arms. Please Mr. Todd, do some serious work, at least get your poor leader a safe house. He can't live in Wayne Manor forever. After all, Bruce Wayne has been imprisoned. Chapter 98. After meeting the three Robin brothers in the alley, Morioge and Lucifer took them to Wayne Manor. The unlucky Bill who tried to raise the Robins was beaten half to death by Morioge's order. Poor Bill finally very willingly promised that he would never dare to raise birds again. Although the three birds were very happy to get rid of Bill's control, the three brothers who had been beaten by reality were obviously more worried about tomorrow's dinner and tonight's accommodation. Morioge did not explain anything, but just motioned the three to leave with him. He and Lucifer had already inquired that the Batman of this world had just debuted and was in the stage of being questioned by the people of Gotham. It was just right to give Batman's little partners to him, so that the dark nocturnal creature might look a little more amiable. The vigilante with children might make the citizens more trustworthy. Batman can also arrange a duty schedule for the Robins. Today is Robin number 1 and tomorrow is Robin number 2. Everyone takes turns, and no one suffers. Morioge, who knew that the Batman family was friendly and respectful to each other, gave a thumbs up to his arrangement. I believe that the scene of the steampunk Batman followed by three little bads will definitely make the criminals in Gotham happy enough to move into Arkham on their own initiative. Is there an Arkham here? Morioge was puzzled for a moment, and then he threw this idea out of his mind. Anyway, Arkham is a standard feature of Gotham. Even if it doesn't exist now, Batman will make it exist in the future. Although the three little bads didn't know what the young master wanted them to do, they thought that, since they had nowhere to go, maybe the naive young master could treat them to a meal. It would be good to have a free meal. Let's go. Jason stared at the young master's bright and beautiful back, took the lead, and followed Morioge and Lucifer. Or do you have other places to go? Little Dick and Little Tim looked at each other and followed. However, when they arrived at Wayne Manor, Bruce had been imprisoned because of false accusations. However, the butler was quite familiar with his master's bad logo, which was far from being circulated, and the current level of technology, in view of the toys and the parallel world in Morioge's hands, that surpassed contemporary technology, the butler warmly invited them to stay in Wayne Manor. Morioge happily accepted the butler's invitation, but he did not expect that the level of Bruce Wayne in this world was so bad. He was unworthy of the title of Batman, and he caught Jack the Ripper and sent himself to the police station. He did not explain his origins to the butler too much, only saying that he was the assistant of Batman in the parallel world and came to this world for some reasons and was trying to return to his own world. Then Morioge explained the origins of the three Port children, and the three Robin brothers were warmly taken care of by the butler. Little Jason had actually been curious about this magnificent manor for a long time. When he was wandering on the streets, he had wandered around here for a long time. You know, the owners of such manors are often very generous. Jason tried his luck and got a little gift thrown down from the carriage by the rich. Unfortunately, his luck was not very good, and he never met Mr. Wayne. After meeting Dick and Tim, he never came here again. The three little bads didn't expect that this powerful and kind young master actually knew the owner of Wayne Manor and took them to live in Wayne Manor. Little Jason was so excited that he couldn't sleep. They refused the hospitality of the butler's 3 guest rooms, but still squeezed together, like they did at Bill's house. They needed to discuss today's adventure. "So, what does this young master want to do by bringing us here?" Little Jason asked. He had a natural vigilance against rich people. Although Mori, the young master from Asia, looked white and tender and easy to deceive, he still suspected that the other party had some purpose. Little Tim didn't believe Mori, but he was still young after all, and still had some naive expectations. "Maybe, do you think Mr. Wayne will adopt us?" After all, Mr. Wayne was not young anymore, and maybe Wayne Manor needed an heir. "Then you can just pray to God like this," Jason said in a sarcastic tone, "and see if God will give you a golden pie." I'm just talking casually." Tim lowered his head in confusion and twisted the straps of his overalls into a knot. Of course, he knew that this was impossible. After all, these rich guys always have some relatives with twists and turns. Adopting one of these nephews and nieces sounds more reliable than adopting a homeless child. "Don't think too much. If something goes wrong, we will run away." Dick patted his brothers' heads and concluded. However, the next day, they couldn't run away, even if they wanted to. Mr. Pennyworth, the arrogant policeman who had arrested Bruce, stood at the door, deliberately puffing out his chest to show that he was like this. "We have received evidence that Wayne Manor harbors a fugitive." Again, the arrogant policeman stepped on the precious carpet in the living room of Wayne Manor, looked at the famous paintings on the wall unscrupulously, but in their hearts they were thinking about how much money they could get from Wayne today. Harboring a fugitive is a severe accusation. If Alfred Pennyworth wants to maintain the century-old reputation of Wayne Manor, he must do something good, such as privately funding the poor little policeman. "Mr. Pennyworth, it was only a few days ago that Wayne Manor harbored a fugitive," the sheriff said in a suggestive tone. "The last time was Bruce Wayne, who is still in prison and is not allowed to be released on bail because he was witnessed appearing at the crime scene many times, and the lady who had a dispute with him was killed by Jack the Ripper, a criminal who recently appeared in Gotham. That night, GCPD's Inspector Bullock and Commissioner Gordon both believe that Bruce Wayne is Jack the Ripper hiding in the shadows of Gotham, a cruel criminal who specializes in torturing and killing low-class women at night. And Gotham's most prestigious Attorney General Harvey Dent personally sent Bruce Wayne to Blackgate Prison. Bruce is currently staying in Blackgate Prison on a vacation. The reason why GCPD came again today is also very simple. Someone saw 3 brothers under Bill entering Wayne Manor last night. The order received by these police officers was to arrest these 3 street kids. Yesterday afternoon, Mr. Harold, a famous philanthropist in Gotham's upper class, accused these 3 brothers of murdering his wife. In Mr. Harold's testimony, these 3 children took advantage of the time when they went to his house to clean the garden, to kill Mrs. Harold with poison, and stole nearly $30,000 worth of jewelry. "My poor wife is just too loving," Mr. Harold cried in the police station early in the morning, and asked GCPD to quickly dispatch police to take away the guy who killed his wife. "It must be the 3 of them who did it. There was no one else in my manor at that time. My Elizabeth just hired them to help clean the lawn so that these dirty little devils could have a meal. Who knew they had ulterior motives? Oh, my poor Elizabeth." The powerless police officers of GCPD looked at each other and exchanged a knowing look. They all sneered at Mr. Harold's crying. After all, everyone in Gotham didn't know that the love of these 2 people was just pretending. The orphanage that they had funded for a long time was just a flower stand to attract the media's attention, and the children in it actually lived worse than street children. But GCPD did find the jewelry in Bill's room, and this morning Bill also admitted that it was brought back to him by the 3 Robin brothers. "Those 3 bastards really know how to work on their own," Bill cried with a bruised face. "I saved them and gave them a life, but they are ungrateful. I'm not surprised that they are committing burglary and murder now." Fake. The police who came to investigate actually knew it in their hearts. If the 3 street kids were really ungrateful bastards as Bill said, how could they give him the jewelry? Unfortunately, they were not qualified to say anything. After all, if they exposed the lies of Bill and Mr. Harold, it would mean that the GCPD would need to spend more time and energy to track down the real murderer, and no one wanted to take on all this mess. Anyway, the street kids would not have the money to hire a top lawyer to exonerate them. The truth was not important. The key point was what Mr. Harold wanted to explain. Sorry, I don't understand what you are talking about. Alfred acted very calmly. I think a well-educated gentleman would not break into someone else's house and slander this historic manor for harboring fugitives. Alfred listened to the whole story patiently, keeping a calm butler expression on his face, but he was very disappointed with these hopeless policemen in his heart. A street kid dared to murder a noble lady? I'm afraid it was another slander of the poor by the incompetent police, who couldn't catch the murderer. It was as if street kids and poor women were not human beings in their eyes. They even wanted to deny the existence of Jack the Ripper, because the Ripper only murdered poor women at the bottom of society, not noble ladies from the upper class. I say, you have 3 fugitives here. The police who came to arrest the criminal said, Richard Grayson, Jason Todd and Timothy Drake. Mori just came down from upstairs at this time. Mr. Pennyworth, what happened? Mori said in a long tone, and the British accent coming out of his mouth was arrogant and cute. My father, the Duke of Morningstar, is considering whether to cooperate with Wayne Enterprises today. You know, crossing the Atlantic is not an easy thing. He played the son of a British Duke from the UK, who was ready to cooperate with Wayne Enterprises. In the Victorian era, Britain's economy accounted for 70% of the world's economy. This was a country that could say the plains of North America and Russia are our cornfields. At that time, the people of Gotham really wanted to live in London, and the nobles from London would be the ones they were keen to pursue. The GCPD police officers were stunned when they saw the young nobleman slowly walking down the stairs holding the railing. Alfred looked at Mori worriedly. As an excellent butler of Wayne Manor, he certainly understood Mori intentions very quickly, but would he really not be exposed if he did this? While worried, the butler went forward to greet the young master to come downstairs. He also replied in an arrogant tone, please don't worry about your father's cooperation with Wayne Enterprises, Mr. Morningstar. They are just a few bored policemen. Chapter 99. Is it really okay to say that? Alfred was still a little worried. Although Mori pretended to be serious, the people of GCPD were not stupid. If they just went to Britain to ask, they would know that the Duke of Morningstar was completely fictitious. They won't check it. Mori was very calm. He knew the nature of these officials very well. As long as they can bring enough benefits to them, even a pig will be treated as a guest of honor. He only needed to find a way to draw a pie and let these politicians fill in the rest. The police who came to the door were fooled by Mori arrogant and aristocratic attitude. None of them dared to raise any objections to this young master, who wore an emerald ring on his hand, had eyes on top of his head, spoke with a British accent, but had a nation face. After all, even if the young police officers of GCPD had 100 courage, they would not dare to offend a rich aristocrat. The key point is, rich. Look at his expensive clothes and jewelry. The delicate skin on his face and hands is enough to show that he is a nobleman who does not work. No one would believe that he is not from an ancient family. It seems that this noble gentleman has brought a large sum of money to Gotham to invest. Maybe he will add another glory to the mayor's achievements. Gotham Mayor Mr. Tolliver has always hoped that the outside world will regard Gotham as an international metropolis. For this reason, he asked the Wayne family to invest in his science and technology expo and build the largest Ferris wheel. But these are just springboards for him to go further. He just needs to make Gotham look bright and beautiful enough. I don't know what name he will come up with this time, but it won't be something to feed the poor. But who is the Duke of Morningstar? Why have I never heard of him? After leaving Wayne Manor, a police officer asked in a low voice. No matter who he is, we can't mess with rich and titled gentlemen. Let's go back and ask Commissioner Gordon first. Experienced old police officers are actually very good at keeping themselves safe. They won't get involved in such things casually. Today's arrest can only be left unfinished. The police who were originally preparing to arrest the homeless children, after learning that the 3 children were the playmates that the young master had set his eyes on, no one dared to say anything about arresting them. They could only ask the young master to let his playmate go to GCPD in a nice way. After all, Mrs. Harold was dead, and they had to give an explanation. Now who should give this explanation to? I'm afraid it depends on who is more powerful, Mr. Herald or the Duke of Morningstar who suddenly appeared. The three little bads who heard the noise early in the morning, hid in the corridor and eavesdropped. Morioge looked at Alfred who was still worried and said, "Don't worry, Lucifer and I will help. If that stupid devil can't even handle this little thing, he should go back to hell as soon as possible." Although Lucifer hates lying, he can still avoid the main point and be mysterious. By the way, they can immediately transform themselves into the father and son of the Duke of Morningstar by taking out some jewelry and money. Morioge patted the old butler's arm soothingly and continued, "Maybe we can take this opportunity to rescue Bruce as well. I believe our Duke of Morningstar has enough strength to support our adventure, right, Lucifer?" Morioge turned his head and looked at Mr. Devil who was standing at the stairs on the second floor and smiling like a morning glory. Lucifer had been following Morioge since early morning, and he had heard what the human police said. He was going to go downstairs to tell these stupid humans to get out, but in the end, oh, of course. Look what I heard. Lucifer turned around and flew down from the upstairs lightly. Morioge seemed to see the small flowers floating in his background. The demon father hugged little Morioge, and his face was as excited as Scrat who finally caught up with his beloved pine cone. His whole body was floating in the air with his feet off the ground, and Morioge was lifted up by him, and then this stupid demon, Mori Chief's words, began to spin around excitedly like a little girl dancing with a doll in the bedroom. "You called me daddy, Rintero. Daddy is very touched." Lucifer wiped his eyes emotionally, and he was really happy now for the first time in a long time. It turns out that being a father is such an exciting thing for demons. "Put me down. Get down." Morioge felt like he was about to vomit, and the pattern on the roof of Wayne Manor seemed to turn into circles of small stars flying into his head. After Lucifer flew around the roof of Wayne Manor in Alfred's stunned eyes, Morioge was so dizzy that he didn't know what day it was. Lucifer flew to Alfred excitedly and boasted to the old butler who was trying hard to swallow his sarcasm, "Look, my son called me daddy." Alfred looked at Morioge, who was obviously 10 years old. "Congratulations. It took his son 10 years to call him daddy. It's really worth celebrating." The old butler looked at Lucifer with sympathy. Morioge did not introduce his identity to Alfred in detail, which led the old butler to think that they were real father and son. "It's really a happy event worth celebrating, Mr. Duke of Morningstar." Alfred deliberately emphasized the word Duke. "So can Mr. Morningstar, who seems to be less reliable than his children, really help him rescue Master Bruce?" He didn't seem to care about his son's lies at all. "It's really worth celebrating. I'm going to fly 2 more laps." Lucifer floated up another 10 inches under the old butler's gaze. He flew another lap in the living room unscientifically, orbiting the old butler like a globe, while rotating on its own. The fluttering corners of his clothes during the high-speed rotation knocked down the vase that Alfred had just wiped. The old butler was silent for 2 minutes facing the corpse in the vase on the ground, then smiled happily at the newly minted Lucifer Dad Duke Morningstar. "Congratulations on becoming a father. Why don't you celebrate with Marmite and toast for dinner tonight? For dessert, I'll choose Sussex pudding. I think you'll like it." Alfred couldn't help but want to mock, and was ready to use his dark cuisine to sober up this flying but very unreliable Mr. Fantastic. A whole lemon in the Sussex pudding would probably be a good choice. "Lucifer." He quietly lowered himself to the ground and then put the already dazed Morioge on the ground. Morioge was supported by Lucifer on the back, and he retched, "I hate lemons." The smile on Lucifer's face gradually disappeared. He liked human food, but he really didn't like lemons. "I can't stand the weird taste of Marmite." Morioge finally recovered. "You'd better not eat anything, Lucifer." "Alfred, don't worry about him. The idiot can just eat his own brain. It's useless to keep it anyway." Morioge definitely didn't want to try the feeling of being held in Lucifer's arms and spinning around for a second time. It made him feel like a teddy bear or some strange pet. Unfortunately, Lucifer didn't think there was a problem at all. He smiled and leaned his face over and kissed Morioge on the forehead. "Baby, whatever you say is right." His kind face looked like an old father who was waiting outside the obstetrics and gynecology department to see his son for the first time. After all, he had wanted to be Morioge's father for a long time, but the child never let go. Otherwise, why do people say that what you can't get is the best? At the beginning, he just had a fancy for this very cute soul. As a result, after such a long time, he felt that he had tried very hard to get along with the cub, but he had not made any progress at all. His 3 points of sincerity were forced to become 7 points. The cub raising game is like this, which makes people addicted little by little. Not to mention that the cub he favored has always been quite independent and has no intimacy with him as an old father, so he wants to hear Morioge call him daddy in person. His cub is also very good at leaving hooks for him, sometimes intimate and sometimes cold, which makes him think about how to please his cub every day. However, Lucifer always gets what he wants. If he hasn't got it yet, he will continue to stick to him. Lucifer smiled foolishly in Morioge's increasingly disgusted eyes. Let this guy fend for himself, Morioge said with a stern face, calling the 3 little bads who were hiding and eavesdropping. Come out and tell us about your contact with Mr. Harold. The 3 little bads walked out nervously. In fact, they didn't know what happened. They only heard the police outside saying that the 3 of them were accused of murdering Mrs. Harold. They had never met this Mrs. Harold. They were just called by Mr. Harold to clean the garden. We really didn't do anything. Dick said, please don't send us to the police station. If they went there, they might not be able to get out. Tim, the youngest, first thought of framing, but they seemed to have no way to escape the trap set by these adults. He had realized that there might be someone else who killed Mrs. Harold, and they were just scapegoats. It was just a simple and crude frame up, and the murderer was even obvious, but because they were street children, no one would care about their life or death. Little Jason just proposed to run away directly, but before he finished speaking, the 3 of them witnessed Lucifer flying to the ceiling. The birds looked at Morioge and Lucifer in fear. Little Tim grabbed Dick's pants and whispered, are you wizards? Witches? Jason looked up and secretly glanced at Morioge's delicate face and fair and delicate skin, thinking, is this a little sister? Morioge, you should be able to see that we are both men, Morioge said, but the one next to me is an angel. Although he was once an angel, please him, maybe he will save your lives. Dear, you know I'm a demon. Lucifer looked at his son indulgently and said, when they go to hell, I will remember to leave a better place for them. 3 little birds. Tim grabbed Dick's pants and Jason's vest hard and wanted to cry. They had experienced too much that day, so much that it was beyond the acceptance of an ordinary Gotham street kid. So there are really angels and demons in this world? Then they robbed and stole before. Will they really go to hell in the future? Even this flying guy said that they would go to hell. Little Tim felt sadder and sadder, and finally couldn't help crying while hugging Dick's thighs. Chapter 100. Have you heard? A British duke is coming over soon, and he's a rich guy. The GCPD officers had heard the news from their colleagues, who had returned empty-handed in the morning. They didn't dare to take it lightly. Without knowing the other party's details, they couldn't make a decision at will. The police officers chose to report the news to Commissioner Gordon. These 3 street kids are lucky. One of the police officers touched his chin. Being the young master's playmates, they may have the opportunity to go to school in the future and work for the young master when they grow up. Even if they are just drivers, they are probably much better than us. This is true. Every Gotham in a parallel universe is quite prosperous, with countless rich people, but if you look at the East District, it seems to be another world. All Gothams seem to be the same, and the people in the other world account for 80% of the total population. Unfortunately, the 20% who hold the right to speak turn a blind eye to this. If these 3 street kids can really hold on to the British rich man's thighs, it would be a good thing for them. So, maybe Mr. Wayne will be released too? A young police officer secretly guessed. After all, this duke wants to do business with the Wayne family. Everyone knows that this Duke of Morningstar must be a good friend that Master Wayne made when he traveled in Europe. Otherwise, how could the distinguished Duke be willing to cross the Atlantic to come to Gotham to do business? If that's the case, it would be great. The young police officer murmured. The other police officers also nodded secretly. In fact, many ordinary citizens in Gotham know very well that Mr. Wayne is definitely not a Jack the Ripper. This rich young man who just finished his European tour is actually very kind. Sister Leslie's orphanage has added new furniture and clothes. The church that has just been built in the slums even allows beggars to enter, and the charity activities held at least once a month are never fake. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this Mr. Wayne is the one who is incompatible with the entire Gotham upper class. Some police officers speculated that Mr. Wayne was imprisoned in Blackgate Prison this time because he slapped Mayor Tolliver in the face at the last Technology Expo and snatched the girl that Harvey Dent liked in the tavern. So he was framed by these two people. The entire Gotham upper class chose to watch, and some people even secretly fueled the flames. After all, as long as the heir of the Wayne family is kept in Blackgate Prison, the entire Wayne family's wealth, its industries, land, and manors may soon be divided up by them. It's a pity that now a Duke of Morningstar, who has a good relationship with the Wayne family, has suddenly appeared inexplicably. I don't know if the mayor's calculations can still be made in front of the British Duke with strong financial resources and power. The same conversation also took place in the GCPD director's office. Because the case is serious, Mayor Tolliver personally came to the GCPD that afternoon to inquire about the progress of the case. Even if it's a duke from the UK, he can't interfere in our affairs, right? The reporter Walter Herald held the edge of his hat tightly in his hand, trying to relieve his nervousness. He had not expected that just one murder case would involve so many people. Mayor Tolliver sat on the sofa holding his cane, seemingly calm. He looked down on this guy, who was not actually a member of the upper class, and only relied on his wife's family to enter the upper class of Gotham. But considering that he paid a large sum of sponsorship, don't worry, my friend. Tolliver patted Mr. Herald's hand soothingly and said in a kind way, after all, this is Gotham, not Britain. The Duke waving the pound will not get any benefits here. Harold wiped the sweat from his head guiltily. Mayor Tolliver and Commissioner Gordon exchanged glances. Commissioner Gordon looked serious and did not continue the topic. He just said, what we need to consider now is how to prevent this young nobleman from protecting his playmates. Or, we should think about who the poor Elizabeth should die at. This matter is a separate matter and does not need to be confused with Wayne's matter. Walter Herald's hand holding his hat trembled unconsciously. Gordon glanced at Mayor Tolliver and began to think about countermeasures. In fact, Mori could guess what these people were planning with his toes. It was nothing more than a trick of delay. First, they used the lengthy litigation process to fool these outsiders, and then took Duke Morningstar to see his friend. Finally, they regretted that the evidence was overwhelming, and Mr. Wayne deserved to be imprisoned. They must have thought that the Duke Morningstar who came to do business would never spend too much time on a partner who was destined to be unable to get out of prison. After all, the reason given by Mori was to do business. If the business did not progress, they would naturally leave or choose new partners in Gotham. The messy corruption of the upper class in Gotham was similar to what Mori expected, but he did not intend to follow the route of these scumbags. The four-wheeled carriage moved forward along the bluestone slabs, and dusk came with clouds. Mori looked at the scenery outside through the window with great curiosity. Do you like the scenery here? Lucifer asked. I can build you a similar one in hell. When his fate was in the hands of God, he never liked to go back to hell. But Kobayashi Taro brought him the world of Yokohama, and now he can have a hell of his own. Lucifer, don't talk nonsense for a while, do you hear me? Morioge lowered the curtains and ignored Lucifer's boasting. After all, he was still a little worried and told Lucifer, you just need to act arrogant. He and Alfred will take care of the rest. Jason was driven away by him last night, and he should still be looking for a safe house now. Okay. Lucifer knew that Kobayashi Taro was going to start lying. Maybe I can also play a role. I can make them all tell the truth. Morioge thought about it and signaled Lucifer to act according to his instructions. Fleming Gustav, the most powerful councilman in the entire Gotham political arena except for Mayor Tolliver, is also a strong contender for the next mayor. Lucifer and Morioge calmly sat in the reception room, enduring Gustav's nagging compliments. Alfred stood in the corner, quietly playing the role of an accompanying butler. Lucifer brought the original version of the Rose of Heliogabalus, which was said to have been lost, and then casually gave her a gold bracelet inlaid with turquoise. Mrs. Fleming was so happy that she seemed to faint. Of course, Fleming Gustav himself, who was constantly admiring the paintings, was also so happy that he seemed to faint. The precious jewelry in the out-of-print paintings clearly showed that the Duke in front of him had an extraordinary origin. Your Excellency, the Honorable Duke of Morningstar. Gustav was a little fidgety. He knew that, since these things would be given to him, he would be asked to return gifts of equal value. I wonder if there is anything I can do for you? Nothing, actually, Mori suddenly interrupted, and the arrogant tone that appeared on him seemed natural. I found 3 servants in the slums, 3 street kids, but some people said that they killed people, and I have to find out about this. Gustav had not heard about this matter. Gordon from the police station has always been close to the current mayor Toliver. If it is related to Toliver, Gustav really has to weigh it before making a decision. Gustav's eyes turned to the generous Mr. Morningstar. I respect my son's wishes. In Gustav's eyes, the Duke of Morningstar was too arrogant and of course too generous. This was very consistent with Gustav's idea of British aristocrats. But this Duke is too indulgent to his son, isn't he? How could 3 little kids commit a murder? Mori raised his chin, his purple eyes full of boredom. He stood up and stood in front of the Rose of Heliogabalus, gently stroking the edge of the frame with his leather-gloved fingers. I have many paintings of this level at home, but it is nothing more than the pursuit of vulgar people that makes it exceed its own value. Gustav, Mori deliberately paused and admired the offended expression on the face of the congressman with a bit of evil taste, and then continued, of course, I admire Mr. Fleming's taste, and I believe these paintings will have the right value in your hands. The fat on Gustav's face seemed to twitch, and the more presumptuous the other party was, the more he dared not act rashly. Mr. Morningstar. Gustav's eyes stayed on the exquisite family crest ring on Mori's thumb for a few seconds, and then he looked away, as if nothing had happened. If you want a male servant or a playmate, you will have better choices, much better than a few dirty kids in the slums. I hate others giving me advice, Mr. Congressman. Mori interrupted Gustav unceremoniously, especially a congressman who likes shipwrecks. Fleming Gustav gasped and almost jumped up from the sofa in fright. Then he forced himself to calm down, pretending to be nonchalant and looking at the Wayne family butler who was still standing in the corner. I don't understand what you are talking about, little sir. Do you like ship models? I have several in my hand. It would be nice to give them to you as a small toy. Gustav felt his cold sweat flowing uncontrollably from his forehead. He didn't understand where he had revealed his flaws. No one had discovered his secret for so many years. He looked at the Duke and his son, who looked calm again, and the thumb hanging by his side began to spasm unconsciously. Mori gave an ambiguous smile. Gustav. Sir, why are you so nervous? They are just some worthless little things. It is really not worth your effort to salvage them every year. If you want them, I will give them to you. In this era, there is an astonishing amount of wealth. But Gustav has an unknown hobby. He likes to hire people to salvage some treasures from the sunken ships that have crashed on the seabed. But this is illegal. The bill issued a few years ago even has Gustav's signature. Those who commit shipwreck robbery must be sentenced to death. This is the pressure from major shipping companies and freight companies on the government. I don't understand what you are talking about. Gustav was originally a little contemptuous of the 2 people, thinking that the 2 people were just stupid people with a lot of money, but now the fool turned out to be himself. A 10-year-old child can make him speechless. The Duke was able to find out his well-hidden secrets that even his political opponents could not find in such a short time, which can only show that the other party is powerful. His little secret is obviously hidden so well that even his wife doesn't know about it. The only person who knew this secret was an inconspicuous young man named Gaylord from his wife's family. He threatened him to help him do this by controlling his wife and his huge gambling debts. He just didn't want those precious jewels and antiques to be buried in the sea, not to mention that he had paid a huge amount of money. This is just a small hobby, which noble doesn't have a private hobby. He just couldn't help liking those treasures that were salvaged after untold hardships. It's better than those guys who play with men and women, or indulge in potions. It doesn't matter, as long as the brown-haired young man knows it. Morioge didn't give the other party any room to refute. Gustav was silent for a while, and finally he looked at Morioge and said, "I think those three young gentlemen must have been wronged." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.